Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. So he thought of this vampire fruit from the aloof red, and if he couldn't find another way before he was too old, this alternative vampire fruit would continue his life. But now this old man is actually cocky enough to tell him that he'd never eaten the devil's fruit. After a deep sigh, a rejuvenated Will said in a seductive tone, "Do you want to get out of here?" How could he not want to? If he didn't want to, he wouldn't have said what he said before. Redfield, who was already old and decrepit, immediately asked in a deep voice, "The conditions?" It's not about believing it or not that the other party has this ability. And there is nothing valuable on him, so as long as he can get out, all conditions are not a problem. He doesn't want to live and die in this prison. Aren't you looking for a devil fruit that can make you young again to eat? After getting you out, I can help you look for it, but as a condition, you need to work for me for 10 years. Will wasn't afraid of the other party eating it, temporarily sacrificing a vampire fruit in exchange for a peak red count as a hitman. The deal wasn't a loss. And as long as he didn't die, the vampire fruit would never go missing, and 10 years was enough time for Will to plan everything. Redfield was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to make such an offer that he couldn't refuse. Although when he was young he hated to make alliances with others, to carry out the creed of loneliness, that's why he got the word aloof as a title. But then look at himself now. 10 years of freedom for a chance to start all over again. It was worth it. I can promise you this, but only for 10 years, plus if I can't find the devil fruit that can restore my youth, I hope that after my death I can be buried in the West Sea, which is my homeland. It seems that these years of imprisonment have indeed changed a lot of things. Even the original aloof red to make such a request at the last moment of his life, really made those who listened to it silent. Standing in the dead end of the surveillance tent mushy, with a thought, Will withdrew the effect of the transparent fruit. Remember this face: my name is Will. I will be your captain for the next 10 years from the moment you get out of this sea prison. Maybe once the aloof red was strong, but believe me, if you don't keep your promise, I will take it all back myself. Redfield is proud, so proud that he disdains to be with anyone. So Will questioning his words made him feel the anger he hadn't felt after being in prison here for a long time. But Redfield, whose life had almost came to an end, had already seen a lot of things for what they were, so he quickly suppressed that little bit of emotional turmoil that shouldn't have occurred, and said seriously, 10 years, and I hope this is the last time I hear this kind of questioning in 10 years, otherwise, I will definitely teach you a lesson according to the rules of our time, kid. Will couldn't help but smile as the corners of his mouth curled upward, and he saw the hope of a life that was being rekindled in the old man's eyes. Great, the trip was worth it. After setting a time with Redfield, Will once again transformed himself into a ghost and wandered outside the silent cage. All the prisoners who were locked up by the sea prism stone were marked by him on the paper, and he also saw a wounded Jinbai leaning against the wall and pretending to sleep. This man is really an idiot, Due to his pride and beliefs, he ended up here. I should leave it to the future Luffy to conquer him. By the way, what will Luffy do this time to get in? Or should he once again carry forward the spirit of don't persuade me, just do it, and prepare to carve out a way to save Ace? He doesn't know if the devil's fruit the other party owed to him has been settled yet, but mosquito meat is a lump of meat no matter how small it is. After Will left the 6th floor using the gate fruit, Redfield couldn't help but say to himself, why couldn't my observation Haki read his memories, and at most could only perceive his psychological activities at that time? When an observation Haki is nurtured to the extreme, you can listen to the sound of everything, and you can see into people's hearts, and it's only a thought to read memories for him. I'm not making this up, but in the original, Redfield read Luffy's memories and then used the shape-shifting ability to transform into Caesar, Whitebeard, the Admiral, and other characters, as well as Robin to help him investigate the relic documents, but the ability of the transformation is the ability of Pato, which is the special ability of the dog fruit, model monster raccoon dog, a mythical zone devil fruit, but this tried and true trick lost its effect on the captain who booked him. But by reading Will's psychological fluctuations at the time, Redfield was also able to determine the truth of what he said, that the other party really wanted to get him out, and had full confidence in doing it. The desire to help him find the devil's fruit that was nowhere to be found was real, and even the 10-year promise to him was sincere. This is the key to finally rekindling his hope. In addition, he was very curious about his future captain's several abilities that he used and believed that when he went out, he would be able to understand more fully and specifically who this guy called Will was. If you want to be my captain, it's far from enough from what you showed just now. Chapter 216 Don Quixote da Flamengo the Joker. After recording the location of these humanoid devil fruit users as quickly as possible, Will stepped out of the door and returned to his room. Little Dot was sleeping soundly, and it looked like no one had come in, so he can draw a perfect ending to this step beforehand. However, just as he returned to the room, Giant, who was resting her body on the wall outside the door, suddenly opened her eyes. Faceless Will. What exactly are you planning? Although Will used his abilities to prepare for the worst, they were bound to be flawed as soon as he acted, such as the sudden appearance of Dot's scent after he left, and the silent force field that was released over the entire room after he returned. Giant wasn't sure whether Will had escaped her surveillance, but this incident proved that the other party must be making some small actions behind the scenes. And her task is to watch him completely. A silent night comes to an end. During the next day, Giant's inseparable presence even made Will wonder if his actions last night revealed any flaws, but after thinking about it, he didn't feel like it. However, at this time, he is already seriously considering the words he once said to scare people. So, should I snap before I kill or kill before I snap? On the other hand, the atmosphere at the Navy headquarters was extremely heavy and severe. The purpose of one of the 4 Emperors' redhead shank was still unclear, and their course was already deviating away from Manaford, so it didn't look like they were coming for them. But Kaido, who was so arrogant and unscrupulous, didn't even conceal it, and almost ran straight toward Manaford, under the noses of the intelligence officers. What's more terrible is that they have not grasped the trace of the Whitebeard pirate group, as if those tens of thousands of people have disappeared into this world out of thin air. Such a passive situation has really tortured the Navy and the world government. In desperation, Sengoku had no choice but to solemnly say, "Let Doflamingo come too." At this point, we must clearly know Kaido's purpose and whether he can stop his crazy behavior. The people looked serious and didn't disagree, but back when Drought Jack died in Dressrosa to help Doflamingo, the relationship between Doflamingo and Kaido was already semi-public. But what can they do? Even without these objective conditions, there is nothing they can do to stop the freedom of movement of the 7 warlords of the sea, not to mention the fact that Doflamingo has secrets in his hands that the celestial dragons are not willing to reveal. For example, Hawkeye, who is a loner, is known to be a friend and also a foe of Shanks, and although Hawkeye has stopped exchanging swordplay with Shanks since he lost his arm, if the Navy wants to go to war with the Redhead, a fool would know whose side Hawkeye would take. Another example is the former 7 warlords of the sea Jinbai. Even Jinbai, who has been secretly close to the Whitebeard pirates, completely takes his stance this time. The Navy wanted to go to full-scale war with Whitebeard, and Jinbai decisively refused, and then was captured and imprisoned by the Navy, which had been prepared for the war. So everyone knows the relationship between Doflamingo and Kaido, but everyone pretends not to know until they are ready for a full-scale war with Kaido. They will be the first to start with Doflamingo. Soon Doflamingo came in arrogantly. "Didn't we have a meeting already, and why did you call me here?" Okayu's face suddenly became dark, and the heat surged up. The absolute justice he believed in was the most intolerable to these scums, especially when the other party was so fearless in front of him. Sengoku put his hand on his shoulder, and at last, The atmosphere was not so hot. Tomorrow is the time to officially execute Fire Fist Ace, so I'll cut to the chase and ask, what does Kaido want? Or what does he want? Fufufufafu Doflamingo laughed evilly. It's not the first time that Kaido has been in the Navy headquarters, so why to ask such a stupid question? Sengoku took a deep breath and said, is that so? Then this battle is do or die. Even if the entire Navy is used up, I would have to dismantle Kaido's forces. The firmness and decisiveness of the fleet admiral were like a bomb dropped on the entire conference room. The admirals, after their surprise, were filled with aroused blood. So what if 2 of the 4 emperors attacked? When has a navy ever been afraid? We will fight. Kill them all. Doflamingo was also shocked by the decisiveness of Sengoku. This was not the result he wanted. Yes, Kaido was strong and the navy couldn't do anything to him. After trying so many ways, they still couldn't kill him, but the huge beast pirates, the regiment, are not as capable as Kaido, and if the navy really wants to go crazy, they are more than enough to overthrow one of the 4 emperors. And this is also the fundamental reason why the navy can stand tall under the 4 emperors standing on top. And from what Sengoku said, if Kaido were to join in, would he rather give up his naval honor and let the Whitebeard pirates take Ace than forcing the beast pirates to stay? Anyway, the ultimate goal of the navy is to take down one of the 4 kings, weaken the pirates, and increase the navy's prestige. If this is the case, is there any difference in who they will win between Whitebeard and Kaido? Crazy. They are so crazy. Kaido was his last resort, and Doflamingo would never allow that to happen now, but how could that crazy Kaido listen to him? Instead of coming after the navy, Kaido smelled the aroma of war and wanted to single-handedly blast the navy and the Whitebeard pirates. To prove that he is the strongest in the world. It was precisely because he knew this that Doflamingo felt powerless, and suddenly, an idea sprouted in his head, which then quickly took root and grew into a towering tree. Although he was powerless, but these stupid navies obviously didn't know that. So why doesn't he take this opportunity to get rid of the bastard he hates so much? When he thought of this, he immediately returned to his untamed smile. Actually, it's not like there's no room for maneuvering. Sengoku looked at him deeply, waiting for the rest of his words. From what I know of Kaido, although he came straight to the naval headquarters this time with the idea of getting involved in this war, part of the reason must be for revenge. Revenge? Fufufufafu. You didn't think Drought Jack would just die in vain, did you? Everyone in the underground world is aware that the 100 Beasts bandits have been searching for the whereabouts of the faceless pirates for some time, and have even paid a large sum of money, and now that person is safely in the naval headquarters. Do you think that crazy man Kaido is someone who would have scruples? I have to say that Doflamingo's trick to draw misfortune for the other party works, and he's got a very clever trick up his sleeve. In one fell swoop, everyone, including the fleet admiral, was included, and as soon as the seeds of doubt were planted, it was up to them to believe or not. Chapter 217 Red Hair vs. Kaido. Everyone knows the hatred between Faceless Will and Doflamingo. He deliberately said this probably just for revenge. But at this critical juncture, none of them dared to say that there wouldn't be a reason for Kaido to come straight to Marienford. Didn't it happen to Whitebeard as he already wants to overtake the sky after they catch Ace? There are 16 commanders in the Whitebeard pirates. Oh, it's only 15 right now. The infamous 3 plagues are somehow only 2 left, and it's not weird for them to take revenge. Not to mention crazy people like Kaido. But the decision is not going to be easy. Because if they hand over the other party and leave them in peace, what will become of the navy? There is no need for the 7 warlords of the sea to exist anymore. Also, if they hand him over, and that madman Kaido doesn't appreciate it or insists on joining, it will make the navy look even more foolish and exploitable. The more important question is, what kind of casualties will the navy bring to the navy by arresting Faceless Will? 2 of the 4 emperors, how terrifying. Why don't we just hand him over and give it a try, and the result won't be any worse anyway. The haughty Kizaru immediately followed Doflamingo's suggestion, perfectly illustrating what it means to hide the knife in a smile. But at that moment Akainu got angry as they saw him slam the table and stand up and roared, "We are the navy. I will not allow a single navy to bow to pirates. I believe that the strength of the navy is absolutely capable of defeating all incoming enemies, and our justice is not to be blasphemed." It's true that Akainu and Kizaru have recently eased their relationship, but the 2 have never peed in the same pot in terms of philosophy, and Kizaru's proposal was purely his desire. Suddenly, the admirals at the scene had a heated discussion on this issue. Doflamingo on the other hand was laughing at the effect of his provocations and watching the show with cold eyes. However, Aokiji, who had been keeping his silence, sighed in his heart after looking around at the whole audience and silently pulled down his blindfold. Just as Doflamingo was feeling proud of himself, a naval officer suddenly burst into the conference room. "Urgent report. Just an hour ago, the red-haired pirates suddenly went full speed ahead and directly stopped the 100 Beasts bandits, and now they are in a stalemate. Bring it here. Sengoku immediately received the urgent report and started to check it, and his serious look was suddenly relaxed. The report was even more detailed. It turned out that the Redhead's purpose was to prevent Kaido from entering the war, and right now they had already been engaged in a war with the 100 Beasts pirate group. The front intelligence personnel were closely monitoring the movements of both sides. Once any changes happen, the intelligence personnel would first send them the said information first. If the current situation completely collapses, whichever side is wiped out, the other side is bound to be devastated, and even more likely to die with them. And this is a situation that no one, except a madman like Kaido, wants to see. That's why the Redhead volunteered to help the Navy and Whitebeard to stop this uncontrollable bomb and prevent Kaido from disrupting the situation. Instead of the worst possible outcome, it was a dream start with no hope. And naturally, Doflamingo's conspiracy was broken. Red-haired Shanks has led his men to stop Kaido, and all operations will continue as usual for tomorrow's public execution. Alright, the meeting adjourned. Doflamingo left with a gloomy face. The other admirals were equally relieved, and to say there was no pressure in the face of a surprise attack by 2 Sea Emperors would be bullshit. In Blackbeard's room, Teach listened to Lafitt's report with a very somber face. There's no news? Yes, although Faceless Will was seen landing in Manaford, but he was nowhere to be found after that. Forget it, follow the plan tomorrow. I want the name Blackbeard to spread across the sea, zahahaha. Fame, wealth, status, even the devil's fruit. Oi Aji, let me inherit everything from you. Blackbeard's laugh was unbelievably maniacal. The last night before Ace's execution, there's no telling how many people would be sleepless because of it. For example, a guy who can open a door in the air. Looks like you're finally going to make a move on me. Jian moved her left hand, which was holding the sword when she heard Will, a little uneasy. Is he finally showing his true colors? If she starts a scene, she's sure she'll get Magellan's attention first, and there is definitely a chance of winning in a 2-to-1 match. You know you can't have my heart, so you want to take over my flesh by force? The nervous Jian was immediately filled with absurdity and irritation. I'm just doing my job. I'm going to watch you for the last night, and tomorrow's public execution cannot be disrupted. You think I'm going to save Ace? Jian remained silent, and stayed in his room, leaning against a wall to sleep, and no matter what he did yesterday, he will not succeed today. Roar, perhaps sensing his master's low mood, Little Dot immediately jumped out with a yawn and roared super fierce. So cute, I want it. No matter how old a woman is, she doesn't have much resistance to cute little things, and Jian was no exception, but as soon as she saw Will's disgusting smile, she immediately closed her eyes again. When Will nudged Little Dot to behave himself, Little Dot immediately raised his 2 little paws in aggravation and gestured at him twice, then swooshed into his own little nest and went to sleep. It's been a long time, but Little Dot hasn't even grown up a bit, and his name is really a fitting name for him. After lamenting helplessly, Will, who wasn't prepared to do anything tonight anyway, grinned greatly and put on the cover. If you're willing to stand, then stand, but I warn you, don't get close to me within 1 meter, or you will face the consequences. Truth be told, he was afraid that Jian would sneak up on him and do something bad while he was asleep. Can the strength of an alternate admiral be a joke? Let's just spend the night in silence and no one will get any sleep. Will, who curled his lips, suddenly added, of course, if you are feeling lonely at night and want me as a company, it's not non-negotiable. Jian looked at him with a puzzled look. Will fall back to sleep with a helpless face. This is the sadness of not knowing how to enjoy your life. How boring. Haha. After seeing Will close his eyes, Jian's lips immediately pulled out a smirk. These kinds of dirty jokes you even dare to show off, but the Vice Admiral Staff Officer Crane has taught me her life experience. Chapter 218 War on Top. Don't dawdle over there. Don't be careless, everything will be settled in 3 hours. Oh. On the plaza of Manaford, 100,000 elite soldiers were densely packed all over the front of the execution platform. There are 8 giant Vice Admirals, 4 of the 7 warlords of the sea, and 16 Vice Admirals, lined up. Nearly 100 warships are on standby. Okainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji were seated right below the execution platform, and their oppressive power swept through the audience. The public execution is being broadcast live around the world via Denden Mushi in order to show the majesty of the Navy. In front of thousands of eyes, the shackled Fire Fist Ace was pushed to the execution platform. Garp, who could not stand by and watch his grandson being executed, went below with a scowl on his face, leaving Sengoku alone to walk up to Ace's side. Portgas D. Ace, regarding the significance of this man's death here today. Ace, state your father's name. People around the world who were watching this public execution were stunned. Ace's father? What is the point of such a question at this juncture? And Ace even puffed out his chest and shouted, I only have one father. And that's Whitebeard. No, he is not. After recounting the events of that year, Sengoku hardened his heart and shouted out the man's name to the amplified Den Mushi. Your father is the king of pirates, Goldie Roger. There was silence. It seems that at this moment the whole world lost its voice. The fact that the Pirate King's lineage still exists has thrown the entire world into a panic. Gap. You are as trustworthy as my companion. Find her and protect them. My children, I will leave him in your hands. And if it's a girl, Ace if it's a boy. That's what he decided. And this boy's name is Goldie Ace. Clenching his fists in a death grip, Garp gritted his teeth and lowered his head, afraid he wouldn't be able to resist if he glanced up. Garp. Tsuru worriedly called his name. It wasn't your fault. And Sengoku's speech continued. The sinful bloodline of the Pirate King must be purged. Even if it means starting an all-out war with Whitebeard. Ooh. All Navy fighting spirits are full. Just then, the lookout hissed, here it comes. All men ready for battle. Numerous ships emerged from the fog, belonging to none other than Whitebeard's grand fleet. It came out of nowhere. Where the hell did it come from? Sengoku looks serious, especially when he realizes that Whitebeard still hasn't shown up. We are here, Ace. Wait for us, we'll get you out right away. Ace. Even you guys. Ace bit his lip until it bled, red blood running down his face. While all eyes were on the massive fleet, the waters of the bay rippled. Waves rise up in the sky and huge shadows burst out like ancient sea beasts, reaching into the hinterland. It was Moby Dick that had been missing. Then the remaining ships of the Whitebeard pirates poured out of the water one after the other, and in the blink of an eye, they occupied the entire bay. They actually came from the bottom of the sea after coating. Sengoku's face was filled with a haze, and all his arrangements were now useless. It was still put together. At this point, the Whitebeard fleet is all in place. Gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Sengoku. Is my son alright? Gorura with just one sentence, Ace instantly had his eyes red. It's a shame to let you die now, kid. If that's not enough, then use my name to make trouble in this sea. Be my son. Nice to meet you, I'm Thatch, and I'll be your companion from now on. Shackles? That kind of stuff isn't even necessary. If you want to take our old man's head, go ahead and do it, haha. Hey, Teach. You're also a veteran, aren't you? Don't you have any comments? Zahahaha. It's okay, I don't have that kind of ambition. I'll leave the 2nd Division to you, Captain Ace. Pops, I'm Roger's son, your enemy. Gorura. Actually entangled with this kind of thing, all of us are children of the sea. Why come to rescue me? Pops. With a million thoughts coming out of his head, Ace smashed his head on the ground, not wanting his old man, his brothers to see how weak he was. As tears of regret keep falling in his eyes. Bang. Whitebeard clenched his fists and slammed them into the air on both sides, instantly splitting the atmosphere like glass. The surrounding seawater rises up like an ancient sea beast with its mouth open, shrouding Whitebeard's entire face in the shadows. Because you are my son. Ace. The king who controls the ancient sea beast raises his head, and the wave quickly tears the warships around him to shreds, then smashes into the entire Manaford with his roar. Beneath the waves are the terrified faces of countless navies. In the impel down, Will silently turned off the live-streaming Den Mushi. The strongest man in the world final performance had begun, but his legendary path had just begun, and it was time to name this new era. Where are you going? Giant, who had been guarding him, immediately followed. The little dot on Will's head immediately showed his teeth, looking fierce. I want it so bad. Will stopped and turned his head to look at her with a faint glance and then said, since we have agreed on the payment, naturally we have to make a show of it. I guess it won't be long before someone comes to our door. Vice Admiral Pink Rabbit better be prepared, in case someone is caught by surprise and wants me to rescue her. The reward for saving someone's life is separate. It is estimated that ordinary women would have already been blown up by such cynicism remarks, but the giant, who has been deeply impressed by Vice Admiral Tsuru, is obviously not one of them. She put on her cloak of justice and said calmly, don't bother, I also want to see who dares to take advantage of the chaos to hit this place. Will really wanted to tell her that it was me. But he swallowed his words, considering that a better backstabber was on the way. Don't disappoint me, Blackbeard. Captain, impel down. Here it is. Let's don't waste any time, Pop's body must hold on until I return. Zahahahaha. In the blink of an eye, the fully armed Blackbeard pirates overturned the guards protecting outside the gates. Looks like Will wasn't the only one who wanted to imprint his name on the wave of a new era. Chapter 219 Variable. Ice Age. They don't know when, but a lazy man with an eye patch on his head appeared on the shore. And with the chill of his mouth slightly exhaled, the ice element released from the ground he touched with both hands as the origin directly connected to the shore and froze the monstrous waves into ice sculptures. After a few breaths, the entire bay was covered in ice. Several ships in the bay were even more immobilized and completely targeted. The terrified expressions of the many navies reflected on the ice waves immediately turned to pride, excitement, and joy at having survived. The demoralized navy began to roar with fervor. Aokiji, what a troublemaker brat. The unhappy Whitebeard swung his right fist again, and the terrifying force of his fist was transmitted through the shattered atmosphere to Aokiji, who had just used the Ice Age. Bang! Like a porcelain doll of inferior quality, Aokiji's entire body was shattered by the force into a cinder of ice. The navy's cheers came to an abrupt halt. In the next second, however, the intact pheasant sat back down on the seat below the execution platform. It has long been known how powerful Whitebeard is, and no matter how strong he is, he knows he can't take Whitebeard punch unscratched, so Aokiji used his elemental ability to transfer his body as early as when the Whitebeard punched his fist. What remained in place was just a lifelike ice sculpture. And there was no need to fight to the death with the Whitebeard pirates, as long as they delayed until Ace was successfully executed, the war on top was won by their navy. Fire. The Whitebeard pirates are no big deal, kill them. We have 3 admirals and we will win. The landing place is already there, follow me. Let these idiot navies get a good taste of the Whitebeard pirates' strength. Ace, wait for us. We'll be right over to rescue you. Kill. The battlefield instantly expands to include everyone in front of it. Chaos reached its limit when the gigantic figure of Oz Jr. appeared and slashed the navy's giant cannon array to pieces. Every now and then a pirate or a navy falls down with their eyes wide open in anger and never gets up again. Right or wrong? Worthwhile or not? It doesn't matter anymore. This amazing battle can only be stopped when the victorious side is completely decided. Report Fleet Admiral. The Blackbeard pirates have disappeared, and we have all lost contact from the lookout secretly monitoring them. Report Fleet Admiral. 10 minutes ago, we received a contact from Impel Down that Blackbeard's pirates are forcibly landing. Sengoku listened to a report with a gloomy face, and it seemed that the other party's information was really right. And with Magellan and the Pink Rabbit and that man there, the fate of the invaders could already be imagined. But why did he still feel so uneasy in his heart? At the back of the battlefield, the cloaked woman said goodbye to Nami and the others and rushed to the battlefield alone. Will's intention to bring her here specifically, she already understood. Perhaps my abilities were prepared for this moment. Tightening the hood on her head, the woman in her cloak disappeared into the wind. Ace, I will definitely save you with my own hands. Zahahahaha. Unbeatable, unbeatable. As Blackbeard pushed his way to the end of the corridor, it wasn't the elevators going down to the other floors that were the focus of his attention, but the poisonous Magellan, with a purple solution dripping from his face and body. As the warden of Impel Down, you can imagine the anger in his heart when someone came in so openly. Feel the greatest pain, and I will lock you up here myself. Poison Dragon. In the narrow passage, 3 hideous poisonous dragons completely overwhelmed the careless Blackbeard and the others. When Will and Giant, who were blocking the back road, walked out slowly, they saw a floor of venom in Blackbeard's gang, who were wrapped in poison and lost their mobility. The fight actually ended with one move. Will was momentarily speechless. Was Blackbeard such a hot chicken before he got the Quake Devil Fruit? No, something was wrong. He carefully recalled the plot in the original story. It seems that the Blackbeard gang in the original story was also defeated in a second after Magellan discovered them. In the end, Magellan was defeated because Blackbeard's gang released the pirates from the 6th floor and then beat him up. When he thinks about it, Magellan is really strong, and Blackbeard was just unlucky. Especially this poison, he can't touch it at all. Looking at the miserable human-shaped dark fruit in front of him, Will couldn't bear to see it, so he threw out a desert sword to end Blackbeard's life. However, standing next to it, Giant immediately drew her sword and smashed it. The order given to her by the warring states is not to allow Faceless Will to kill any of the prisoners, and now that Blackbeard's gang is caught, they naturally belong to the prisoners category. Picking fruit that no one wanted but was beaten up by a bored passerby, Will narrowed his eyes all of a sudden. I'm going to kill him and you're going to stop me? Warden Magellan will take these men into custody, but you will not be allowed to trample on human life. Giant lowers her sword and locks her eyes with Will. And Magellan's poison is flowing on the side. Obviously, he's bound to side with the Giant on this one. Shall I do it? Blackbeard's gang seems to have come to prison to make him laugh, and Will's prison robbery is a bit unexpected, and Luffy is nowhere to be found because of his disorderly entry. The expected panic scenario didn't exist, which meant that he would have to tear his face off with the Navy if he wanted to continue with the plan. But Will's eyes suddenly flickered, and the muscle on his body slowed down and relaxed and said, "Since that's the case, I can't say anything more. I've done what I promised, so now it's time to honor the reward, isn't it? The battlefield ahead is still waiting for me to earn another extra money." The tense atmosphere dissipated, but Giant did not drop her guard, and said cautiously, "The Navy's acclaim naturally didn't need to be questioned. When this war is over, the things promised to you will naturally be delivered. I'm sorry, but I don't believe your Navy will win this war, so please bring my payment now, or else who will I go to if the Navy is wiped out, or do you want me to go with an empty hand? Don't force me to help, Whitebeard, you can't afford the consequences for that. We will certainly win." For the first time, Giant, who seldom gets angry, turned red-eyed and said word for word. Looking at the angry and red-eyed Giant, Will wanted to tell her that if there were no variables, she was right. But the variables had already been brought to him in the Manifold. Chapter 220 Invasion in the 6th floor. Because there was no random entry of Luffy, the Blackbeard's pirate invasion ended only by breaking the gate of the Impel down, and several guards were injured. So when Giant used a special Dendenmushi to contact Sengoku, even the famous Wise Fleet Admiral was speechless for a long time. "It's like I'm taking my pants off and you're showing me this?" At the thought of getting such a thunderous result for the payment of 5 devil fruits, Sengoku wanted to go back on his word immediately. However, in the communication, Giant emphasized that the other party should get paid now, otherwise, threatened that he will join Whitebeard's side. Probably the other party also felt that the little work he did was not enough for the pay they talked about essentially. "So you want to cash in quickly for fear that the Navy will go back on its word or bargain?" Sengoku, whose minds were mostly focused on the war on top before them, naturally came up with this scenario. Because if the war on top ends up with the Navy winning, he's really prepared to deny the payment for the other party. Dignity? Whether or not such private promises are kept is a matter of thought. If 5 devil fruits could be exchanged for this amount of credit, then Sengoku would definitely be willing to exchange as many as he could. It's just that at this moment, Sengoku looked up at Little Oz, who had just fallen heavily into the bay after having his shin cut off by Doflamingo, thus paving the way for the Whitebeard pirates to attack. Alas! With a sigh in his heart, Sengoku decided to gather all their forces to deal with Whitebeard first. "I believe that with the addition of Giant and Faceless Will, the casualties on the naval side can be reduced even further." When he thought of this, he no longer hesitated and directly lifted up the Dendenmushi that was still in communication. After hanging up, Sengoku immediately asked the people behind the battlefield to go to the Naval Headquarters Zero warehouse to transfer 5 devil fruits. Although they were not very strong zone types, they were also used by the Navy as a means to motivate new recruits every year, which meant that the Navy would lose 5 of its stalwarts in the future, which was not a small loss. Let's just say that the Navy and Whitebeard are not destined to win this war, and the only thing that matters, in the end, is who loses less. Blackbeard's pirates, who should have used the war on top to make a profit and rise to become the new 4 emperors, are now locked in Magellan's cage in very poor condition. As promised by the fleet admiral, the devil fruit has been sent here, please count them. Even though they were all ordinary zone devil fruits with little exploitation value, they were indispensable to him as the fuel he needed to get started. After the items were delivered, the visitor didn't understand why the fleet admiral handed over the 5 devil fruits to Faceless Will, but it was his duty to follow orders. "Vice Admiral Pink Rabbit, Sir Will, please accompany me to the battlefield immediately." Giant nodded her head and agreed, but as soon as she took 2 steps forward, she felt something was wrong. And when she turned back to Will with a questioning look, he grinned directly, revealing his white teeth. "It's not just those bunch of losers who are thinking of targeting the Impel down. Thunderstorms." Before his voice fell, thousands of thunderbolts of light emerged from Will's body at great speed. Not good. Giant advances instead of retreating and wants to take advantage of Will's strength to control the enemy with one blow. But before she could get to the front, a huge ball of lightning exploded. When the dust and smoke cleared, Giant's eyes were black with murderous intent. However, there is no such thing as the shadow of Faceless Will. Giant reached into her arms and pulled out a Dendenmushi to quickly report the news of the rebellion of Faceless Will of one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Dendenmushi in her hand was also completely stunned, and its forehead was full of black lines. Giant put the phone worm away again, drew her long sword abruptly, and walked several levels underground without saying a word. With the door fruit in hand, and having stepped on the spot beforehand, Will's infiltration after this escape could be described as smooth as can be. When he stepped out of the door and came to Redfield's cell, Redfield was not surprised at all. "The fruit of the gate? I'm getting more and more curious about you now, young Captain San." With a smile on his lips, Redfield knew he'd won his bet this time. Actually, I would have preferred this to have come from the mouth of a young and beautiful lady, rather than an old man who was about to be buried. When Will rescued him from the prison with the key he handed, the entire 6th floor was about to riot. Hey! What is your relationship with that old man? How could he have a captain as young as you? Wait. Take me out too. I can make you my captain too. Kid. Bring me the keys. Where's that Magellan guy? Is he dead? Will knew that it wouldn't be long before Magellan and Giant arrived, so he didn't bother to bullshit with these guys. But when one guy got nastier and nastier, Will had a flash of killing intent in his eyes. But before he could do anything, the newly freed Redfield had arrived at the guy's cage at some point and then swung forward with a lightning-fast slap. The cursing stops abruptly. A red thread suddenly appeared from his body, and the entire cage was cut in half diagonally. That guy Whitebeard is still out there stirring up trouble, so how can this count be behind him? Redfield may be old, but his competitive spirit hasn't cooled off. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking for the devil's fruit as soon as he got out of his cell to get himself back on top. As for how he knew about Whitebeard, that's because the Navy had to walk in front of him when they put Ace on the 6th floor. Now at his age, Redfield can't say he's necessarily the strongest prisoner on the 6th floor, but he's definitely the oldest of the group. The prisoners who tried to threaten Will to let them out suddenly became honest. Those stunned people don't they know how awesome the aloof Red once was? Did Kaido go up against the Whitebeard pirates by himself? This old man had done it long before him. Redfield has deterred all the vicious inmates of the 6th floor right off the bat. However, Will has no intention of stopping. Instead of letting the devil fruit continue to be wasted on these scum, he'd rather take it away with him. Chapter 221 Great Harvests. When the late Pink Rabbit and Magellan took people to the 6th floor, the first thing they saw was the lifeless body of the prisoners littered with blood. And the inmates who survived all had the same look of palpable fear. What's happening here? Magellan asked with an angry face. This is his turf, and no matter how big a crime these people have committed, he will not allow anyone to kill without his consent. Faceless Will, you deserve to die. When an enraged Magellan devoured the two tough-looking prisoners who didn't want to talk with a poisonous dragon, someone was finally willing to talk. It was a young man with a golden gauntlet who suddenly appeared on the 6th floor. He first rescued that old devil Redfield, and then slaughtered most of the prisoners after being enraged by the other prisoners before leaving. HMP. Throwing the antidote into the cell of the two unfortunate inmates, who didn't talk, Magellan immediately led his team upward in pursuit. However, if Will wanted to, he could play hide-and-seek with Magellan and Pink Rabbit as long as he wanted with the door devil fruit in his hand. At that moment, Jinbai, who was accidentally rescued by Will, was hiding not far away, looking for a chance to escape. Do you know that there were many big names among the criminals who were just killed? Will's ruthless and cruel slaughter earlier made Redfield somewhat sigh, not because of anything else, but after being locked up for a long time, even a cellmate will inevitably develop some feelings. How big are they? Are they bigger than you? Will, who had already arrived at the 5th floor, was indifferent to the fact that there weren't many old antiques left from the old days, because when the war at the top was over, a brand new era would begin completely. Honestly, if it wasn't for the vampire fruit, he wouldn't even bring out Redfield. World Destroyer, have you heard of Burndie World? He was also the man of our time, the man who was feared by the world government and navy. It's a pity that he died here. It is said that there is only a wrong name but no wrong nicknames. And being called a world destroyer, you can guess with your feet how terrifying that man is. But what's the pity? Your contemporaries must be 70 or 80 years old. Even if I hadn't done anything, how many more years would he have survived in this underground prison? A few months? The cruel reality completely shattered the trace of sorrow in Redfield's heart. People are prone to sentimentality when they get old. At this point, Will still admired the old man Whitebeard even more, as he came with the will to die from the very beginning. He came to Manafort with no intention of going back alive. In Whitebeard's mind, it's long past time for them to return to the bosom of the sea, and it's them the antiques people that hold the youth down. The world belongs to the next generation after all, and he was willing to trade his life for Ace's future for that. However, what he did to those prisoners? Will didn't feel he was cruel at all, and there were no criminals he killed earlier who are innocent, as all of them are bathed with blood. And not everyone is like Ace, who was implicated because he had an unreliable father. On the contrary, it was Redfield who did nothing wrong because he was too proud when he was young. It's important to note that his withdrawn personality is due to his powerful observation haki, and that he is used to the ugly hearts of those around him, which is why he is so repulsive to people. It probably means psychological cleanliness. Otherwise, Will wouldn't have recruited him on board. By the way, when someone like you train their observation haki to its peak, what other purpose does it have besides listening to the sound of all things? Foreseeing the future. and a peek into the creature's memory. Redfield's first reaction was that this was a test. So he didn't conceal it, and chose to tell the truth. Anyway, he couldn't pry into Will's memories, so there was nothing he could do even if the other party was jealous of it. As expected, Will smiled and nodded his head. I'm glad you told the truth, so you must have a good idea of what I want to ask next. Redfield looked at him with a complex expression. Whether you believe it or not, I can't snoop into your memory. At most I can only vaguely grasp what you think right now, which is the fluctuation in your heart. So now I start to doubt what I see and hear. But my mastery of the observation hockey is not perfect, so maybe after I succeed in doing it, I can do it. Will didn't completely believe his words, but he believed most of them. After all, crossing to this world is like dropping a stone on the surface of a lake, and no one knows exactly what kind of changes will be brought about by the cascading ripples. And now all he knew was that no one else could foresee his past, or even his future. Then Redfield's words have a degree of credibility. But that's all. Will doesn't have the hobby of palatizing everything out at first sight. Will was somewhat disappointed that only 2 devil fruit were harvested on the 6th level, but it is also normal. After the devil fruit user loses their own ability, most of them are almost inferior to ordinary people, and it is almost difficult to survive in an underwater prison like the Impel Down. Because the moment you get shackled by sea prism stones, you'll have no power but to wait for death. But it's a bit strange that they haven't found a single devil fruit user after searching the 5th floor. And Will suddenly remembered the 5.5 floor where the Akame Queen was. But he was still abiding by the bottom line in his heart and didn't want to be a slave to power. If he killed everyone to get their devil fruit, like Blackbeard did later, he was not far from being completely possessed. One day, he might not be able to control his heart's desire, and even Robin and the others will become his targets. So although he is not the Virgin Mary, he is willing to bind the demon in his heart with a not-so-deep moral lock. So Redfield's ability to read memories became the benchmark for him in the next few levels after he took shots. When it was time to kill, Will would not hesitate to do so. Although he was guilty but not to death, Will turned his head and left without a moment of hesitation. When this hide-and-seek farce was over, Will had only started with a total of 13 devil fruits, but after adding the 5 he got from the Fleet Admiral, Will felt like he was on a rocket, and that no one could stop him from taking off. By the time he's finished with Blackbeard, the battle in the Manaford will be complete. He just doesn't know if he'll have any chance to obtain the Fire Devil Fruit or Quake Devil Fruit by the time he gets to the war site. Without thinking about it, Will took Redfield into the air door once again. This time, however, after playing hide-and-seek for half a day, Magellan and Pink Rabbit finally guessed right for once. Almost the entire guarding force of the Impel Down was concentrated in front of Blackbeard's cell. And Giant knows deep down that that man won't stop so easily even if he was facing them all. Chapter 222 Poisonous Giant Soldier. The moment Will and Redfield showed up, Magellan, who had been on guard all along, immediately rushed over like a mad dog. And the only thing he was thinking was, it is his decision whether they live or die if they are poisoned by him. Even as strong as Blackbeard, with only 1 hit, was knocked out in a second. From this alone, Magellan guarding the Impel Down is already on the same level as an admiral in terms of strength. However, Will, who stepped out of the air door, just frowned at him and raised his right hand as Magellan was about to come crashing in with a body full of venom. Roll. Then a powerful repulsive force erupted from his palm the moment Will's voice was heard. And Magellan, who got hit by the force in point blank, flew more than 10 meters away by this collision, and then his whole body was set in the wall. Cough. And he spit out blood. Magellan endured the pain and fell from the wall to the ground. Damn. I got careless. That's at least 5 broken ribs and a lot of internal injuries. Magellan cursed. The guards, the jailers, and Magellan Guard all had their teeth chattering in fear at the sight of Magellan's miserable appearance after one blow, and even their hands began to tremble as they held their weapons. And the only thought in their mind was, is this monster really something we can deal with? But Giant, standing with her sword raised, did not feel the least bit surprised or shaken. Magellan's strength itself relies on his devil fruit ability, and he is not very good at other aspects, such as hockey. And what about Will? Giant had been by his side for more than half a year, and this man was simply an ancient beast in human skin. Magellan's desire to end the battle in a quick success is just asking for trouble. Faceless Will. You have slaughtered prisoners without cause and violated the original treaty. I will exercise my power on behalf of the Fleet Admiral to ban your title of a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Giant raises her sword and points at Will with a solemn face. Anyway, this title is of no use to me anymore, so whatever. Will didn't mind in the slightest. Back when he made such a plan, he was already ready to break away from the world government, and could even say that everything was within his grasp. On the other hand, Redfield, who was rescued by him, was a bit surprised that the captain of his ship for the next 10 years had been a 7 warlords of the sea, which was really interesting. Zahahaha. I sure was right about you. As long as you and I join hands, we can dominate the world in no time. In the cage, Blackbeard, who had taken the antidote but was still somewhat depressed, suddenly laughed maniacally, attracting everyone's attention. Before Will could respond, Giant and Magellan coincidentally looked over at him with a look of a fool. This man wants to kill you, but you still think of joining forces with him? This person has a brain problem. But when they think about it, it seems like this guy doesn't even know what's going on during this period of time, so he can't be thinking that Faceless Will and the Navy have broken up, so he wants himself to be saved by the other party. Will didn't mind the two navies as he couldn't help but look at Blackbeard and be amused. Teaming up? Let's forget it. I know you are very dangerous, so can I trouble you to die here? Pirates want to kill pirates, yet the Navy won't let pirates kill pirates. How absurd. Blackbeard, after feeling Will's shining killing intent, finally figured out the situation on the field. Hey, Navy. I think you need my help. Shut up. Giant will not let him die, but she will never let him out to make trouble. This is a matter of principle. After retorting, Giant finally made a move. A red slash slices through the ground, vowing to cut Will and Redfield down to the bone. Although Will didn't know what Giant's real ability was, it wasn't enough to deal with him with just a single decapitation strike. When the decapitation strike struck in front of him, he just stretched out his right hand and grabbed it, crushing the red light. Is this all you got? Huh? Will suddenly sensed something was wrong. He looked at the location of Giant and there was a phantom shadow on Giant's previous position. To poison? Bang. Redfield, who was about to go into the ground, knocked Giant out of the sky with a blow using his hand in the form of a knife. Will, who was standing on the spot, frowned. What is this ability? But before he could find out why, Magellan, with his evil eyes, had transformed into a giant soldier of poison. Run. Lord Warden actually used this move, get out. All the guards fled like mad. Magellan was strong, but most of his attacks were indiscriminate kills. Any substance that comes in contact with it will be infected and will gradually spread and erode everything. No matter who comes in contact with it, their only outcome will be death. And there is no antidote for it. No matter who touches it, it will gradually spread until they die. If they don't run now, isn't it asking them to die? The red poisonous mist gradually spread out with the breathing of the poisonous giant. Vice Admiral Pink Rabbit, please take Blackbeard's group and leave here first. Giant's brow furrowed, but in the face of such a terrifying Magellan, it would be a drag for her to stay. So she picked up Blackbeard and left, not forgetting to take a deep look at Will before she left. Redfield, chase up and leave the people behind, I'll come to you soon. In the face of Magellan, a very special type of fighting force, even Redfield in his prime, there is not much that he can do, so we'll let him deal with Giant, not to defeat her, as to delay here was enough. Redfield, who did not submit to old age and could not be defeated, was very relieved of his future captain decision, and after giving it a nod, his eye-catching speed broke out, as he disappeared with a flash. The only people left in the large room were Magellan, who was covered in poison, and Will, who felt it was a little tricky looking at the boiling poison. The red poisonous mist soon spread over, and Will's body lit up with an endless electric light. Leaving with the door fruit? No need. And outside the room, the shadow warrior with a silly expression on his face appeared. Boom. 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 A terrifying poisonous juggernaut destroys everything in the room with impunity. Will, however, did nothing in the poisonous fog, blasting Magellan's huge body like a free target with endless electricity as he darted around. And the red venom scattered everywhere. Magellan, who was already wounded, was even more wounded. Why are you okay? A breathless Magellan asked with resignation, as no one had yet been able to survive his poisonous fog. Will raised his head and showed his black mouth. Because I had already replaced all the vital with shadows, of course, he will be fine. Why didn't I hold my breath? It's because there is no need. Will's body's mouth and nose are outside the shadow warrior's body, breathing in the fresh air with ease. And his skin has the double defense of the armor of sand and the armor of lightning. Even the most powerful 13-ounce poison needs to contact his skin directly for it to work. But Will never gave him such a chance from the beginning. Chapter 223, The Terrifying Fruits of Desire. Burning red poisonous dragon. 200 million volts black rotten brontosaurus. Boom. Magellan's big, tall body fell straight to the ground. To many people, the poisonous fruit, which was intractable, was losing its rightful threat in front of Will. The high temperature generated by the lightning already restrained Magellan's venom, plus the fact that he cheated by transferring his body's breath to the idle shadow warrior outside, causing the poisonous mist Magellan created to be ineffective, and his defeat was only a matter of time. Should I take his devil fruit? The sharp black sword Sashui was held in Will's hand, with its blade dangling just above Magellan's neck. With the sharpness of the sword as one of the 21 great grade swords, he only needed a single swing to end Magellan's life, thus getting this extremely powerful poisonous devil fruit. To be honest, there are not many people in the entire world of pirates who can ignore Magellan's poison, and it would be a lie to say that he himself is not tempted. But as soon as he thought of the bottom line he had set for himself, Will withdrew the blade with a sigh. Just as he had done against Smog and Hina, he chose to show mercy in the end, just because the world still needed good people, just like Roger and Garp, one a pirate and the other a soldier, but Roger was able to entrust his wife and child into Garp's hands. Despite their different positions, it did not prevent the two from becoming close friends. Will didn't want to become a murderous maniac without humanity, so Magellan managed to save his small life. But as the saying goes, all businessmen are unscrupulous, and Will, who has the blood of a crooked businessman in his bones, would never let himself go home empty-handed, so he immediately found a pair of sea prism stones handcuffs to cuff Magellan up, ready to take him out later for ransom. How could such a powerful character can't be exchanged for 2 pieces of devil fruit? After locking up Magellan, Will unscrupulously spread out his observation hockey looking for Redfield Giant and their scent. Soon, he raised his eyebrows. This plot inertia is big enough. You're their captain? Sure. You wiped the blade in his hand with a bloodthirsty gaze. He was defeated by Magellan and put in the 6th level of the prison, but because of his remote location, he was able to survive the previous massacre. Then, shortly after Magellan left with his men, a couple of guys calling themselves the Blackbeard Pirates released the remaining criminals from the prison. Zahahaha. I am Blackbeard and your future captain. The rescued Blackbeard uncuffs his hands from the sea prism stone handcuffs, and that invincible confidence comes back. Sure, you sneered. The captain of the ship who was beaten by Magellan in a single move had little value for anyone to follow. Apparently, the criminals behind him thought so, too. On the other hand, Giant, who was attacked by Redfield, is now wrapped in layers of pink gas, the color of which is very pale and not very powerful, but Redfield, who read her memory, does not hesitate to withdraw and hide around her. About the matter of being a captain. Let's take care of the navy in front of us first. I'm sure you've experienced the terror of Magellan, but I know where to find antidotes and gas masks, and without the threat of poison, I can take care of Magellan by myself. Apparently, Shiryu was still upset about being defeated by Magellan in the first place. Karakarukara. Let me take care of this little girl. I've never been with a chick this hot. Me too. Count me in. I love women with tattoos on their thighs, but spiders don't look good on them, so let's see how many tattoos we can put on her. Toro. These heinous criminals who have never seen the light of day have come forward with their evil eyes. Blackbeard smiled and began to watch the show. He had only wanted to pick out a few qualified backbones, but he did not expect his plan to change so quickly after facing a setback as Magellan almost wiped out his crew. But thanks to Lafit hypnosis this time, the plan was still implemented. But now that he's out of the cell, he won't be careless this time. And that faceless Will who tried to kill him for some reason, he is going to make everyone pay for it. But just then, everyone smelled a fragrance that was delicious and intoxicating. The color of the pink gas, which was extremely light and transparent, spread around everyone in the blink of an eye. Blackbeard, not daring to be careless anymore, said darkly, and then shouted, "Black hole!" The gravity of darkness sucked in all the unknown gases around him, but it was too late. Become addicted. The kingdom of dreams. As Giant whispered, all those who had previously inhaled the pink gas simultaneously froze, and then smiled happily. Everyone was immersed in their own deepest and most primal desires that made them happy. Instant ugliness. Blackbeard's reaction was timely, so he managed to protect his group as well as Shiryu of the rain. But the extremely strange scene in front of them still made them feel the slightest bit scared. What's really going on? But that's just the beginning. The desire to kill. As Giant red lips slightly puffed out, the criminals who had just been immersed in happiness and excitement immediately turned red-eyed, their killing intent rising uncontrollably. Die. When the first man took the lead and crushed another man's head, everyone went into a killing frenzy. I kill you, you kill me, he kills him. Kill. 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 There is no sense as if everyone has become a killing machine. Blackbeard and the others, who managed to escape, were forced to get involved in the carnage and had to wait for death if they didn't want to do something. When Will stepped out of the door, what he saw was this incomparably bloody and chaotic battlefield. Hell on earth is not an exaggeration. This bizarre scene was so bizarre that he didn't do anything rash. That's when Redfield appeared like a ghost at his side. What the hell is going on here? Redfield read the memories of Giant, so he knew everything that's happening in front of him. When Will listened to Redfield's explanation, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. The fruit of desire. Yes, as long as we are living creatures, there must be desires, the desire to live, the desire to eat, the desire to kill. And the fruit of desire is the ability to manipulate this desire to a certain extent. Apparently, these people's desire to kill has been amplified thousands of times, and it completely reduced them to beasts that only know how to kill. Will nodded his head, with a look of jealousy in his eyes. He suddenly recalled that when he had caught Giant-Ree's decapitation slash, his spirit was clearly in a trance, so he must have been unknowingly tricked. However, the good thing was that his mental strength had been strengthened by several devil fruits, so there was a certain amount of resistance. Chapter 224 The Flower of Desire. The sudden appearance of Will also made Giant's heart sink. This means that Magellan's fate is probably in jeopardy, and Will, seeing this, can't possibly be unaware of her abilities. On the other hand, Blackbeard's band of pirates, who had no choice but to face the escaped prisoners on the 6th floor, were extremely frustrated, and every person they killed meant that the future Blackbeard's group would lack a backbone. When he had killed everyone, then their plan would have failed halfway through. Coupled with the sudden appearance of Faceless Will not far away, Blackbeard was already reeling. Dark Hole. After another use of Black Hole, Blackbeard immediately and decisively led his men out of the battlefield. Giant could have intercepted them, but after weighing the threat level between Blackbeard and Faceless Will, she resolutely chose to leave the latter behind. The remaining prisoners of the 6th layer rushed towards Will and Redfield one by one with bloodthirsty eyes. The most powerful thing about the Fruit of Desire is that it influences and even manipulates the enemy only through the desire of the other party, but the opponent will not lose all his memories, so they can still use their skills and abilities even if they are controlled. Now, these people are filled with only one thought, to kill. Will did not expect that Giant would actually prefer to let Blackbeard's gang leave just to deal with him. He was somewhat annoyed and said directly to Redfield, "Leave this to me, you go and keep those people at bay and just do your best." Redfield is very old, and he is about to die in the Impel Down, so his remaining combat power is not the same as when he was at his peak. So Will not force him to work hard, just to do his best. Anyway, even if Blackbeard runs away, there will be opportunities to kill him in the future, provided that he is no longer given the opportunity to fish in the murky waters. With a fierce wave of her sword, Giant wanted to take the extremely fast Redfield, but at this time Will suddenly came forward and grabbed her face with his Infinity Gauntlet right hand. Clang. Giant, who used her sword to block the attack in time, survived the blow but also lost Redfield. The faint pink gas appeared again, but this time Will didn't get hit again, directly transforming himself into lightning and shuttling between the prisoners on the 6th floor. The speed and lethality of the lightning combined with the sharpness of the desert blade, and finally the control of the gravitational fruit. These beasts, already completely dominated by their desires, were killed by Will with murderous intent in his heart in just a few dozen breaths. Without realizing it, his eyes have been covered with a thin red color. When there were only 2 people left, Giant finally opened her mouth. Human desire is infinite. As long as the need to achieve a certain goal will inevitably generate desire, the so-called sense of happiness is built on the premise of fulfilling one's own desires. However, everyone's heart is full of different desires, and as long as I understand and control these desires, I can theoretically defeat anyone. These pink smokes of desire can help me quickly disintegrate anyone's will, but it is not a prerequisite for my ability to activate. A strip of pink silk wrapped around Giant's body, setting off her entire body in a beautiful, unmistakable way. Do you remember those 6 months in the Sabati Islands? Remember when you asked me what brand of perfume I was using? I told you, that's my body scent, from the aroma of desire itself. Will, with a faint redness in his eyes, finally frowned. The seeds of desire have already been planted in your body by me, and the inseparable contact a few days ago helped me to activate it. Now it's time to free the evil demon of desire you've been trapping in your heart. This war on top, the Navy, must win. Dumb. Suddenly, Will felt as if his heart was about to pop out of his chest, and a loud sound was beating in his ears. It was hard to imagine that it could be the sound of a heart beating. Dumb. And apart from this loud heartbeat, Will didn't feel any discomfort. With every beat of his heart, the red in Will's eyes grew heavier, and the more relaxed Giant's face became. Her power was more like that of a demon that tempted people to fall, which was grossly inconsistent with the justice that the Navy believed in, and that was why Crane insisted on bringing her around to teach her. Of all the admirals in the Navy, only she and Tokakake were given the special code name of Admiral at this stage and became alternate admirals, the fundamental reason being that their strength had already reached the standard of the first 3 admirals. It may be a little inferior to Akainu now, but if it had been when Akainu first became an admiral, that strength alone would have been enough. This is what a candidate's admiral is all about. Will never thought that when he was in the Sabati Islands, Sengoku would use Giant to scheme against him, and it was still in this way. He only felt the heat in his body, the desire to kill, the desire for sex, the desire for greed. The many desires that rose up from the bottom of his heart and then intertwined together were magnified infinitely. His self-control is rapidly diminishing. If it weren't for the strong mental power that has been fighting stubbornly with desire, perhaps within a few breaths, he would lose himself. It was the flower of desire that Giant had spent more than half a year by his side planting, and once in full bloom, it seemed unstoppable. You are looking for death. Breathing heavily, Will starred with red eyes and willed his way right up. He wants to get rid of Giant before he completely falls, and only then he won't go down in the gutter. Desert Sword. Brontosaurus. Shadow Horn Gun. Without the slightest feeling of mercy, Will used his strongest attack one after another. Will's attack on Giant was so severe that she was only able to evade the attack. However, at this moment, Giant is still fearless, because the one who really holds the initiative on the field is her. As long as it drags on for a while, the battle should be over. 100,000-volt Thunder God. Armament Hockey. Giant, who was going to defend using her armament hockey, was directly pulled over, and was first pinned by Will as he held her neck and slammed into the ground, then landed a heavy right fist. Boom. The ground cracked and a big hole appeared under Will and Giant. Even with the armament hockey as protection, Giant trembled as her internal organs suffered damage from the punch as she spitted blood out of her mouth. I must hold on a little longer, just a little more time is enough. But why hasn't he been lost yet? Such willpower was almost enough to make the Giant lose faith. The expressionless Will shook his fist again, lifted it, and dropped it. However, just when Giant wondered if she would be beaten to death by him, things took a turn for the worse. Chapter 225 Battle in the Floor. As the flower of desire in his body bloomed, the killing intent in Will's eyes was immediately replaced by other desires intertwined in his heart. But Giant was trying to defend herself when she saw him attacking again, so she didn't notice it, and in order to save her life, she desperately gathered all her physical strength to transform into armament hockey, trying to hold on a little longer. In this gap, Will's raised left fist gradually slowed down in the process of falling heavily, and finally actually grabbed onto the fullness of Giant's body in front of the incredulous eyes of her. The last trace of reason in Will's eyes disappeared, and he threw himself on Giant like a beast, casually pulling off her clothes, which had been torn to pieces during the battle. Giant summoned the last ounce of power to control Will with the power of desire, but the power was dispersed by a tearing pain as soon as it was gathered. The first thing she needs to do is to play with the fire she ignited and burn it herself. Although Giant has mastered the 7 passions and 6 desires of mankind, in the end, she is still unconsciously lost in them, and the start of battle started again with Will on top having a great advantage while Giant, who was at the bottom, can only groan in pain at first, but it didn't last long as the pain became a pleasure moan coming from her pink lips as it echoed in the underground prison of the Impel Down. When the flower of desire wilted, all memories and sanity returned to Will's mind. He was dumbfounded as he looked at the woman who was pretending to be unconscious beside him. He didn't expect that his first time in the world of pirates would be at this time, this place, with this woman. Just thinking back on the unreasonable and violent actions he had taken to follow his heart's desires and the woman's resistance to numbness, and then. It's a good thing that the Shadow Warrior was guarding the area without being seen during this process, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to face Giant. He quickly took a set of clothes from his Infinity Gauntlet space and put them on, then tossed one to the unconscious Giant, who was still pretending to be unconscious. Someone will be here in a few minutes, do what you want, all I can say is that from now on you are my woman and I can't take you with me. If you don't want to come with me, stay in the Navy, and when I turn this world upside down, you'll be the first female fleet admiral in the history of the Navy. 1 minute later, Giant was still unconscious. Will knew her choice, so he continued, if you change your mind, feel free to come to me, whether it's revenge or whatever, I'll take care of it. His eyes swept over Giant's indifferent face again. Then Will turned around and walked out. When she couldn't perceive the presence of anyone else, Giant suddenly opened her eyes, then bit her teeth and changed into the suit that Will had thrown at her. A maid outfit. Don't get me wrong, this is the one that Perona and the others left at his place when they went shopping, and it came in handy this time. However, in the opinion of Giant, who had suffered a great loss, he was not only a devil but also a real pervert. Who knows where this dress came from? After changing clothes, Giant looks confused and resigned, and if you look closely, you can see the shame and anger hidden in her eyes. The seeds of desire that took more than half a year to sow were wasted, and she even got herself involved. Listening to the rustling footsteps behind her, Giant made up her mind that no one must know about this. Just find a chance to kill him, and everything would be back on track. Will, who was delayed for a while, was holding Magellan in his hand, and he saw Redfield with a smile at the corner of his mouth. He and Giant have been concealed from others, but absolutely, they can't conceal themselves from Redfield, who has honed his observation haki to the extreme. During his years in the Impel Down, Redfield was already worn down and basically seeing everything for what it was. Compared to the rebelliousness of his youth, his loneliness and coldness seemed to be much cuter. Redfield didn't ask questions, so will naturally play dumb. Where are the people? Run away. If I were young, none of these people would have gotten away, Redfield said with a sigh, and the folds on his face proved that what he said was true. Will nodded inconspicuously. Elderly people, it is understandable that when they reach their age, they will instinctively recall the past, miss the days of their own great days and tell them to their juniors how great they are. To be frank, it's about faces. Will has never had any worries about this, not because he's not old enough, but because. You get the idea. This idiot was left behind while running away, so do what you want with him. Will took a look at the truly unconscious fighting champion Jesus Burgess in the back and gave him a speechless expression. What use for such a loser? You take care of the guy you caught, it's a nice hour. Although Redfield's aged a lot in this underground prison, he's no slouch when it comes to killing people. He was able to kill his cellmate when he first got out of his cell, and he didn't pull any punches or bullshit when dealing with it. It was only the death of World, the World Destroyer, that made him feel a little sad, and then immediately put it behind his ass. After Redfield cleanly finished off the unconscious Burgess, Will also wondered where the fleeing Blackbeard's gang could go, and whether they would still go to the Maniford. But after careful consideration, it seemed to him that Blackbeard would not give up on his dream, and it was very likely that he would sneak into the War of Top again to fish in the water, intending to get his hands on the fruit of the earthquake. Such a treacherous guy, if left unchecked, would certainly become a formidable enemy in the future, and Will would never allow him to leave Maniford alive. Ace. I'm here to save you. Luffy? What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave. Ace's wide-eyed roar. He had already lost so many of his brothers to save him alone, and he didn't want Luffy, whom he considered his own brother, to die here as well. The battle level on the field was too early for Luffy. It's not just Luffy. Not reassured by their idiot captain, Zoro, Sanji and the rest are all here. They had agreed not to reveal their position until they had to, but as soon as he saw Ace, who was chained to the platform and badly wounded, Luffy immediately rushed out screaming and shouting. Zoro immediately covered his forehead speechlessly, bringing all the straw hats with him. This level of battle is not something they can easily participate in. The Luffy group immediately attracted the attention of many elite naval forces and were forced to fight, hoping not to attract any big shots. However, Zoro and the others, who had already rushed out after their idiot captain, happened to pass by the area guarded by a Akainu. Hound Blaze. As Luffy and the others were about to be blown to pieces by the indifferent Akainu, a furious-looking Garp arrived and beat Luffy and the others to death before Red Dog did. What do you want, Vice Admiral Garp? The cruelty of the war had already made Akainu a little angry, and now he didn't even care about giving Garp a face. Chapter 226 A high-profile and magnificent debut. Garp also knew that as a Navy, his thoughts and actions were dangerous, but that was his grandson. If he was killed by Akainu, he swore he'd kill the mad dog that dared to bark at him. Mind your own area of responsibility and leave me alone with what I do. The same way he didn't give a face to Akainu as Garp retorted, then turned around and left without saying a word, heading straight for Luffy, who was knocked off his feet. Akainu's face is so dark it seems to be squeezing out water. Fuck duty. Do I have to watch two of my family members fall in front of me in the middle of the day? The look on Garp's face right now is completely raw, and he was enraged. The chaotic entry of Luffy and his group instantly attracted the attention of many big shots, and the face of Sengoku suddenly turned ugly, which meant that Garp finally couldn't be held back. It was at this time that Pink Rabbit finally contacted Sengoku after explaining what had happened in a few words. Sengoku shockingly transformed into the form of a great Buddha and then emptied all the pirates in front of the execution table with just one blow. When the war is over, Blackbeard, Faceless Will, you will all suffer the endless wrath of the Navy and pay the heaviest price for what you have done today. The news that the 2-7 warlords of the Sea Mutineers had attacked Impel Down was a great blow to the Sengoku, and even Magellan, on whom he had placed so much hope, was nowhere to be found, and his life and death were uncertain. It is fortunate that the worst didn't happen, as all of the prisoners who were released, except for Shiryu the Rain and Red Count, didn't escape from Impel Down and either died or were recaptured, which was a blessing in disguise. The war must be accelerated, otherwise, the two variables, Blackbeard and Faceless Will, are really unsettling. The anxious Sengoku did not notice a small figure slowly approaching Whitebeard's location in the chaos of the battlefield. Who are you? Which band of pirates? When she had reached her limit and could no longer get close to Whitebeard, who stood upright in the center of the battlefield like a king of the sea, she took a breath and unhooked her hood and cloak. I'm the captain of the Bonnie Pirates, Jewelry Bonnie, And I can help you rescue Ace, just let me get over there and touch Whitebeard's body. With her pink hair falling around her shoulders, Bonnie, in her denim-backed shorts, still spoke rudely and arrogantly when confronted by the forces of one of the four emperors. With 2 guns in hand and dressed as a geisha, Captain Aizen of the 16th Division immediately stared at her. Because Squard of the Maelstrom Spider was tricked by the Navy into sneaking up and stabbing Whitebeard, it was his job to eliminate all such potential dangers. Someone who talks like Bonnie and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to get close to Oyaji must be up to no good, and he won't agree. Bang. Bang. After 2 shots were fired, Aizen said in a deep voice, "Whoever you are, get out of here, or you are our enemy." As the Whitebeard pirates gradually gathered around her, Bonnie was a bit anxious, but she couldn't reveal her sensitive identity in front of so many people, so she had to bite the bullet and prepare to rush in. Just at this time, an extremely dazzling silver-white electric light streaked across the battlefield for a split second. Doflamingo, who was laughing and slaughtering along with the Navy, didn't even have a chance to react, as his entire upper body disappeared into the silvery white light. Boom. Then, with a loud noise, a charred body that should never have been there was straddled in the middle of the fierce battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly there was a strange silence on the battlefield. So the unstoppable 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, just died. The thought that came to everyone's mind was, if I had been hit by this blow, would I have survived? That answer sent shivers down the spine of the crowd. You're really careful enough, Doffy. In front of everyone's eyes, Will was carrying a man and Redfield in his hands, falling from the sky with a smile. Nami and the others have successfully boarded the Avengers and are ready to take them off at any time completely free of worries. Will felt it was time to let the people all over the world understand part of the strength of the Faceless Pirate Group. To become one of the 4 emperors, in addition to hard power and huge influence, you need enough fame and recognition. Is there a grander stage than the ending of this king? He killed the 7 warlords of the sea with 1 move after his appearance. According to Will's designed script, this is how it should be. But who would have thought that the arrogant and unstoppable Doflamingo would have become the representative of the word wimp? Looking at the half-body with only layers of threads left, Will couldn't help but mock after landing, as expected of a celestial dragon. You have perfect genetics in fear of death, but you only know how to manipulate this puppet body in the dark? Come take revenge on me, I'm standing right here, and I'm not hiding. Don't be arrogant, that monster has been eyeing you. I will live well, and see how miserable you will die. The remaining threads quickly disintegrated and then reconstituted themselves as Doflamingo's head floating in the air, only looking horribly ugly. Here is that trick again. Not even Drought Jack was able to resist that attack, and he was so scared that he resolutely abandoned all his cadres to escape from Dressrosa. The reappearance of that nightmarish, silvery light made Doflamingo press his anger to the bottom of his heart. If I face him, I will die. The result was so clear in his head that he was extremely sensible and chose to retreat. The head made of the strings was released after this cruel remark, and it was obvious without thinking that Doflamingo had already made up his mind not to show up. To be able to force the famous 7 warlords of the sea to make such a choice in front of the whole world, Will's influence began to skyrocket instantly. In terms of results, it met the minimum requirements he had in mind. At this moment both the Navy and the Whitebeard side all turned their attention to the sudden appearance of Will and the others. Gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr this kind of situation, and he had decided to put an end to the last era. On the other hand, Sengoku's face was blue with veins, and he actually dared to join the battlefield openly after sneaking into the Impel Down. What a nerve! Especially when he saw the man Will was carrying in his hands. Sengoku was on the verge of going berserk. Magellan actually became hostage in the hands of the pirate? What a ridiculous. Chapter 227, Shaking All Sides. Faceless Will, have you ever thought about the consequences of what you did? Sengoku almost gritted his teeth and held back his anger, saying this word for word. Yes, I was wondering what kind of bounty the Navy will set for me when I resign as a 7 Warlords of the Sea. Based on what I did today, what kind of reward will the Navy set for me? If it is too small, it will make people distressed. You will not use public revenge, right? Sort of the gathering clouds of heaven. Before Will's voice fell, Kizaru, who had been waiting for this day, appeared directly behind Will from the original battlefield, and the laser sword formed by the flash particles vowed to cut off his head. Is the Admiral's only ability to sneak attack now? Old Redfield, a little more energetic in his new clothes, instantly drew out a western sword he had found in the Impel Down and blocked the attacking Kizaru. Boom. The sound of the laser explosion overwhelmed the positions of Will and the others. However, when the smoke dissipated, the crowd was surprised to find that the surprise attack ended with Kizaru taking a big hit, with a blood stain on its face. Although his physical strength is failing, his fighting skills and experience are still there, and at this moment Redfield is like Rayleigh fighting Kizaru in the original story, never to be outdone in a short time. And the fact that an old man could injure an admiral again surprised the crowd. Whitebeard looked deeply at Redfield holding the sword and suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't expect that when he was about to end this old era with his own hands, there would still be the remnants of the old era party into this muddy water. It's worth drinking 3 bowls to see an old foe he hasn't heard from for years before he dies. It's a pity that there is no wine by his side at this time. I didn't think this kid would actually save you, an old prick, from the brink of extinction, but judging from what you just did, do you want to play some more? No, how can an aloof ghost like you? Shut your mouth, asshole Whitebeard. Do you want me to tell you all the embarrassing things you did when you were young? Redfield, who has been a loner all his life, finally agreed to Will's invitation because he was unwilling to die of old age and impel down, and is now somewhat irritated. If you don't hit people in the face, you don't scold them, so you shouldn't expose their shortcomings. Whitebeard froze for a moment, then gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr time that Jiazu and the others saw their pops laughing so happily after being scolded. I didn't expect that even the Alufred had fallen to this level, but it seems that so many years in prison are indeed enough to shatter anyone's pride. Sengoku was extremely cold and sarcastic. And as the name when Alufred was named by Sengoku, more and more people had various memories of the name pop up in their minds. That's one of the most famous big shots from an era before Roger became the king of the pirates. Just by being alone, he was a legendary super pirate on par with the likes of Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion at the time. After so many years of sudden silence, many people thought he was dead, but he suddenly appeared in Manafort at this very moment. Is there a conspiracy here? This scene immediately created an uproar after it was broadcast via Den Mushi, not knowing that someone as awesome as Whitebeard would still be around. Is the Navy going to lose? As soon as the idea was raised, the people immediately went into a state of panic. For no matter how many people Whitebeard has sheltered, no matter how many good deeds he has done, in the eyes of the common people, he is the villainous pirate that appears in the Navy's incessant propaganda. In terms of public opinion, the righteous Navy prevails across the board. Damn. Why did that bastard show up here? Hiding in the shadows looking out over the bay, Blackbeard couldn't help but curse in his mind. Just as Will had guessed. He chooses to wait and see, and if there's a chance to do something, he'll do it, but if not, he'll withdraw. Now that the appearance of Faceless Will has brought a haze to his heart, the chances of snatching the Quake Devil fruit have undoubtedly been reduced by quite a bit. But he didn't give up. He was like a snake hiding in the shadows, ready to come out and take a bite. On the other hand, Luffy recognized Will immediately after seeing his appearance, but just as he was about to make a move, Garp, who had been staring at him closely, went up to him with a set of love combos, and it was better to be able to cry out in pain than to not even have the opportunity to do so. At this moment, Law was also trying to get close to Will without attracting attention, and he himself had come here with the half-purpose of seeing this man. As soon as the upper half of Doflamingo's body disappeared, he clenched his fists tightly, his expression excited. As it turns out, he was right. However, Doflamingo's caution made him fall from ecstasy to the abyss in an instant, but witnessing how that Doflamingo that was full of pride didn't show his face at all sorts of provocations, which made him understand everything. At this moment, Law had become completely convinced of his thoughts. On the battlefield, dark currents were swirling, and each side had its own plans. Will was hoping to trade Magellan for something, but he forgot that in the War of Top, which was being broadcasted all over the world, Sengoku would not do anything to disgrace the Navy under any circumstances. Threatened with hostages by pirates? Or having the Warden of the Impel Down defeated? It doesn't take much imagination to know how badly this will affect the Navy's image. In the course of being a fleet admiral, he gradually refined the indifference of the iron-hearted fleet admiral. He was ready to do it. As long as Will wanted to use Magellan to threaten the Navy, he would have no choice but to cut off his wrists. Just then, Bonnie, who hadn't been able to follow the plan, came running straight over. Hey! You can't just bring me here and leave me alone. You wanted to see Ace, I took you to see him, isn't that enough? He had no obligation to save Ace, but it wasn't in his character to watch him and Whitebeard fall in Marienbad and do nothing. So, after thinking about it, he chose to fulfill the promise he made to Jewelry Bonnie. But what she will do when she meets Ace, and what the final outcome of the War of Top will be, is none of his business. He's just here to pick up the pieces. Chapter 228 Bonnie's Bug Ability. Facing Will's calmness, Bonnie was speechless. Because from the very beginning, Will never said anything about helping her save Ace. Help me. Will was stunned, He didn't expect this rude and unbearable woman to actually beg him so softly. How do you want to do it? Immediately Bonnie's eyes lit up and she spilled the beans on her plan. Basically not what Will expected, she was trying to use her ability to restore Whitebeard's body to its youthful state, and then use the power of the full-bloom shock fruit to clear all the obstacles in front of the execution platform, and finally successfully rescue Ace. How scary is a Whitebeard at its peak? That's the kind of tough guy that not even Garp and Sengoku would want to mess with easily. Is the power to destroy the world just a joke? Had it not been for the fact that Whitebeard was already half dead, Sengoku would not have dared to draw Ace into an all-out war with him. And Bonnie's ability is so perverted that she can freely control the age of the people she touches, from a hungry baby to a gray-haired old man, all within the scope of her ability to control. It's a bit more bug than Ain's return devil fruit. Will saw her as a variable precisely because of this ability. But if he shot her directly, it would be against his original intention, so Will turned his eyes on Redfield and suddenly asked, Redfield, how old were you when you were at your peak? It was because he had snooped more into other people's memories that Redfield, who saw how ugly humans' minds can be and turned aloof in his old days, so he would no longer easily probe into other people's memories if not needed, plus Will had hinted to warn him, so he didn't know why Will would ask. Probably between 35 and 40 years old. Redfield replied with a groan. The average athlete's physical peak should be before the age of 30, not so accurate. Also this is the world of pirates, it's a world where a bunch of 60, 70-year-olds can turn the sky upside down, so don't mix it up. Will smiled at the news, and then said to Bonnie, how about you help me turn this old man back to his 35, and I'll give you a chance to get closer to Whitebeard. Bonnie gritted her teeth and knew that they weren't actually on the same level. And it was her limit to have such a result. Without this person in front of her, she wouldn't even be able to come here. Redfield's mind moved, and when Bonnie reached out and touched him, it took a lot of effort for him to resist the urge to knock someone off their feet. In a world where the devil's fruit is common, no one dares to allow a stranger to touch them, because if they are not careful, it's not weird for them to die. For more details, please refer to the devil fruit of sugar. If Will hadn't said those words before, he definitely would have done it, but now he is holding back. Swish. As a soft white light lit upon him, Redfield clearly realized that his body was really going backwards. 60 years old. 0.50. 0.40 years old. 0.35 years old. Ha 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 ha. That's it. Redfield, back on top, couldn't help but laugh maniacally. He never thought he would meet the devil's fruit user that can rejuvenate him right after he escaped. Suddenly, still laughing maniacally, Redfield clasped the unsuspecting Bonnie's throat, covering it blatantly with his black armament hockey. Captain. I need this devil's fruit. Let me kill her. A sickly flush came over Redfield's face. It was the reflection of a desperate person when he saw a ray of light before dawn. He did this naturally after consideration. Will is advancing to the impel down while killing people and taking their devil fruit, and like Roger, he has honed his observation hockey to the extreme. How could he not know? As long as Will is willing to help him take out this devil fruit, his life can start over again. Even if it costs twice as much freedom to do so, it's worth it. Regardless of how Bonnie, who was about to suffocate, was dying, Redfield remained unmoved. He was waiting for Will to make the offer. However, Will stopped him with a solemn face. I can understand how you're feeling right now, but I'm ordering you as captain of the ship, right now, to let her go. Don't forget what you promised me. Now the thing is right in front of my eyes, and you want me to let it go? Will took a deep breath and said again in a deep voice, I will honor what I promised you, but not now. I will say it one last time, release her. Redfield changed his expression vaguely, and then released his right hand that was tightly bound to Bonnie's neck. Caught. Bastard. I'm going to kill you. In just a few seconds, dark purple marks appeared on Bonnie's neck, so you can imagine how much Redfield was trying to kill her. And now Bonnie dared to provoke him. She was really tired of living. Will immediately stepped forward and blocked the way between them, then said, Didn't you want to save someone? Hurry up and get over there. The Whitebeard pirates won't stop you this time. Bonnie looked around in disbelief, and sure enough, quite a few people showed a look of surprise in their eyes. It was amazing to see the dying Redfield in a blink of their eyes was back into his prime right before their eyes. If the Navy's eyes are jealous, then the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group have unimaginable expressions in their eyes. If they could get Pops to do the same. Aizen, who had just stopped Bonnie from coming, regretted it, but if he had to do it all over again, he probably would have done it. And when Redfield grabbed the woman by the neck, the Navy thought, yeah, that's it, kill her. And the pirates' side is thinking, no. So when Bonnie ran toward Whitebeard with her teeth clenched while covering her neck, both the Navy and the pirates all woke up. Quick! Stop that woman. Shoot to kill. Set the fire, set the fire. We must kill her. Attack. Never let her near Whitebeard. Protect that woman. All captains with me, we can't let her fall into the hands of the Navy. So she turned out to be an ally, protect her. The Navy and the pirates have suddenly switched their positions. It was now the Navy side to attack while the pirates' side was trying to protect Bonnie from them. The already confused Bonnie couldn't help but stare back at Will with wide eyes as if to ask him why it was different from what he had just said. Will, on the other hand, gave an innocent look back, because what he said wasn't a lie. The pirates on the Whitebeard side didn't stop her at all but were trying their best to protect her. As for what the Navy would do, how would he know? There is no limit to the power of example. It's hard not to believe a living example when it's right in front of everyone's eyes, and it's better than all the verbal arguments. The battlefield, which had been stopped for less than 2 minutes, was instantly exploded again by Bonnie's uncanny ability. Chapter 229 Audience. If he was not seriously injured by a sneak attack, even if it was a prolonged fight, Whitebeard would not be afraid. But his body, which was already suffering from injuries and illnesses, reminded him that he couldn't put it off any longer. But that old devil Redfield actually became younger all of a sudden? Is it that little girl's power? Gorura. Interesting. Did the kid bring her here on purpose? Dreaming of returning to the top at the last moment of life's burnout? What an ironic thought. He looked at Bonnie, who had managed to come to his feet under the protection of Marco and others. Whitebeard's unrepentant pride made him subconsciously try to block her outstretched hand. At this moment, however, Whitebeard's gaze went through the crowd, through the entire bay, and directly into the eyes of Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform. I'm Whitebeard. But after dropping the name, I'd rather hear you call me Dad. The hand that was about to stop Bonnie halted. If Roger's death opened the door to a new era, then let me bring it to the top once and for all. In the name of the remnant of the old days, Edward Newgate. Come. The same white light instantly enveloped Whitebeard, and the Navy, which had been so fearless a moment ago, gradually stopped its pace of impact. With all your pride, you actually. Are you that optimistic about him, Edward? Sengoku's heart sank to the bottom of the valley, but his face was incredibly complicated. He wanted to execute Ace now, but there was still half an hour to go before the public execution, so he hesitated. The old face changed back to its youthful appearance. The only thing that remained the same was the trademark curved moon Whitebeard. Having learned from the past, this time Bonnie immediately hid away after the big job, fearing that she would be affected. Obviously, from now on, there is nothing for her to do here anymore. Her job is done. The wounded Marco and the others looked at their rejuvenated Whitebeard Oyaji with concern and excitement. The feeling was like getting a dream bubble, carefully looked after but at the same time afraid of bursting the next second. My name is Whitebeard. Whitebeard, feeling his own change, suddenly opened his eyes and struck the ground with his naginata. Boom. The whole bay was shaken by the ground, and everyone was tilted to the side, not to mention fighting. It was impossible to stand still. Aokiji glaze is also breaking up in bursts. Crack. A deep crack made its way in the ground directly across the bay and the execution platform collapsed. The chained-up Ace is finally free from the close custody of Sengoku. Sons and daughters, go and reclaim your brothers. Whoa. Ace, we're here. Pops is awesome. This era is called Whitebeard. Seeing that their Pops really seemed to be back on top of his game, everyone was encouraged and headed back to the spot where the execution platform had collapsed like injected by chicken bloodbath. On the other hand, the Navy's morale had been hit repeatedly, and many faces were filled with a look of fear and anxiety. At that moment, a huge figure with a golden light appeared behind the countless navies, slapping the morale of the front-running pirates into a donut with just a couple of blows. This is the same man who leads the Navy in the form of the Great Buddha, the fruit of mankind. Sengoku the Buddha. It's the Fleet Admiral who did it. Wah. Brothers, follow me back. The Navy will win. The scales of victory that had been raised high were once again pressed back by Sengoku's appearance alone. Aokiji and Akainu quickly escaped from the captains and returned to kill Whitebeard. If they let the other party continue to let him do whatever he wants, the whole of Manaford may become history. It's chaos, everything's chaos. But Will and his 3 men were like bystanders in a war of top, with no reason to fight, and no one else would actively provoke them. Even Kizaru that suddenly attacked them just now couldn't make a move and was stalked by several captains of the Whitebeard pirate group. Both sides in the war tacitly bypassed the area where they were located, and Will was also happy. Perfume Femur. With a squeal, the Empress Boa Hancock, who petrified and kicked to pieces several pirates along with the Navy, came to the uninfluenced harbor of the war. Hancock, who was already disgusted with being recruited by the Navy, was either paddling in the previous battle or deliberately mistakenly wounding one of her own as she had just done to vent her frustration, but at this juncture, The surrounding navy was still unable to do anything with her and looked like they were afraid to speak out. If it weren't for the fact that all the navies stayed away from her later, there would have been more petrified navies than pirates. So Hancock, who felt she had made enough effort to clock out of work, came to this side to paddle in the open water. She is not only a paddler, but she is also looking down at Will and others with her chin high up in an arrogant manner without even saying hello. Hancock's beauty has been enhanced by the love fruit, and her tall, hot body is 100% exposed every time she uses a move like a high kick. Ahem. It's supposedly very rewarding to conquer such a woman, but it's just that now is really not the time, so he can wait until later. For example, when starting to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons, Hancock is definitely a natural instant combatant. Captain, what is our purpose here? Isho, who had been silent for a long time because of the cruelty in front of the eye, suddenly spoke up. Purpose? Will was stunned for a moment and then spilled out, came to witness the end of an era. Why didn't you do something to stop it? If this continues, both Whitebeard and the Navy might. It's useless unless Ace is executed or rescued. This war won't end because of anyone's intervention. Besides, we don't have that much force. And when the battle is going to end, someone will show up just to reap a benefit. So don't worry, what you're worried about won't actually happen. There are people who don't want that outcome any more than we do. Isho became silent, just as Will said, even if he had taken action, who could they stop? Will they help Whitebeard fight the Navy, or will they help the Navy fight Whitebeard? It would be wiser to stay here and be an honest witness. Even Redfield, who was eager to try out his young body on someone else, slowly held back his hot and eager heart. He didn't even know how long the power that woman had given him would last, and what if she died? What a headache. Chapter 230 Crushing the Red Dog Head? Ice Block, Pheasant Beak Dog Biting Crimson Lotus. Faced with the combined attack of the two admirals, Whitebeard, whose left half of his body was frozen, just willed his muscles and shattered the ice on his body, and then swung his right fist with force at the same time, and the atmosphere shattered like glass, directly scattering Akanu's attack. The bursting magma splashed out, and many unfortunate ghosts howled and fled from the monsters on this side of the battlefield. You're only good enough to light candles at a birthday party, Lava Boy. Whitebeard sneers and mocks. Standing proudly in the bay, Whitebeard became the light of all the pirates, as if to give everyone a buff with great morale. The ugly-looking Akainu rushed over again. Whitebeard, you won't be able to go any further with me here. Portgas. No, it should be Goldie Ace, no one can save him today. Boom. As if to comply with Akainu's speech, Sengoku in the form of the Great Buddha, guarding alone under the collapsed execution platform, repeatedly beat the pirates who rushed to save Ace, spitting out blood and seriously injuring them. With the exception of a few captains, no one could have walked through the hands of a Sengoku. Whitebeard's eyebrows furrowed subconsciously, and then he tilted his head to dodge Okichi's two thorn pikes, and Akainu was already coming at him with lava all over his body. Two tough kids, indeed. The power of the Quake Devil Fruit was wrapped around his fist and the Naginata, and began a hard duel with Akainu and Aokiji. Get lost. The reckless, fierce Whitebeard used his full power to break up Akainu's magma attack before punching right through his body and shattering the town behind him. Akainu spat out a huge mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that Whitebeard didn't hit him head-on to avoid the ice blade that Aokiji slashed at his neck, Akainu felt like he would have been killed by that blow. Is this the Whitebeard at its peak? The severely injured Akainu couldn't help but raise his head and look down in anger at the person in front of him who was looking down on him with an indifferent attitude as if he were an insect. But is Whitebeard really that invincible? Phew. The semi-elemental Aokiji let out a long, cold breath, and took the opportunity of Whitebeard's full attack on Akainu to attack one of Whitebeard's arms, and the ice blade that was supposed to cut his neck was now embedded in Whitebeard's left shoulder as if with a little more force he could have cut off his entire arm. What reassured him, even more, was that Whitebeard's body didn't really seem to be back at its peak. The trace of blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth was the best proof of that. Gorrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Hey, next time you won't have such luck. I'll crush your head before the kid playing with ice cuts my head off." Whitebeard cracked a smile and shuddered with his white teeth. He wasn't joking, he was really going to do it. At the same time, Bonnie, who had been hiding in the corner observing Whitebeard's situation, looked very pale. She sensed that Whitebeard's life fire had become weaker and weaker and that a few more attacks of that magnitude would be enough to kill him without anyone else's help. After all, her ability isn't something that can restore someone to their peak. That so-called peak is just an illusion. Even if the body does go back many years, the injury or illness of the person being cast doesn't go away. In other words, Whitebeard's body, which was already suffering from injuries and illnesses that were killing him, just came back to life with her ability. It's like putting a brand new shell on a car that's nearing the end of its life, and then having it serviced again, but all the internal parts are deteriorating rapidly. At this point, Redfield, on the other hand, was the least affected, recovering 70 to 80% of his strength, if not actually returning to his peak. Feeling this rapidly deteriorating body of his, Whitebeard's smile was unusually spontaneous, and he knew he was running out of time, so there was nothing to hold back. He pulled out his Naginata and threw it at the annoying Aokiji to push him back, then stepped forward and grabbed Akainu head with his wide palm. Dark Hound. Akainu, who was already badly wounded, stared with blood-red eyes and attacked without dodging. Boom. Tilting his head. The hot magma grazed Whitebeard's head, and the left side of the flesh and skull instantly melted away, revealing a brain that no longer had any protection. However, before Akainu could rejoice in the success of this blow, he felt a blackness before his eyes, and then was smashed into the ground with a sharp pain as Whitebeard pinned his head up. You're a twisted navy. What a pity. Bang. Bang. The fierce Whitebeard like an evil man gathers his Quake Devil Fruit power in his hand and then with endless destructive power, and then one by one. And then another. Strikes Akainu's head without mercy. In just 3 blasts, the ground where Akainu was sunk 5 meters, creating a huge crater with a maximum radius of 10 meters. And then through the gap in Whitebeard's palm, you can clearly see that Akainu's head has been severely deformed. The blood was flowing and whether he lived or died was unknown. Just before Whitebeard was about to make good on his promise to crush Red Dog's head completely, the newly pushed back Aokiji had arrived behind Whitebeard at an unknown time. Poof. 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 4 two-thorn spears instantly penetrated Whitebeard's huge body. Whitebeard staggered, released his right hand that was holding Akainu's head, and at the same time, the concussion force was so strong that it shook Aokiji away and gave Akainu a second attack. Akainu was slammed down like a dead dog in the center of the battlefield, and one of the pillars of the Navy's heart crumbled to the ground. Hoa. Invincible. Invincible. Don't underestimate us. We're the Whitebeard pirates. Although Whitebeard's injuries and appearance were horrific at the moment, all the pirates present thought that Whitebeard would never go down here and that their miracle was still going on. The remaining tens of thousands of Navy soldiers were already scared out of their wits by Whitebeard. At this moment, without the entanglement of Aokiji and Akainu, Whitebeard took a big step and came straight under the eyes of Ace's tears of remorse. Don't even think about going over here. Sengoku looked furious and hit Whitebeard with all his might. The life and death of Akainu are not important now. If the war cannot be won, the Navy will not need to exist. Sengoku. Edward. Against the blow of Sengoku the Buddha, Whitebeard swung his one arm into a heavy collision. Boom. Chapter 231 Last Breath. Whitebeard, who was close to 7 meters tall, looks very small in front of Sengoku who transformed into the form of a big Buddha, but the power of the two seems to be equal. Bang. After only a few breaths of stalemate, with the ground cracking wildly beneath their feet, Sengoku was still knocked to the ground by the shocking force of Whitebeard. A few more strands of blood spilled out of the corner of the motionless Whitebeard mouth, but he immediately swallowed it back. Pops. Wearing sea stone handcuffs with scars on his body, Ace finally rushed to Whitebeard, and the words of regret and apology rushed to his throat, but he could not say a word. Whitebeard pressed Ace into his arms with his strong right arm. Remember what I told you, if you don't have enough trouble, take my name and turn this sea upside down. And I'm the one who told you to catch Teach, aren't I? Don't blame yourself, Ace. Tears still flowed out of his eyes, his own willfulness, his own impulsiveness, and all his mistakes actually made his pops bear the burden. Why am I so useless? Ace, who broke down in tears under Whitebeard's arm, made Marco and others extremely moved. Yeah, what a great play of father and son. Kame Jewel of Shaku. With a sarcastic tone, the photoionized Kizaru leaps into the air and fires 1,000 dazzling light bullets to drown out the silhouettes of Whitebeard and Ace. In the face of such a widespread attack, Whitebeard did only one thing. Shield the stunned Ace with his broad backbone. No. Pops. Ace. Several captains, led by Flower Sword Vista, started attacking Kizaru almost like mad. How scary, scary. Kizaru continued to tease the captains of the Whitebeard pirates with his sarcastic tone of voice, and the speed of the glint fruit was enough to make him invincible. When the dust and smoke cleared and his back was in tatters, Whitebeard released Ace, whose eyes had become bloodshot, and once again straightened his spine. The blood flowed to the ground one by one, gradually collecting into a pit. But even with such a wound on Whitebeard, no one dares to look down on him. That eerie momentum pressed on the sensitive strings in every naval head, and didn't know how many of them had cold sweat on their faces and were secretly gulping in their mouths. If even the fleet admiral is no match for him, who else can stop him? The figure of Whitebeard standing proudly in the middle of the battlefield, single-handedly killing through layers of defense to save Ace, is deeply imprinted on the hearts of everyone who is watching this special broadcast. That man is unbeatable. I don't know how many people were paralyzed with fear, but no one was there to laugh at them. Just because the scene was so powerful. Will looked at the completely chaotic development in front of him, and instead of feeling frightened that he had lost control of the future plot, he was shocked once again. To see the king's true stance in this curtain call and to witness the power of Whitebeard at his pseudo-peak, was already worth the trip. Although he didn't personally intervene in the war, neither for the Navy nor for Whitebeard, he brought the variable, and he is credited with the script for this show. It just so happened that his peripheral vision caught sight of Hancock's expression, and after witnessing Whitebeard's kingly gesture, it was clear that even she, as arrogant as she was, showed a complex admiration that was infectiously irresistible. Only after the slightly disoriented Hancock noticed that someone was peeking at her, she immediately reverted to her arrogant posture of looking at people with her chin, and incidentally snorted at Will's side. Jazu? Take Ace back. Whitebeard grabbed Ace, who was trying to fight with Kizaru, and threw him out of Moby Dick. Jazu, who had lost his right arm in the previous encounter with Aokiji, grabbed the flying Ace and ran desperately to the Moby Dick. Thanks to Will, Jinbai, who escaped from the impel down, steadfastly stood behind them, blocking all pursuers. Let go of me, Jazu. I'm going to help Pops. Shut up. You still want more brothers to die here for nothing to save you. A very rude remark from Jazu succeeded in silencing Ace and made him less agitated. The whole of Manafort was covered in corpses, like hell on earth. How many people have died for this sinful bloodline of his? All members of the Whitebeard pirates, listen up. Ace has been rescued, all troops retreat. Bang. Bang. Whitebeard, who had fought Sengoku, again roared. It's enough to fight to this point. If you fight any longer, many will die for nothing. Now that we've accomplished our goal of getting Ace out of there in one piece, my last order is to leave this place alive. Don't look back. Farewell, my sons. Die. Already beginning to fight for his life, Whitebeard once again overturned Sengoku, holding off tens of thousands of navies with his body, and no one could get past him. At this time, Aokiji and Kizaru also playfully hit the retreating line of the Whitebeard pirates, never allowing them to save Ace. A dozen captains desperately tried to entangle the two admirals and several of the vice-admiral who had hit them, buying time for Ace's retreat. The 7 warlords of the sea, who had been expected to die before the war, were caught, some escaped, while others hid. By this time, Hawkeye and Kuma, the only ones who were still doing their best, silently put away their attacking stance, because the situation was gone. Garp, who had been guarding Luffy, now saw Ace being rescued and silently gave up his resistance to being punched away by a panting Luffy, and then closed his eyes and began to play dead. This level of the battlefield was too early for Luffy and the others, and the entire Straw Hat band of pirates together were still pinned down on the ground by Garp, and they were unable to fight back. If Garp had killed them, 100 lives wouldn't have been enough. Either way, family background is important. Seeing that he had finally defeated his grandfather, Luffy immediately rushed to Ace's place with his panting and doubtful companions. Will, who wanted to see Luffy very much, made a quick decision to retreat first, as he always felt that something big would happen later, and he might not be able to leave if he didn't. After all, the human brain became a pig's brain, and this reasonable war surrounding Ace finally evolved into endless death. By the way, why hasn't that redhead come yet? Will, whose eyes were flashing, immediately picked up Magellan. Let's go too, or the little mice in the dark won't dare to show themselves. Redfield gave him a playful look. It's bad luck to be the enemy of a guy who won't stop until he gets what he wants, and that group was really unlucky. Isho, hearing the order, made a casual motion of his sword, and they all quickly rose into the air and disappeared from everyone's eyes. The abandoned Bonnie was now confused. Who am I? Where am I? Who should I go with? Chapter 232 Whitebeard's Gotham. Shoot. 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 He's only one man, kill him. The lone broken Whitebeard became a thorn in the side of all navies. The attacks that should have poured out on the entire Whitebeard pirates were now all taken by him alone. Don't say that at this moment. Whitebeard is only returning to his pseudo-peak, and even if he did return to his peak, it would be hard for him to survive. Oi Aji. Ace has been rescued, come back. Fuck off. I'm going back to fight alongside my old man. That's right, there is no fear of death in the Whitebeard pirates. Is there anyone who would like to come back with me to bring Pops back? I'll go with you. Count me in. My life was saved by Pops, and it's time to give him back today. Numerous pirates slowly stopped their retreat, gritting their teeth and holding back tears. They desperately ran to the ship and did not even dare to turn back for a moment, just in case they disobeyed Whitebeard's order and failed to live up to their old man's decision. But when the first person who chose to return to the battlefield appeared, the momentum instantly spread to the entire rear. Ace struggled like a madman, then was thrown roughly on the deck by Josie, followed by a heavy punch to his face, trying to wake him up. What can you do with your present appearance and state? To cause trouble for Pops and us? You're not Pop's only son, and if you really want to help, then find a way to get these damn sea prism stone handcuffs off. Exactly. How could we stand by and watch our old man on the battlefield alone? Haha, now that Ace is here, I can fight 10 with one hand. You guys go ahead and I'll back you up as soon as Ace and I get the handcuffs off. Marco, who had been secretly handcuffed with a sea prism stone, immediately clapped his hands on it. Seeing that Ace had finally calmed down, Danzō and the others looked at each other and immediately prepared to return to the battlefield. But at that moment, Whitebeard, who had endured countless attacks and still refused to take a single step back, slammed his fist into the ground behind him. Boom. Ka-ching. In full view of the public, Whitebeard's stone-shattering punch actually shattered the entire Manafort into two halves. Monster. What a monster. When the shaking of the earth was over, many navies felt their guts crack as they looked at the huge, deep fissure. They've been fighting these monsters until now. This huge crack not only prevented the navy from pursuing the Whitebeard pirates but also stopped the idea of Danzō and others wishing to rescue Whitebeard. As Whitebeard stumbled and turned around, the navy standing in front of him staggered back half a step. Pops. Behind him are the grief-stricken cries of his sons and daughters. Sengoku looked at the scarred Whitebeard with a complex look. At this moment he already knew the choice of this old opponent. The navy did not lose this war after all. If you still recognize me as your father, then get out of here. From now on, this is my battlefield all by myself. Whitebeard's battlefield. No, Pops. We said we'd go back together, Pops. Get out of here. Whitebeard's right arm shook backwards with such force that all those who came up to him were shaken away. What unworthy sons. Can't you let me finish my last journey in peace? If you can, remember this sign behind your back. And remember the name. My name Whitebeard. And finally, One Piece is real. Fire. In the face of endless attacks, Whitebeard struck back into the crowd without retreating, completely giving up dodging and defense. Everywhere he goes, people tumble, and no one can stop him from throwing a punch that breaks the sky and the earth. Whitebeard tries to bloom into the last afterglow, trying to imprint this invincibility on the minds of all his children. Even if I die, I should die in battle, not from old age and disease. You saw it. Roger, you son of a bitch. I've come to get you a drink. Gorara Buddha's impact. Ice Age. Sword of the Gathering Clouds of Heaven. White Fist. Numerous attacks fell on Whitebeard, and the gunfire continued for nearly 5 minutes, until the terrified navy fired the last bullet, still desperately pulling the trigger. The noise finally stopped. The teary-eyed Whitebeard pirates stared at the broad back that still stood upright and seemed to be sheltering them from the rain. They prayed, wanting to see that invincible figure move again, and with so many enemies around, why not move and blow them all away like that? Move a little. Move. Bastard Oyaji. In 1520, at the age of 72, Whitebeard defeated the navy with his own forces and died an invincible death. When it was clear that the angry monster was finally dead, many navies just sat on their asses. Win. Did we win? This monster is dead after all, ha ha ha. The navy will win. Oh. Ace was saved, but Whitebeard's death in action more than made up for it. This is the real emperor of the sea. It's all worth it. And without Whitebeard in the way, the pirates, who had been completely stagnant in front of them, were the perfect target, and the time for slaughter had come. Okiji. Ice Age. An ice road instantly crossed the huge crack made by Whitebeard. The biggest result has been preserved. Now is the best time to expand the result. If they can kill Ace, everything will be complete. All navies listen up, all pirates, kill them. Oh. The raging navy instantly was filled with confidence, while the Whitebeard pirates, whose eyes are red with hatred, are fearless, seeking revenge for old man Whitebeard. Whitebeard's death had spurred everyone on, and even Marco, who had always been sane, was in a state of madness at the moment. It seemed that the war would end in the complete annihilation of one side or the other, assuming no outside intervention. At this very moment, no one noticed that a small unattractive boat was approaching from the side, and several sneaky shadows were rapidly approaching Whitebeard's body, whom no one dared to approach even after death. Some of them were out of respect, while others were completely coward, fearing that Whitebeard would suddenly wake up and beat them to a pulp. It was clear that these sneaky guys had neither fear nor respect for the strong. Chapter 233 Killing Blackbeard. Blackbeard. You dare to appear here. Sengoku, at the back of the town, immediately saw Teach sneaking up to Whitebeard's side. He really admired the guy's audacity. First that bastard Will, and now it's you. They really think our navy is a soft persimmon. As time was running out, Blackbeard immediately covered himself and the dead Whitebeard with a huge black cloth. As for the others, they were all nervous and set up to face the high morale of the navy, making sure that no one would disturb their captain's actions. Blackbeard's strange behavior caught the attention of everyone around him at once. Teach, you bastard. What are you doing to Pops? You're the one who started all this chaos, and I'm going to kill you. When they saw Teach desecrating Whitebeard's corpse, Danzō and the others went completely crazy. What should have been a scattered group of Whitebeard pirates suddenly reversed course and suppressed the navy's pursuit. Perhaps this is what is called charisma, as even if he were to die, there would be millions of people willing to die for him without regret. At this point in the war, the huge casualties in the navy made Sengoku clench his fists, and in a rare moment of confusion, he didn't know whether to continue the war or not. But at the moment, it was hard to get under the tiger's skin, and even if he wanted to stop fighting, it was not up to him, because the Whitebeard pirates had gone completely crazy. Captain, is it not over yet? We're not going to make it. With the loss of a Burgess and the addition of a Shiryu, the strength of Blackbeard's pirates at this point is far less impressive than in the original. And in order to guard Blackbeard, who was being mysterious to them, they lost their agility and had to hold on to their position, fighting very hard. Just then, an unexpected voice appeared. I don't remember having a crew like you. The black cloth covering Whitebeard suddenly shattered. And Will, who had left under the eyes of everyone, appeared here once again, and no one knew how and when he appeared. And look, the captain they swore to follow is now weak in his hands, powerless to resist. What the hell is going on? In order to catch Blackbeard, the rat hiding in the sewers will put on the assassin set again, so as not to give Blackbeard the chance to escape again. And when the Invisible Will silently came behind him through the door fruit, it was all over. The Sea Prism Stone effect on the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly robbed Teach of his strengthened abilities, and could only be slaughtered. What made Teach feel even more frightened and desperate was that the fruit of the earthquake that he had been planning was actually extracted by Will in front of him, with only a light touch, and it didn't look like it was the first time he had done such a thing. Why is he able to do it too? Is there a second dark fruit in this world? Remembering the rumors about Faceless Will, Blackbeard was at a loss. And when Will unabashedly made this move right in front of him, Blackbeard knew that the other party would never let him go. Captain. Van Augur raises his special sniper rifle and tries to kill Will with a Sea Prism Stone bullet. Will indifferently used a huge body of Teach as a shield in front of him, and the Sea Prism Stone bullet passed through Teach's chest without any hindrance, and then stayed inside. Feeling the unbearable pain, Teach couldn't help but howl. If no one operated on him and took the Sea Prism Stone on his body, he would not be able to use his powers for the rest of his life. What a heavenly punishment. At such a close distance, Will wouldn't be hit by that bullet even if he didn't use Teach's body as a shield. After a few heavenly punishments raining down on the Teach crew, except for the very fast Shiryu, Blackbeard's pirates group was nearly wiped out. Under such a terrifying attack, Shiryu the Rain, who had only joined Blackbeard's group of pirates on the first day, shamefully slipped away. Even the surrounding navy didn't dare to take a step closer. Whitebeard has been defeated, but you still dare to show up here, because you think I can't keep you behind. Step by step, Sengoku walked toward Will, and in the process, his figure gradually grew taller and transformed into the form of a gleaming Buddha. Apparently, Will's repeated teasing of the navy has thoroughly annoyed him as a fleet admiral. Now that Whitebeard is dead, it's time to settle the score. Just since Will dared to sneak into the battlefield with his assassin suit, he was naturally completely prepared. He pointed to the sky with a warm smile and said, I saw the weather forecast before I came here, and there is meteorite rain in some areas today. Sengoku looked up sharply. Dozens of flaming meteorites were falling from the sky, and they were aimed at his side. Even if they were both within this range, with this difference in size that can't even be put together for comparison, one can imagine who would have to withstand most of the meteorite attacks. Heaven! With a roar from Sengoku, many people looked up at the sky. To be honest, this kind of wide-ranging attack, even a meteorite, would only cause damage to people below high-end combat power, and for top combat powers like Sengoku and Kizaru, it was only a matter of time before they cleared the field. Hawkeye can flatten a meteorite with a single slash, and a few dozen slashes in an instant can completely cut a meteorite into harmless gravel. Aokiji will just freeze a meteorite and then kick it to smithereens. Sengoku is the simplest, a single slap to shatter the whole thing. But to say the most weighty of all is Kuma. The suspected awakening of the paw devil fruit was used to a great extent, only took off his gloves to touch the meteorite and completely bounced it off to nowhere. It was just obvious that the people who were all busy dealing with the meteorite rain attack didn't have the time to pay attention to Will. I heard someone say that you have 3 hearts, and I don't know if it's true or not. How about letting me verify it?" Afterwards, he ignored Blackbeard's furious stare and opened his hand to gather a lightning gun, which passed directly through his left side of the chest. Blackbeard spat out a large mouthful of blood, directly crooked his neck, and died? However, Will was unmoved. Whether he died or not, it wouldn't affect what he was going to do next, just because he didn't see the familiar energy smoke coming out of his body. You can still live without a heart, but I don't know if you can live without a head. Wait. Swish. The sharp desert blade sliced through Blackbeard's neck in an instant, and Teach's shocked expression remained vividly on his face. When playing dead failed to fool Will, Blackbeard's death was a foregone conclusion. And the image of this cold, murderous, cruel demon has been broadcasted to millions of homes all over the world. So cruel. Chapter 234 Akainu must die. Even Sengoku was a bit surprised. He thought the bastard was here to mess things up, but now he is a bit confused, and then he thinks about his offer to dig a hole for Blackbeard's group in advance. Is there some deep hatred between them? Sandstorm. As Will let out a low cry, a sandstorm appeared as it wrapped around him, obscuring the sight of all prying eyes. If Blackbeard had been coveting Whitebeard's shock fruits, then Will considered him prey on that basis as well. And this stage of Blackbeard happened to be at the weakest point in Will's perception. If he hadn't eaten the devil fruit, Teach, who didn't have a fatal weakness, wouldn't have been taken down by him so easily by sneak attack, and Teach could have become a strong enemy just by his physical skills alone. Even more, unfortunately, the dark fruit can restrain most abilities, but not him. The purple devil fruit energy was slowly sucked into the infinity gauntlet by Will, and when the last bit of energy left Teach's corpse, Will briskly took out an apple and fused it with it as a vehicle for the new dark fruit. Although this devil fruit is only a chicken feed to Will, if it falls into the hands of an ambitious person like Teach, it will definitely cause more trouble, so it's better to keep it in his own hands. There is speculation that Blackbeard can use both abilities, but I personally prefer the possibility that he is physically special, such as having 2 hearts, rather than the dark fruit, which doesn't make sense. If you don't agree, you can treat it as the second setting of the book, no need to argue. Since Soda didn't make it clear, Will, who had put away the dark fruit, was just about to remove the sand that was blocking his vision when he suddenly noticed a small detail. He just lightly kicked Teach's body, and a half-exposed white devil fruit rolled to the ground. Is it to grab one take 2 devil fruit? Will was a bit stunned, then of course he put it away as a trophy. He reckoned it must have been some unlucky devil fruit user before this that was targeted by Blackbeard's pirates and then decisively killed the other party for the fruit. Will's guess is close to the truth. And this unlucky guy was his peer, the unluckiest man in the history of the 7 warlords of the sea. Invisibility, silencing, spatial movement. Will left the sand behind as a blindfold to cover his next daring move. The threat of Meteor Eye Train was gone, but a strong burst of anxiety invaded Sengoku's fragile and sensitive nerves, and without saying a word, he slapped his palm against the sand-protected area. Boom. The ground was shattered, and even Blackbeard's body was crushed, but where is the figure of faceless Will? Impel down. Killing prisoners. Approaching the body of Whitebeard. Killing Blackbeard, and then covering himself so no one can see what he is doing. Sengoku, filling the puzzles, knew exactly what Will needed. So will he stop after taking Whitebeard and Blackbeard devil fruit? From what he knows about him, it's no. Because there's one perfect opportunity he won't let go. Sengoku suddenly looked at Akainu, who had been carried by soldiers from the center of the battlefield and was completely unconscious. Smoker. Protect Akainu. Kizaru, return to rescue. The closest one to Akainu that has the ability to fight is Smoker, and if he can hold his ground for a few seconds, Kizaru will arrive in time to guard Akainu at his speed. Sengoku's response was not bad or quick, but he seriously underestimated Will's murderous intent. Before his death, Whitebeard hurt Akainu for him, and created such a good opportunity that he wouldn't even be able to pass his own hurdle if he couldn't grasp it. Since Whitebeard is dead, why don't you go down and accompany him? Die Akainu. Forced to reveal himself in the smoke, Will seriously injured the much-improved Smoker with just one punch. Smoker's eyes were horrified as he vomited blood in the air. He was able to fight him 2 years ago. But only 2 short years have passed, and he has not dared to relax for a moment, but he cannot even catch a single punch from his opponent, so he is a bit discouraged. However, he did not forget the instructions of the fleet admiral, and still stubbornly manipulated the smoke to wrap around Will's body, not to kill the enemy, but just to buy time. No matter how bad it is, he's still an actual Logia devil fruit user. The strength of the smoke chain has indeed been greatly enhanced, and ordinary people cannot break free from it, but it is still not enough in front of Will. He only used his armament hockey and relied on his brute strength to force the smoke chain to tear apart and stop it from forming. But having been delayed for such a short time, he was too late to strike Akainu, who was no longer in human form. Kizaru used the reflection of the 8-span mirror to stop in front of him as fast as possible, and with the sword of the gathering clouds of heaven in his hand, he struck it down with an endless murderous aura of resentment. One gets the impression that he didn't come here to save Akainu, but to exchange Akainu's life for Will's. Anyway, it can be inferred from the current situation of Akainu. Even after he was healed, it is difficult to say that he can recover a bit of his strength. Whitebeard grabbed his head and pressed it to the ground for a violent beating. And although he did not die, he was still beaten. As for the Admiral's face, it has long been disgraced. Kizaru is not even afraid that Akainu will settle accounts with him after he wakes up. If he can kill Will in front of him, it is estimated that the Sengoku will not say anything about him afterwards. Unfortunately, Will didn't put him in his eyes. He first used his Infinity Gauntlet to deflect the sharp light sword, then extended his black left hand to grab Kizaru. As long as Kizaru's speed is disabled, Will is confident that he can kill him in a few rounds. Even Zephyr said that Kizaru relied too much on devil fruit, which is why he was not valued by him among his many students. Knowing his own weakness, Kizaru immediately detonated the Sky Cloud sword and then used the cover of the explosion to take away the severely injured and unconscious Akainu. Garp. How long are you going to play dead? Sengoku, which was too far away to make the trip, had finally reached the limits of their patience with the inaction of his old friend. Ugh, that brat really doesn't know how to hold back at all. I'm his real grandfather. Garp rubbed his head as he stood up. If Sengoku were to let him deal with Whitebeard and the others who came to save Ace, he would continue to play dead, but if he let him deal with this kid who came to fish in the muddy waters before him, if he plays dead again, Sengoku will definitely turn against him. What a headache. Hey kid. How about a negotiation? I let you go and you give that idiot Magellan back. Chapter 235. Give me a face. It's unscientific that Garp is still at the top of his game with no decline in strength, even though he's old. This is the Oda setting, and Garp is the only one who retains his peak fighting power regardless of his age, so that's awesome. So the old man was really not joking when he got angry and wanted to kill Akainu. How about this? Seeing that Red Dog doesn't look like he's going to live much longer, the Navy will give him to me and I'll return Magellan. Although he wasn't in his strongest state at his point, it was unrealistic for Garp to keep him, and besides, he had reinforcements. And Uchiha and Redfield floated down. Once again, the scene is instantly reversed. He had fought with Redfield at the peak of his power, and then because of an accident, he took Redfield, who was weak and powerless, into the Impel Down. He didn't need to think about it, the Navy could not agree to his proposal, so Will saw the reinforcements arrive, and immediately commanded, Uncle Uchiha, you and Vice Admiral Garp should have a sparring session first. I have other things, so I won't accompany you. If it's just sparring, no problem. Uchiha obviously didn't want to take action against the Navy, but if it was just a sparring session, he wouldn't refuse. Redfield, I leave Kizaru to you, chase him and don't let him get in the way. Ryder nodded, although it was a bit of a pity that he couldn't fight Garp again, but he still had a request from Will. There was no need to show his personality, and with his observation hockey it was effortless to catch Kizaru that only jumped up and down, like a monkey. Garp thought about stopping all three of them on his own, but he gave up this naive idea as soon as Uchiha took action. Uchiha had a friendly sparring session with Garp, and Redfield's superhuman speed and mastery of observation hockey kept Kizaru at bay. Aokiji was being attacked by a group of captains, and the pressure of Kizaru leaving the front line was all on him, so there was no way to turn back to support him. Sengoku is heading this way, but unfortunately, he is too slow, and by the time he gets there, Akainu will be dead about 800 times. The others were obviously no match for Will, and he saw how Smoker was unable to survive a single move. At this critical juncture, yet another party makes its appearance. The vast Conqueror hockey instantly swept through the arena, almost single-handedly and briefly calling a halt to a bloody fight in which human brains had been beaten to a pulp. Will doesn't have to look back to know who's here, it's none other than Redhead Shanks. How about you all give me some face and stop this war? The original words are certainly not like this, but somehow in Will's ears, it became so, probably because when he was on Earth he had seen too much bullet screen that it has become a habit. But it is a pity that not many people are willing to give him this face, like Redfield who has begun to start beating Kizaru, with his observation hockey. No matter how high his opponent attack is, no matter how fast he is, Kizaru could only beg for mercy as he met his nemesis. Will then also arrived in front of Akainu and casually overturned a giant vice admiral, and with the release of a few non-lethal lightning bolts, it quickly cleared the field. However, just when Will was about to kill Akainu, Shanks, who said, "How can you not give me face, I'm very angry," Shanks suddenly appeared in front of him and then smashed Will's condensed desert sword with a western sword in his hand. He doesn't have any hatred for Will. He really just wants to stop the war. If a pirate kills the admiral again at this point, unless he can hone the fruits of the face until it awakens. Otherwise, no one will give him a face. Faceless Will, I've heard of you, you're a great newcomer, but it's time for this war to end. Give me face, stop. Will, who had automatically made up something remarkable in his head, was suddenly happy. Do you know why I'm called Faceless? Redhead Shanks frowned for a moment, but then Will said something that made him particularly embarrassed. Faceless means whoever's face it is. I won't give them a face. Today Akainu will die. If you want to stop me, then come and try. See if these people from the Whitebeard Pirates will side with you. The remaining members of the Whitebeard Pirates, who were filled with the desire to avenge the death of their pops Whitebeard, looked at the naval camp in silence, killing intent floating above their heads that it almost condensed into substance. What Will said was more appetizing to them than the redhead who wanted to make both sides sell his face. Obviously they were on favor with Will, who killed Teach in front of them. Not to mention that the credit for saving Ace was brought by him. Now that Will is trying to kill Akainu who had seriously injured their father, they really want to take his place and avenge his death with their own hands, so why would they go to Shanks, who is trying to stop Will? I'm guessing that if Shanks does it again, there won't be any love left from the past. If the red-haired pirates are not here to help us take revenge, please go home. Even if all of us die, we will make the Navy pay with blood today. That's right, avenge Pops. Boss Shanks, if we join forces, we can wipe out the Navy today. Kill the Navy. Shanks didn't expect the resistance to stop the war to be so strong. He had to fight off Kaido, but he was too late. What was even more depressing was that the remaining members of the Whitebeard Pirates didn't take kindly to him at all. Don't they know that if there is no external intervention, the most likely outcome is that the Whitebeard Pirates will completely disappear from this world starting today? These tens of thousands of people are going to die. Of course, they know. But even if they die, they will avenge the death of their old man Whitebeard. Different philosophies, different obsessions, different positions, and naturally different consequences to consider. These people aren't afraid of death. What's Shanks going to do to persuade them? It was such a slight moment of distraction that Will decisively struck. Explosion. Thunderbolt Fruit plus Armament Hockey plus and Devil Fruit fortified its explosive power. Will's thunderous punch actually produces an afterimage and a sonic boom. After smashing through half of the town, Shanks stood up from the ruins with bleeding from the corner of his mouth. I was really caught off guard. Even more, I didn't expect Will's monster-like explosive power to be so strong. It was a real surprise. Although in carelessness, Shanks only suffered a small injury and was not seriously affected, but in the eyes of people around the world who watched the broadcast, it was Faceless Will who punched the famous one of the four emperors red-haired Shanks head-on. Chapter 236 Making War Money. The redhead is definitely the weakest of the four emperors, if only by comparison of physical qualities. Whether it is Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature on the surface, or Big Mom, who turned the homeland of the giants upside down at the age of 5, their physical talents and qualities are the best in the entire pirate world. Even if he is old and extremely weak from illness, he is not an ordinary man. Can an ordinary man grow 7 meters tall? So the rise of Redhead Shank is really legendary, provided that the arm he lost to save Luffy in the East Blue Sea is not mentioned. It was an embarrassment that even Oda couldn't change and had to pretend not to hear about it. After Will blew away the red-haired Shanks with a single punch, the battlefield was strangely silent for a brief moment, and even Will himself couldn't help but wonder if he had accidentally activated the Fruit of Silence ability. However, as Will condensed his desert sword and prepared to finish off Akainu, the pause ended and someone pressed the play button. A few vice admirals who were close to him made their moves, but the gap between the vice admiral and the admiral was like a chasm, and Will didn't even look at them. Aokiji didn't like Akainu's philosophy, but as a fellow admiral, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch him die, but his rescue didn't go well, and several of the commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates were no slouches, not to mention that it was enough time for Marco and Ace to free themselves of the trap. Fire Fist. The first time he got free from his shackles, Ace and Marco immediately teamed up to attack Aokiji. Ice and fire is a mutual restraint. Aokiji frowned, as he was completely entangled. On the contrary, Luffy, who saw Shanks appear and was punched by Will again, screamed angrily. If Ace hadn't asked Jinbei to take care of his stupid brother, Luffy would have jumped high by then. Then come to find Will to fight. The scene is once again in chaos. But Will was unmoved. The belief of Akainu is too extreme. In the future, if he wants to overthrow the world government and the Celestial Dragon while preserving the Navy, a big problem will happen if Akainu is still alive by then. With Akainu's temperament, he will surely be the first one to fight Will. Akainu will not compromise with the pirates and will only bring the Navy into the abyss, especially this time with such a big loss in the hands of Whitebeard, and when he recovers, he might do something extreme. If there are no variables brought by him in this top of war, not only will Whitebeard die in battle, but Ace will also be blown to death by him. When it happened, Akainu became the biggest villain in the entire series of One Piece, and like thousands of homies, a voice rang out in Will's heart at that time: Akainu should die. As it turns out, if Sengoku hadn't finally pulled the furious Master Garp at that time, the old man would have smashed Akainu's head with his iron fist on the spot. So in all fairness and reason, Will wants to solve this big problem called Red Dog here, along with being able to recycle the magma fruit, so that Aokiji's position as a fleet admiral will also bring a lot of convenience for future cooperation. Anyway, the plot has become a mess, and after finishing this last harvest, Will is going to start doing big things. Zing. It's quite possible that Akainu, who had been shocked into an idiot vegetable by Whitebeard continues beating, had his head chopped off by Will without mercy. If an autopsy had been performed afterwards, the Navy would have found that Akainu's head was so shattered that it would have been useless even if he had survived and that Will was doing a good deed by relieving him cleanly. No matter what, it was worth sacrificing Akainu to be able to trade 1-for-1 with Whitebeard in the end. Ignoring the momentum, Will once again used the sand to shield everyone's prying eyes and then extended his sinful hand to the body of Akainu. Shanks, who rushed over in a hurry, still couldn't stop the worst thing. They both had a conqueror haki, so how could Will get caught? Shanks' face was a bit unpleasant and the Navy, who had been so afraid of him because of his appearance, now tended to be overwhelmed by rage. A pirate killed their spiritual pillar in front of the whole world in such an unreasonable manner. The Navy's powerlessness is tantamount to highlighting Faceless Will's viciousness and brutality even more. Not just he persecuted the corpse, but now, he even killed someone who has no resistance left. He is truly a supervillain. Unknowingly, Will's reputation became like this. Although he wanted to use this stage to make his own reputation, he never thought it was such a reputation. Originally wanted to be the savior, but somehow, he became the big devil in everyone's eyes. How to break it? Perhaps when he prepares to overthrow the celestial dragons, the whole world might jump out as his enemy. Sigh. Akainu is dead, and Shanks has no more thoughts of finding trouble with Will, and he could see through that punch that this newcomer who has only risen in the last 2 years is definitely not to be underestimated. Even if he wanted revenge from that punch, he would not choose the sensitive occasion of the moment. In terms of the overall situation, Shanks had always been the calmest mind. He had no choice but to continue to preach his philosophy, hoping that both sides would stop. Taking this opportunity, Will quickly put away the lava fruit, and sure enough, nothing is better than making money in war. If nothing else, he will have a leap of strength after this war of top, and will have to think carefully about how to combine and match these powerful fruits in order to get the best results. This time the future trouble has been wrapped up, so Will no longer needs to stay. With what he did, Sengoku must now want to cut him to pieces, and if he stays longer, he will only take initiative to attract hatred. So he immediately called back Isho and Redfield. Let's go. Want to go? Kizaru started plowing the ground with his lasers, not giving them a chance to leave. That's when Sengoku finally arrived to fight alongside his old friend Garp. It's fine if you want us to stay, but I'm afraid you can't afford to pay such a large pension. Die. Kizaru's repeated pestering finally made Will want to kill him. Even if he couldn't do it, he also wanted to teach the Navy a lesson, otherwise, they would still take him as a weakling from the past. The lightning stones were piled up at his feet, and the dazzling electric light was removed from them and poured into the clouds in the sky. The white clouds turned black as ink in the blink of an eye, full of oppression. A huge, spherical lightning bolt is born. If there are enough thunderstones, Will has the confidence to destroy the entire Manafort with one move. Chapter 237 End of the Great Battle. Unlike a meteorite from the sky earlier, lightning is not physical. Once spherical lightning of this scale erupts, I don't know how many people will suffer. This is tricky. Sengoku looked up with a gloomy face at the huge thunderball above, which was constantly shining with electric light. He didn't expect Will's strength to be so high that he could launch such a devastating attack at will. But the truth is, if these thunderstones hadn't acted as lithium batteries to create thunderclouds, Will wouldn't have been able to launch a lightning strike even if he tired out himself. Another beautiful misunderstanding. Standing, Will is like the real god of thunder, cold, ruthless, with a trace of disregard for life in his eyes. I can't make it anymore. The above statements are all made up by the pirates who can't see the specific picture because Will's electric light is too flashing. Sengoku and others who were looking at it head-on had a hard time deciding what to do. Originally, the casualties at the top of war were much more than expected. So if they were to endure a few more attacks like this, the Navy would not be much different from losing. The good news is that their fears were exactly what someone was worried about. The redhead give me face Shanks took the initiative and said quietly, "Stop this at once, no more bloodshed or even death for this war. If anyone takes the initiative to start a war again, then I, the captain of the red-haired pirates, will lead my men to completely intervene in this war. Whoever wants to continue fighting, I will be your opponent." What a domineering speech. Shanks's words silenced everyone, no one took him as a joke. At the same end, the red-haired pirates can win, and the Navy will not take this risk. The people of the Whitebeard pirates want revenge, but they don't want to sacrifice more of their brother and sister in vain. They can only grit their teeth without saying a word. Even Ace, who had completely lost his mind, was forcibly pushed to the ground by the red-eyed Marco and others to prevent him from being impulsive. "This war really should end," I said. "Can I throw this ball down now? It's exhausting to lift so much in the sky. I, Will, who doesn't give a face to anyone, have come to brush off my existence in anger. How embarrassing." The good-tempered Shanks finally got angry. "Why do you keep coming out to make trouble? If you haven't fought enough, I'll be your opponent." Oh, Will, who had both his hands high up, made a very submissive stance as he withdrew his control over the lightning and let it fall freely. In an instant, everyone becomes nervous. "Run." That thing fell off. "All navies, evacuate and take shelter." Whitebeard pirates retreat. Luffy wanted to catch up with Shanks and Will, but was brought on board directly by Jinbei under his armpit, and so was Ace, who wanted revenge with red eyes. With Shanks in the picture, the war was definitely not going to progress, so both sides retreated decisively and quickly. But compared to the White Thunderball falling speed, it is far from enough. All out of the way. With the help of his strong defensive power, Sengoku actually held Will's strongest lightning attack above his head with both hands as thousands of silver snakes swam around his body. Others were also trying to finish it off without detonating it. Kuma. At this time, as an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army, Tyrant Kuma suddenly jumped into the sky, and then turned up the power of his paw devil fruit to the maximum. He can even compress and eject air, and lightning is not solid but it can hurt him. What could be harder than popping out abstract concepts like fatigue and pain? There is nothing a Tyrant Kuma can't bounce off of, and with a grimace, he put his hands on top of the violent thunderbolts, and then with a burst of sparks, Kuma fell heavily from the sky back to the ground with a burst of smoke, while the giant thunderball was bounced off to the surface of the sea near Maniford. Crackling sounds were heard in the distance. The violent currents evaporated large areas of seawater there, sending out oversized vortexes. If there is no Kuma in the end, this will be the end of Maniford. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Get Kuma to Vegapunk. At this stage, Kuma was already a transformed human, with many parts of his body replaced by machinery. The arc burst just now almost destroyed all the mechanical parts on his body. When they turned around to let out their anger, they found that Will had already left with his men, and had even taken Whitebeard's body with him. Even Shanks had disappeared, and all that was left of Maniford was a trail of corpses and many wounded naval personnel. The most intact were the powerful Hawkeye and the Empress, who had been mistakenly wounded navies, but I don't know if Sengoku will still be able to settle scores this time. But no matter what, this war was a glorious victory for them to wipe out one of the four emperors. As for the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, they are not to be feared, and there will be countless pirates who want to replace Whitebeard's position and become one of the four emperors who will take the initiative to trouble them. It would not be too late for the Navy to wipe them out after a wave of reorganization. The beauty of it is that Akanu's death will have a big impact, and that plan has to get underway. As the Navy voluntarily turned off the live broadcast, people all over the world were in a state of semi-happiness. The joy was that this all-out war between the four emperors and the Navy ended with the death of Whitebeard and the Navy's victory. And it proves that the four emperors are not unbeatable. It's important to know this. The Navy did not have much of an advantage in this war, suffering heavy casualties and taking the life of an admiral, and the sinful bloodline of Ace was successfully rescued, which undoubtedly compromised the Navy's victory. What worried them, even more, was that there might be a new Four Kings rising soon. Someone who is brutal, vicious, cold-blooded and powerful was deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people. No matter what, this world, the sky is about to change. Numerous reporters have been working overtime and late into the night to catch up on their stories, and what changes the outcome of the War of the Tops will bring to the world will be the one thing that everyone cares about. The crisp sound of metal clashing sounded one after another. After pushing back Shanks again, Will was speechless. Didn't you already stop the war? Why are you still coming after me? Is it because I didn't give you a face that you want to vent your anger on me? Who knew that Shanks just pointed to Whitebeard's body and said, Whitebeard's body should not be with you, give it back to Ace and the others, and let him be buried. This time Will was even more depressed. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have caught up with Whitebeard's pirates. Shanks pretending to look at the view. Chapter 238 Luffy's challenge. Shanks is a good person. There is no doubt about this. Will thinks that he is probably also a good citizen of noble character, but he was forced to fall into the wrong hands. Now that the rivalry is temporarily lost, the tense atmosphere between the two disappears, and no one mentions the embarrassing conversation of Manafort and the punch, and that thunder. Among the four emperors, Shanks was the only one who was easy to talk to, probably, maybe so. Ha 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 ha. That's right, I am one of the four emperors. Redhead Shanks, bring more wine. What an understanding girl. If it was 10 years ago I would have been desperate to pursue you, ha ha ha. Well, it really is an illusion. No wonder you chose Luffy as your successor, you've got a lot of nerve, and don't think I don't know that you've already had an accident with the lovely Makino in the windmill village of the East Blue Sea, and 2 years later you even had a baby. Will locked Shanks in with a strange gaze as if he had seen through his rogue nature. When the Avenger finally caught up with him, the ship's stock of wine had almost been consumed by this bastard. A ship is catching up to us. Alert. The members of the Whitebeard bandits, enveloped by a depressing atmosphere, quickly picked up their weapons and stared at the visitors with deadly fury. However, when Will and Shanks carried Whitebeard's bruised body to the deck of the Moby Dick, everyone's eyes turned red. Pops. Weapons clanked and fell across the deck, and many people couldn't help but cry out, not because they weren't man enough or iron-blooded enough, but because Pops, whom they regarded as their family and father, had left them forever. Whitebeard corpse they couldn't get back was now returned by Will and Shanks to make everyone incredibly grateful. Thank you. Marco, who was temporarily in charge of the Whitebeard pirates, said with red eyes, very seriously. Although Shanks had stopped them from taking revenge for Whitebeard, their father, he had saved them all by thinking the other way. After calming down, the little bit of anger they had towards Shanks disappeared. Bang. Kneeling in front of Whitebeard's corpse, Ace slammed his fist on the deck with his head down and his teeth gritted, and no one could be more remorseful or regretful than he was for what had happened. Because of his capriciousness, so many of his brothers stayed in Marineford forever to save him, and even Pops, whom he admired the most, also took his last breath in that place because of him. If he had to choose again, he'd rather die like that, and he'd rather Pops not came to save him. Alright, Ace. Pull yourself together. Even though the old man is no longer with us, each of us still carries his name on our bodies. As long as we are still here, the Whitebeard pirates will not disappear, and it is up to us to work together to accomplish what the old man failed to do. Marco's words cheered everyone up. Exactly. We'll make Pop's name famous again on this sea. The time named Whitebeard will never become a past. Even the outsider Will was a bit infected, but unfortunately, without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates have become the fat meat in the eyes of countless pirates. 43 New World Pirates Group, a total of tens of thousands of pirates fell apart in no time, leaving only 16 teams led by the 15 commanders, and they still got wiped out by the retarded idiot who called himself Whitebeard 2 in the story. But the good news is that Blackbeard's pirates, who defeated Marco and the others, have been destroyed by Will, and even if Whitebeard 2 comes to them this time, their ending wouldn't be the same as in the story. Not in a hurry to leave, Will and Shanks both decided to attend Whitebeard's funeral, a great man to be admired, no less than Roger. Soon, the red-haired pirates' ship followed, and they decided to find a beautiful island to bury Whitebeard there. Because Will killed Teach and also snatched Whitebeard's body from Manafort and brought it here, the entire Whitebeard pirates were grateful to him and respected him. Not to mention that he also forcefully killed Admiral Akainu under the pressure of the Navy and Shanks, which alone was enough to make people admire him for his courage. So Will instantly became a friend to all the members of the Whitebeard pirates, and if this wasn't an inappropriate time, they would have dragged Will to a cocktail party. In contrast, Shanks, who really saved their lives, only received their understanding, not enthusiasm. Even Jinbai, who had always regarded him as an enemy, apologized solemnly to Will with a bandage. If he had fallen into trouble with the Whitebeard pirates during the war at the top, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Will didn't care about those. He was just harvesting the devil's fruit and reputation according to the plan. And everything was accidentally inserted. The only thing he really did for the Whitebeard pirates was bring back Whitebeard's corpse. This way, when he uses the power of the Quake fruit later on, even if Marco and the others are suspicious, they won't bother him because of what he's done. After all, he had a good impression of the Whitebeard pirates, and when the day came to meet them, it would be best if they were friends rather than enemies. In the evening, Luffy, who he met for the second time, was now competing with Bonnie for food. One was the Big Stomach King and the other Big Stomach Girl. No one wants to lose. There were people waiting next to them. Every time they saw the two of them were about to choke to death, There were people passing a large glass of beer. The two of them were heartless when it came to food, and it also finally diminished the sadness and heavy atmosphere. After they had had enough, Luffy, who couldn't hold back, finally came to them. "Hey, let's fight again. I'm not going to lose to you again like last time." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then some of them laughed out loud, while others immediately spoke out and urged him not to die. Everyone already knew about Luffy and Ace's brotherhood, and Luffy's desperate attempts to save Ace in the War of Top had gained everyone's approval. But their recognition is not in terms of strength. The terrifying strength of Faceless Will is obvious to all, and it would be a ghost if Luffy could beat him. However, Luffy was thinking that he, as a rubber man, wasn't afraid of electricity, so he had to win this time. Who says that Luffy is stupid? Even such profound knowledge that rubber does not conduct electricity, only a fool wouldn't know it. Well, Luffy might have really thought about it a bit too much. Will laughed and then drank all the beer in his hand. "Yes, but do you still remember the promise we made?" Shanks and the others immediately raised their eyebrows at the words. It doesn't sound like they were meeting for the first time. Now it gets even more interesting. Chapter 239 I'll pay for him. "Luffy, did you know each other before?" Luffy immediately nodded his head and told them the good deeds that Will had done, and the crowd was speechless. 2 years ago Luffy was just a kid, that's too much. Will was sweating profusely. He felt that if it wasn't the wrong time, Shanks and Ace might have had to take revenge for Luffy. He is really worthy of being the main character with the most powerful family background in the world of pirates. It's best to mess with anyone but not Luffy. But probably because he knew that Will didn't mean any harm at all, Shanks laughed a few times and then continued to drink, while Ace was still immersed in a small world of self-condemnation. The others also made a token uproar or two, and if it had been normal. Alas. "If you want to fight, we can, but first give me what you owe." Luffy was so embarrassed that his jaw dropped to the deck, and he didn't have Will's ability to extract devil fruit. He couldn't find a single devil fruit even after a serious search. Just then, Shanks spoke up. "I'll pay for it. Will, I will give you the devil fruit he owes you." "Great. I'm going to beat him, Shanks." Strictly speaking, even the rubber fruit that Luffy ate belonged to Shanks, so Will did not feel the slightest bit surprised. Soon someone brought a small box, and when it was opened there was a blue devil fruit. He has already memorized the illustration of the devil fruit, and Will was sure that there was no record of the color of this pattern on the devil fruit illustration, but he was interested in it. Maybe the red-haired pirate group was not willing to bet on the ability of this devil fruit for fear that it would be valueless, but for him, there was no such problem at all. Will readily accepted it, and then looked at the face of the excited Luffy. He hesitated on what to do. Otherwise, if the blow was too hard at once, he was afraid that even a muscle-head Luffy will not play anymore, and that is going to be a big loss for him. "I'm going to use second gear." Knowing that Will was very powerful, Luffy came up and activated his second gear, with red steam coming out of his body and an explosive increase in speed. A lot of people's eyes revealed a look of surprise. They did not think that the younger brother of Ace still has a skill or two. However, no one is optimistic about him winning. Although the speed has become faster, it's not to the point where they can't respond. These commanders can pick out one of them randomly and can completely abuse Luffy at this time. He is still too tender. In fact, even if Luffy used his strongest skills right now, Will didn't mind, as he couldn't even hurt a single hair of Will's head with his haki. But in order not to undermine Luffy's self-confidence too much, resulting in cutting off his way to repeatedly obtain a devil fruit, Will decided on what to do. He will not use his devil fruit ability, and only used haki and physical skills to play with him. Gamu Gamu no Jet Pistol. Will raised his left hand to block it, and it didn't make him retreat half a step. Gamu Gamu no Jet Machine Gun. Will used his observation haki to easily dodge each punch, very relaxed. Gamu Gamu no Jet Rocket Launcher. Will crossed his arms in front of his chest, in order to avoid the ship overturning in the gutter. He also deliberately used his armament haki, very shameless. Boom. Will had nothing to do with it, but Luffy himself was blown away. After 3 rounds of this game, everyone lost interest, eating food, drinking wine, and going back to sleep. Even the likes of Jinbai, Shanks and others couldn't help but shake their heads. The gap was just too big. If Luffy knew how to use haki, maybe he could still fight, otherwise it was purely looking for abuse. As expected. "You're strong." Luffy, standing up again, pressed the straw hat on his head and smiled happily, but if Will had been knocked down so easily, it would have made him angry. "I've decided that I'm going to make you part of my crew." Puff. Even Shanks squirted this time, and Jinbai wiped the mess off his face with a helpless look on his face. Zoro and the others all covered their faces and put on a face like "I don't know this idiot." Nami, Robin, Snowball and the others also looked like they wanted to laugh but had to hold it in, and endured a lot of pain. "Hey, Why don't you just forget it? I think this brat is more suitable to be a captain than you." Bonnie came over and patted Will's shoulder. She was relieved that Ace was safe, but she still shed tears of sadness after seeing Whitebeard die in battle. After knocking Bonnie's hand off, Will still said, "If you want to be my captain, show me what you've got and defeat me. Then see the results of my training during this time." Gear 3rd. Luffy suddenly bites his thumb, blowing air into the space between the bones, and his entire left hand instantly swells up. Will's expression remained unchanged, knowing that Luffy's 3rd gear could bring him the strength and destructive power of a giant. It's very powerful. But even a true giant is not enough for him, so what is there to fear? It seems that even after such a big event as the Top War, Luffy still doesn't have a deep understanding of the gap between himself and the top powerhouses. Maybe it is Garp's fault who has been nagging Luffy? Gamu Gamu no Gigant Pistol. It's too slow. This was Will's first reaction when faced with this move, and if he wanted, he could use this gap to kill Luffy 10 times. However, this was only a seriously deflated fight, so Will instantly condensed his arm with armament hockey on his right hand and blasted it head-on without flinching or dodging. The size of Will's fist couldn't even compare to Luffy's giant fist, but in terms of real strength and explosive power, it was Will who had the overall advantage with only a fraction of the force. Go cool off in the ocean. After a stalemate, Will, who began to gradually increase his strength, suddenly raised his head and grinned at Luffy, who had used his full strength. Bang! The Luffy who used the 3rd gear was blown right out of the ship, and then the Luffy who spat out in one breath was like a leaky balloon swooshing around in the sky, and finally plunged into the sea. Luffy, Zoro and Sanji immediately jumped into the sea to save their foolish captain, bringing the curtain down on what had been a farce battle. "What do you think?" Shanks couldn't help but ask. All in all a bit disappointing, but the potential is limitless, and it's really quite impressive that he can develop his devil fruit to this extent at this age just by fumbling around on his own, and that he hasn't fallen behind on his physical exercises. A thoughtful Shanks suddenly smiled and asked, "Any interest in teaching Luffy?" Chapter 240 Whitebeard's Funeral. Not interested. Will refused without even thinking about it. If he hadn't received really special training in the Sabati Islands, he might have been unable to train Kobe. With such a lesson learned, he would not dare to delay Luffy. What's more, Kobe is obedient enough. Luffy's biggest characteristic is that he can't listen to other people's words, so it's better to leave the difficult task of teaching Luffy to that old guy really, and he doesn't know if he's dead or not, but he should have seen his heroic posture in the War of Top. Will's rejection was expected by Shanks, so he just laughed it off and never mentioned it again. Just as Whitebeard had put all his hopes on Ace, he likewise bet his hopes on Luffy. These two brothers, who have inherited the bloodline of the world's great evil, are destined to turn the world upside down. Soon, Luffy, who had drunk a bellyful of seawater, was rescued by Zoro and Sanji, and his embarrassed appearance made people laugh. Just then Shanks, who suddenly remembered something, asked Will, "I just heard from Jinbai that you made a big fuss in Impel Down and then arrested the Warden Magellan." It was something like that. Hearing him admit it, Shanks didn't delve into it. Not many prisoners were released to harm the world anyway. As for Redfield, he could only trust that Will could manage him. However, what they didn't know was that there was still a group of prisoners who had escaped in the chaos. "How about handing Magellan over to me?" Shanks suddenly suggested. Will was stunned. "Huh? If you're not going to kill him, I can use Magellan to negotiate with the world government, and you can ask for whatever you want, and the 5 elders will give me a face. Of course, I will also take this opportunity to get some stuff I want in exchange, so don't say anything too outrageous about your demands. My friend, your face devil fruit is really awesome." Will chuckled twice, quite happy with the offer. Even if he kidnaps Magellan, he can't get anything in return, he can only kill him for his devil fruit at most, but Will considers himself to be a person who is out of the low class and not so indiscriminate in killing. "UGH, I'll only trade for devil fruit. How many do you think you can get?" 2 at the most. Is Magellan so worthless? Although the bias is a bit serious, against the vast majority of people, he is still considered to be an admirable strength. "Oh, but you forgot one thing, Magellan was the warden of the Impel Down, but because of negligence, some of the prisoners escaped, so many more died, and in the end, he was taken hostage by pirates. The Navy's face is about to be disgraced, and if you were the higher-ups, would you have paid so much for him to get him back? If Magellan wasn't very strong, and the current Navy lacks high-end combat power, I don't even think the world government would still be interested in him. Perhaps for them, it would be better to just die in battle in Impel Down than the current outcome." After hearing this analysis from Shanks, Will, who experienced it, nodded in understanding. No wonder that when he was in the Manafort before, Sengoku didn't even look at Magellan and treated him as a dead man. This is a money-losing product. Wait a minute, that doesn't feel right. If it's so much trouble, why would he take it over? Just to show off his pride? Why does Will feel that the remarks Shanks just said are particularly like depreciating the value of his favorite product when doing business, to pick out faults to suppress the price? 3 devil fruits. Plus the naval 6 powers training method. If they don't compromise, I'll throw him down to feed the sea beasts. Will didn't care about Shanks' scheme on this matter. The benefit that he could get his hands on was the real deal. Shanks didn't immediately agree, but frowned. I can only say I'll try. And what do you need the training method of the Navy's 6th powers for? It's something that's widely spread in the Navy, but it's a trick that doesn't get passed around, and it's not very useful to you, is it? I have a weak disciple who has built a solid foundation over the past 2 years and has learned how to use hockey, but lacks the means to use it. 2 years have passed and Kabe has grown to over 1.7 meters. Not only have his glasses been removed, but his body is full of masculinity. It's that pink hair that's an eyesore. Will wanted to instant transmission him several times to make him the SHIELD standard, but his crying and begging stopped him from doing it. When he obtains the Navy's 6th powers training method plus the devil's fruit he has prepared for Kobe, his strength will absolutely soar. Hearing Will say that Shanks understood, he immediately smiled and said, if that's the case, that's simple. I happen to have an ex-naval captain on my ship who knows a little bit of all 6 styles, but is not proficient, so I'm sure it should be no problem to teach that disciple of yours. The face fruit is really powerful, even a former naval captain gave him a face. What else can Will say? Then so be it, that crew of yours lend me for a while. Before you leave, you take Magellan away and also help me pass a message to them. If there is a navy to trouble me again, do not expect me to show mercy. Shanks understood Will. He was also being hunted by the Navy before he became one of the 4 emperors. If he really wanted to do it, he didn't know how many navies would die at his hands, but he didn't. The world couldn't afford to be without a navy, even if he was considering it from a pirate's standpoint. That's why he suddenly appeared in the war on top. What kind of hell would the world full of pirates be without the naval constraint? It's simply chilling if you think about it. Obviously, Will thought so too, so the last thunderbolt was just to scare Sengoku and the others as he didn't detonate it directly. Or else Will would have blown everyone up by the time Sengoku caught it. 2 days later, on a scenic island in a new world, Will, Shanks and others attended Whitebeard's funeral. After deciding that Marco and the others did not need their help, Shanks left, and Will also left. Chapter 241 Devil Fruits. In the War of Top Whitebeard was defeated. The world is in panic as the son of Roger the Pirate King is rescued. With only 3 of the 4 emperors left, who has the best chance of becoming the new 4th king? A high-profile debut. Faceless Will, has the highest chance to become the 4th emperor. He scared away Doflamingo, annihilated Blackbeard pirates, he even killed Admiral Akainu in front of Redhead Shanks, one of the emperors who appeared to stop the war. Who can stop him? A bounty of 2.3 billion blas. Is he the one who will sit on the throne of the 4 emperors of the sea? Not even with the intervention of the world government, the news agency still reported the details of the war in full detail, without skipping anything. After all, so many people watched the entire process of the war in real time, how could they report indiscriminately? Even though the reporters bragged about the Navy's contribution and role in the war, it was still dismissed by millions of people. More people were interested in Whitebeard's death and the fact that the last person to appear in the war was Faceless Will, who had fought with Admiral Kizaru, the fleet admiral, and Shanks, and had not been defeated at all. And the vice admiral simply couldn't go a single round in his hands, and even admirals and the naval hierarch couldn't easily get past his men, and fought Sengoku head-on without fear, even blowing away the 4th emperor, Redhead Shanks, with a single punch. And the final giant thunderball that caused the loss of the signal briefly for the broadcast shocked millions even more. People are clearly more willing to believe that he forced a truce with an incredibly powerful attack. In a short while, the name of the former 7 warlords of the sea Faceless will resounded throughout the sea. Although the first thing that comes to mind when his name is mentioned is negative images such as brutal, vicious, and murderous, there are many nymphomaniacs, women who have been attracted to him for his beauty. Not surprisingly, even a little white face like Cavendish can become a frequent visitor on gossip news, and he has formed so many fan groups as a pirate, which has greatly improved his reputation. But Will is more handsome than him, his strength is also stronger, and naturally attracts more fans, but he feels that most of his fans are brain-damaged fans. But no matter what kind of fame he has, it's still a reputation. Just like the saying of, a mosquito meat is still meat. Now that fame and power are all there is only the last hard condition left for becoming one of the 4 emperors, and that's strength. Even though his bounty had been raised to a sky-high figure of 2.3 billion by the Navy, most people would only think that it was because he had killed Admiral Akainu, who was already half dead. And whether it was Kaido or Big Mom, They all had powerful subordinates with billions of bounties under their belts, which proved nothing. So after leaving the Whitebeard pirates, Will hid in his room by himself and started a new round of super strengthening. This time on the War of Top, he obtained the Quake Devil Fruit, an Elogia, Magma Devil Fruit, as well as the Dark Fruit obtained by killing Blackbeard, and the Paper Fruit that fell from his arms. The Paper Man Simon is indeed unlucky enough. Then there is the More Devil Fruit obtained from Impel Down, from Burned Eye World, World Destroyer, and the Fiber Devil Fruits also from a criminal from the 6th floor. More Devil Fruit can magnify the speed of the user, the speed and the volume of the contact object by 1 to 100 times. It can be said to be a top auxiliary Devil Fruit, bringing many new ideas corresponding to Will's Infinity Gauntlet. In addition, the ability of the Fiber Devil Fruit is a little hard to say. The ability, as the name implies, is the ability to manipulate fibers, that is to say, in exchange for this fruit, he can in a single thought restore all the clothing worn by Nami, Robin and others to the most original condition. Then it can be used. In addition to these more useful devil fruits, the one Shanks gave him was really unpleasant, with the effect of free control of the hair on the user's body. It can be transformed into a hairy monster in a single thought, or it can make people become hairless. Cough. I didn't say anything. Adding the 18 devil fruits he got from the Impel Down and from Sengoku, the number of devil fruits in Will's hand reached 41. But he decided to keep only the Quake, Magma, More, Fiber, Dark, Mammoth, Sand, Slippery, Gate, Transparent, Silent, Shadow, Explosion, Gravity, and Lightning, and restore these 16 fruits. And strive to make a few more sets like Assassin set to deal with different enemies. Nami, what kind of enemy are you leaving the Fiber Devil Fruit behind to deal with? Will, don't ask, I won't tell you. Of the remaining 25 devil fruits, Will chose to use them all to strengthen himself. He doesn't believe that Kaido can't be killed. Sooner or later he's going to physically hammer Kaido's head to see if he can die. In order not to burst himself all at once, Will spent the entire day and night slowly strengthening. Not even the hungry howls of the little dot could interrupt him. 5 for the first enhancement, 9 for the second, 6 for the third, and 4 for the final enhancement. A total of 25 devil fruits. Using 25 devil fruits, strengthening himself completely pushed Will's body to new heights. In the world of pirates, his height, 1.8 meters, becomes 1.9 meters in one breath. Although the muscles on his body are not so exaggerated, the energy contained in each cell is shocking. Will felt the power in his body and had the illusion that even if Kaido was standing in front of him, he could kill him with one punch like a drag. Author N, it's really just an illusion. With such a monster-like body and so many powerful devil fruits, Will felt that the people of this world could no longer stop him. Damn. I'm not just joking around. But strengthening himself with 25 devil fruits at once still brought some drawbacks, and Will needed some time to get used to it. And when he completely adapted to this power, it would be the time for him to rewrite the world. One Emperor of the Sea is enough for this world. Roar. As soon as Will walked out of the room, the little dot transformed into a bolt of lightning and sprang onto his head, then used the crazy scratch to mess up the shape of his head. The little dot that only feeds on lightning can't really be fed by anyone else. Will, who was in high spirits, didn't mind Dot's angry appearance. As soon as Dot came over, he immediately summoned a delicious thunderball on his head for Dot to enjoy. But as a result, little Dot wasn't satisfied and wanted a different flavor today. Will then compressed another dark chocolate lightning, and only then did little Dot eat it with a smile on his face. And when Nami and others saw Will's retreat coming out intact, they were relieved. The tsundere little snowball, holding a lady's cigarette in her mouth, coolly threw down a sentence, I'm just going to make some supper for everyone so that someone has a good meal. After that, she went into the kitchen and started to get busy. However, the others all yawned and went back to sleep after glancing at her amusedly. Chapter 242 A Taste of Shit You Know. The next day, little Snowball was chasing down Nami and the others who had embarrassed her by leaving her alone last night. God knows how embarrassing it is that she can only stare at Will with her big eyes when she prepares a dozen people's exquisite food. Even Will, it is his first time to see that little Snowball's white face can actually turn so red, as she cries out, I'm not doing it for you. And she even was about to throw out all the food from embarrassment. Fortunately, the understanding Will was really hungry. The food for more than a dozen people entered his stomach alone and was fully satisfied at that time. At that time, little Snow was finally rescued from the endless embarrassment, then she went into the kitchen after leaving another arrogant word. But apparently the framed little Snowball was not prepared to let these bastards go, because early in the morning, she was full of energy and carried 2 eviscerates that didn't fit her size and chased Nami and others madly. Shaking his head, Will withdrew his gaze and said to Isho, never mind them, let's continue. Dozens of times the weight of gravity was pressed on him again, and the drawbacks of strengthening himself using the devil fruit in a large amount at one time still appeared, so Will had to resort to this stupid method to completely control his power little by little. The old rider was sitting on a chair in an aristocratic manner, elegantly sipping black tea. Although the young flesh was once again far away from him, he was not so impatient, because even if he couldn't find the devil fruit in his memory, the woman Bonnie was still there. If he had no other choice, he would definitely fight to the death. As long as Will was willing to help him, he would not hesitate to kill Bonnie and snatch the devil fruit from her. It is only that he is not yet in a desperate state of mind, and he naturally needs a little time to reintegrate into this era. What's more, yesterday when his captain for the next 10 years came out of his cabin, the hairs on his body stood up. And his observation haki, which had reached its peak, told him all the time that the man before him was terrifying. It's simply unimaginable how in just one day and one night have passed and why so much has changed. If the old Will was just a ferocious beast toddler, then now Ryder feels that his cheap captain definitely has a mature stage ferocious beast living inside him. This guy is definitely not an ordinary human. Is he a hybrid of dragons, giants, and other super strong species? Unknowingly, Ryder had acknowledged Will's identity as his captain, and it wasn't so hard to accept 10 years of service in the hands of such a fierce man who didn't follow common sense. Perhaps he can even take him to an unprecedented peak. So after putting himself in his place, Ryder's mind was finally at peace. After all, no matter how lonely a person is, he has been locked up for decades, and he can barely be proud of being locked up in a coffin. 2 hours later, Will, who had finished his acclimatization training, freely received the towels and drinks from Perona and Baby 5, and then lay down comfortably on a sun chair to rest. Violet volunteered to come over and help him massage and relax his muscles, with a face so tender that the proud little snowball who had prepared the special dessert almost battered the cake on her face. Nami is lying next to Robin whispering to each other, not knowing what they were talking about, as the two women giggled, leading to a chaotic trembling of their chest. In addition to eating grapes, Sugar, who has become severely disabled, was selling her cute side as she became lazy. Kieran and Abian are nowhere to be seen. It is estimated that they are hiding in a corner to show affection to each other. Arthur, aren't you forgetting someone? Will, who is it? Aren't these the only people on the ship? Oh. I remember now, Kobe. Stop what you're doing and come here. 2 years have passed, but even now Kobe still carries the honorable and sacred duty of a handyman. But don't be discouraged. Kobe, not at all, probably under the influence of his exuberant beauty, Kobe, who had gradually moved closer to the word handsome, appeared at Will's side with a swoosh, his little body straight as he instant transmissioned. He doesn't know if it was Kobe's natural destiny to be born with the 6 naval forms, but that unreliable ex-captain took only a few days to teach him how to practice them, and Kobe had to figure out the rest by himself. In this way, he successfully mastered the basic 6 naval powers on his own, and his talent is indeed not low. Of course, this also has something to do with the fact that it is not difficult to practice the 6 naval power. Basically, anyone who is not stupid can practice it even how difficult it is, and if it were that difficult, it would not be popularized in the Navy. It's just that it's not easy to develop your own unique system of 6 styles on top of that, like Rob Lucci and those guys. And now that he has successfully put down his title as a 7 Warlords of the Sea, and is no longer on the same side as the world government, it's definitely the best time for Rob Lucci to seek revenge on him, and although he don't know how strong Rob Lucci can become with one arm missing, it's enough for him to fight with one hand. After looking at Kobe's inexplicable emotions, Will, with an infinity gauntlet on his right hand, made an exceptionally unusual devil fruit appear in his hand. What I promised you will naturally not be broken. This mammoth fruit of the ancient species of the zone system is very suitable for you. The side effect is that you will become more irritable, but it's an advantage to you as it can neutralize your weak nature, so take it. Teacher, Kebi's hands and feet were in a hurry to receive the devil fruit which Will threw to him. His heart was incomparably excited, and the bucket rags were all thrown away. He had heard of the ancient mammoth's fame, and Drought Jack even relied on this devil fruit to make a billion bounty, with absolutely unlimited potential. Now that Will has given him this valuable devil fruit without even thinking about it, how could Kobe not be thrilled? So with tears in his eyes, Kobe opened his mouth wide and bit off half of it without hesitation. UGH. Is the devil's fruit made of shit? I've never eaten shit, but at the moment Kobe thinks that even shit tastes like that, right? But for the sake of his dream, to become stronger, and to make up for his character flaws, Kobe bit the bullet and shoved the rest of the devil's fruit into his mouth as well, then swallowed it with difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't know that a bite of this stuff was fine, but what if it made a difference? Feeling the power pouring out of his body, the mammoth Kobe felt great. Chapter 243 Destroying an Island with One Punch. Sandbag Kobe, start his super transformation, and become Mammoth Kobe. Unable to resist the urge to transform, Kobe transformed aboard the Avengers without considering the consequences. Uncle Isho. Without saying a word, Isho used his ability and an anti-gravity bounce. The mammoth turned Kobe into the air before his huge form destroyed the deck. Not bad, he is just one size smaller, no big deal. After comparing with that idiot Drought Jack in his mind, Will came to the above conclusion, and Kobe is still young and has great potential, so surpassing Drought Jack in the future will definitely not be a problem. At this time, Kobe finally counted as a combatant. He was no longer an ordinary handyman, but a combatant among handymen. It's just that the pink hair after the transformation is a bit of an eyesore, and it feels like the enemy is likely to laugh when facing him. Is this also a tactic? Will, as a teacher, was pleased. Well, change back quickly, it's not like we are a circus performing the flying elephant. After eating the devil fruit, Kobe became a bit reckless and grumpy and rolled around several times before changing back to his human form and letting Isho land him back on the deck. Sorry teacher. I can't quite grasp it yet. The personality problem can't be changed overnight, but Will saw a lot of confidence in his eyes, and under the subtle influence of the side effects, maybe it won't be long before Kobe can completely get rid of his weak self. However, look what you've done. Hurry up and clean the deck, or go fishing if you can't finish by lunch. Yes, teacher. He really can't bear to see him go out with such a handy disciple, alas. Just as Will was about to enjoy the sun for 10 more minutes before going back to his exercise, a big splash exploded near the Avengers, and then a very familiar-looking ship came out from underwater. A shocked Will almost struck out with the lightning punishment. Room. In one swift movement, Law, wearing a white beret and holding a long sword, switched places with a fish that had been tossed onto the deck by the waves and was alive and kicking. Isho and Ryder, who did not feel any hostility, continued to sit there calmly sipping tea. Baby 5, who recognized the identity of the newcomer at once, instantly changed all kinds of weapons and aimed at Law's direction. However, Will put his hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Don't be in a hurry to do it, listen to what he is coming to say. Baby 5's pretty face blushed and immediately stood nicely behind Will. On this point, Baby 5's maid power is completely surging with Gothic-style Perona, Humphrey. I finally found you, faceless Will. Will froze for a moment as soon as Law opened his mouth. You were looking for me? I was fortunate to see Will's courage in the war of top, but when the war heated up, I had to lead my crew to leave first. When I arrived at the island where Whitebeard was buried, I learned that Captain Will had already left first, and that's why I came all the way here in pursuit. Will was happy that the mobile immortality had found its way to the door by itself. Haven't you heard the rumors about me? Or you don't believe me? Or are you confident that you can escape with your surgical devil fruit? Before his voice fell, Will suddenly clenched his right fist and struck the air at his side, and the atmosphere shattered like glass in a dense manner. Not far away, a small island suddenly began to shake and the sky collapsed. A huge crack swept across the island in an instant, and then, with a roar, completely shattered and sank to the bottom of the sea. The surging waves began to swell in all directions as if Poseidon were angry. The Avengers and the polar diver were like a single boat in the stormy seas, and few of them were able to stand still, spilling tea all over the deck and making Kobe look like he was crying. It took nearly 10 minutes for the cataclysmic turn of events to die down with the complete disappearance of the island. Law, who was barely able to hold on to the side of the ship, had his back soaked, not knowing whether it was wet from the waves or from the cold sweat. Including the entire Hearts Pirates crew, they all looked like they were in a state of shock. No one can imagine the tragedy that would have occurred if that punch had been aimed in their direction. Will's dismantling completely shocked everyone. Even Law, who thought he was fully prepared, regretted that he should not have come over so rashly. The danger of the man in front of him is not at all comparable to that of Doflamingo. No wonder that bastard Doflamingo would rather be humiliated in front of the whole world than face this man alone. The most important point. Anyone who has seen Whitebeard strike knows what that punch just meant. The power of the fruit of the earthquake has indeed been taken by him as well. The rumors are not false, this man really has the ability to take the devil's fruit from other devil fruit users. The evidence was right in front of him, and he couldn't help but believe it. Will is also very satisfied with that punch. His body is not so fragile after being strengthened by 25 devil fruits, and even the anti-shock force is perfectly digested, which means he can use this power even more unscrupulously than Whitebeard. Likewise, the punch completely shattered Law's reliance on it. I have come to seek Master Will in order to join hands to deal with Doflamingo, and I have no intention of making an enemy of Master Will. As long as I can kill Doflamingo, I am willing to take the entire Red Heart Pirates to serve Master Will. After a brief silence, Law, who had no way out, had to reveal all his intentions and chips. He felt that if Will wanted to go further, He would definitely expand his power, and a supernova like him was the best person to recruit. As long as he could avenge Core's own, he could sell his life to the devil. Will laughed, and said very rudely, "Together? I alone can keep Doflamingo in the shadows like a sewer rat, afraid to show his face. The problem lies here." Law suddenly had the audacity to interrupt Will's words and then said, "With my understanding of Doflamingo, if there is no certainty that he will win, he will not show up in the next period of time. I believe that even Master Will not easily start a war with the 100 Beasts pirate group." Seeing Will's unconvinced look, Law gritted his teeth and said firmly, "I have the confidence to draw Doflamingo out. As long as Kaido is not there, I believe with the strength of Master Will, the two disasters, none of them will be your opponent, and you can kill Doflamingo in one fell swoop, and there will be no more trouble." Chapter 244 Law's Determination. Will didn't think that Law was lying. With their love for each other and a surgical fruit as bait, it would be hard for Doflamingo to not fall for it. But he was unhappy with the bargaining chip Law put up. "I'm not interested in the feud between you and Doflamingo, and besides, I don't have to kill him, so if you want to use me, come up with an equivalent payment. Or else the legendary fruits of surgery are right in front of me. I can hardly convince myself to let you go. What does Master Wills want?" Law's face suddenly turned very pale, and he suspected that the other side also knew the true value of the surgical fruit. And sure enough, with a flash of light from the Fruit of Silence on his Infinity Gauntlet, only Law was the only one to hear those four mind-shaking words. If Law can't do it, he has other options, such as the vampire fruit of the zone types. He is about to accompany Redfield on his quest, and there is also Bonnie who controls the age, and Ain who ate the fruit of regression. In this fantasy world, immortality is not an impossible luxury and has already been done, otherwise, there would not be legends about immortality surgery. When he has ascended to this world, he will be able to collect all the devil fruits in the world and rely on the power of the Infinity Gauntlet to keep him and those around him alive forever. The only thing is that this idea is not suitable for Nami and the others to know at the moment. The food has to be eaten one bite at a time and the road has to be walked step by step. Law, who was suddenly pierced by a certain secret that was deeply hidden in his heart, almost drew his sword, because he knew that no one could resist the temptation of immortality, but he did not have the confidence to defeat the man in front of him, not even the confidence to run away. After a brief silence, Law raised his head and said, "No matter if Lord Will believes it or not, I really can't do it at the moment. If Lord Will wants the fruit of the operation, even if I'm not your enemy, I won't just sit here and die." The room aperture has appeared in his hand, and he is willing to fight no matter what. A successful sneak attack does not necessarily mean that he doesn't have a chance to get his opponent's heart, but if he fails... "I'm sorry, Core's own, but I have to stop here." Law's heart is very painful right now, not only that he might die here, but also that he might get Bippo and the others killed along with himself. It was true that not everyone could make a deal with the devil, one slip-up and all would be lost. Will frowned, he wasn't sure if Law's words were true or not, but considering that after hundreds of years there was still only one successful example, the conditions for starting the immortality operation must be very harsh. It seems it requires ample talent. This starting condition is really bad. "Alright, I agree to your terms, you work for me after killing Doflamingo." As Will's words fell, Law's heart was suddenly relieved but did not completely let down his guard. "Of course. This big gamble. It's not easy to win. We're going somewhere else first, so be prepared in the meantime, and use this to contact me if anything happens." Will threw him a denden mushi and then said, "Give me your Vivre card, in case I can't find you." Law knew very well that once the other party got hold of his Vivre card, it would be useless to hide even to the ends of the earth afterwards, but he couldn't give up his revenge at this moment. After getting Law's Vivre card, Will's plan has another layer of security. After helping Redfield get the vampire fruit, and after he takes this time to regain control of his full power, the faceless pirates will be completely unafraid of any of the four emperors' forces. At that time, he will proclaim the death of Doflamingo as an overlord. He declined Will's invitation to have a cocktail party with him, and after slipping away from the front of the gate, Law was a little scared and led his crew away. But even though it almost cost him his life, he managed to join forces with such a monster. A month later, Redfield, who had a chart in hand, kept surveying the waters around him, trying to match the graphic with a bit of information he remembered. "Are you sure you remember the location?" Will, who finished his training, looked at this old-fashioned old man with a very focused expression, and almost wrote the sentence, "I'm afraid you're lost," on his face. 11 days ago, Redfield, who had vowed that it was the right place, had his face red from embarrassment as the devil fruit they were looking for was not found, but instead, they found a group of cannibalistic natives on the island and their strength is not weak. But in front of Will, They were not that strong, so he left it to Kobe to deal with, who has a little self-confidence in himself. If he doesn't experience having his hands soaked in blood, he'll never grow up, and these cannibalistic natives fit into the category of humane destruction, so they are not human anymore. 5 days earlier, Redfield had brought them to a similar island, but this time there were no man-eating natives, but with man-eating bugs instead. It's an island where a sea of insects live that makes the whole island full of darkness. It feels like 10 Kobe is enough for them to eat. In desperation, Will had no choice but to take a shot personally, and as a result, there was a smell of meat everywhere. If it wasn't for the fact that the insects were so disgusting, he would have been tempted to try one. Then today old Redfield brought them to their current location. After recalling from the past, he was not sure of his idea anymore. After all, he just glanced at the legendary devil fruit on a treasure map. He only remembered that it was on a small island called Transtown. However, after checking a lot of information, he couldn't find any information about Transtown, so he had to rely on his impressions to find it. Although the method was a bit stupid, there was still some hope. This should be the place. It took a while before Redfield said uncertainly, "Every time you say that, I'm already starting to wonder what strange creatures I'm going to encounter on the island this time." Nami couldn't help but hesitate. "Let's go, it's better to be hopeful than hopeless, so if you don't want to go, stay on the ship and we'll be back." The one who always had faith in Redfield was Will, because he knew that in the end this old man had managed to find the vampire fruit, and it was through a relic document of some sort on the island. This is something that only Robin can understand, and it just so happens that Robin is also interested in this kind of adventure, so she came along. Nami and the others chose to stay on the ship and play cards, and also successfully made a show stay. So in the end, only Redfield, Will, Robin, and Kobe set off. Redfield, who was not used to being in debt to others, felt more and more embarrassed, and he had thrown away that little thought in the beginning. If he gets the devil fruit smoothly this time, he thinks he will stay, because before he knows it, he has become a bit accustomed to his current life. Chapter 245 Bad Devil Fruit, Model Vampire. This should be the right place for Transtown. Redfield, who is dressed in bright red, with a large blue flower on his chest, and holding the umbrella weapon specially made some time ago, said with a little excitement. There were no cannibals here, nor was there a sea of insects like dark clouds, only a peaceful and quiet town. There's someone ahead, let's go and ask. In order not to spoil his happiness, Will made a sensible decision, because Redfield, this old man, is a little too pitiful. When they walked into the tavern, Yadoya, who was the owner and waitress, immediately welcomed them. "A few of you are not from here, what would you like to eat? We have a very popular wine here." "Then let's start with 4 glasses of wheat wine, and there's something else I want to ask you about." As Will spoke, he took out 10,000 bullets and put it on the table. The lady boss was a little hesitant to take the 10,000 bullets, because they are very remote and rarely have outsiders here, so she chose that kind of opening remark after seeing Will's new faces. However, after stealing a few glances at Will, the lady boss blushed and said, "What would you like to ask?" "It's nothing important, just asking about some local customs. Please don't worry, we are not bad people." I don't know if it's because the handsome ones have an advantage, and hearing Will say this, the lady boss obviously let her guard down. "Then you ask the right person. In the entire Transtown, our tavern is the one with the longest history, which was inherited from my great-grandfather's generation." As soon as the 3 words Transtown were uttered, Will and Redfield looked at each other, relieved that they had finally found the right place. But the lady boss usually does not know how long it has been since she last talked to an outsider. Usually the people who come to drink are people who know the roots of a town, which is not so fresh as chatting with a handsome guy. So she showed off her freestyle. "The first thing you need to know is how to get the best out of rap. The first thing you need to know is how to get the best out of the situation." Will quickly interrupted the lady boss, who could join the 20 new rap instructor under Robin's smirking eyes, and quickly asked Redfield to inquire about the specific situation. Redfield was too lazy to ask her, so he used his observation hockey, and when he got the information he wanted, he immediately lifted his legs and left. Will didn't wait for the lady boss to serve the wine, he just pushed the money forward and took his crew away, followed by the lady boss' warm voice to stay. "Have you identified the exact location?" Redfield shook his head. "No, but if nothing else, it should be on this island. Just be patient and sooner or later we will find it." Will was speechless. He looked at Robin, then suggested, "According to you, this devil fruit must have been placed in a very hidden place. That's why after so many years it was not found and taken by others. Then the search area can be narrowed down a bit. Let's split up and look for clues in places where people are rarely seen, and whoever finds it will send a flare to notify the others." Everyone was fine with that, so one person at a time started searching in an empty area. After about an hour, a flare went up in the north, and Will visually measured the distance and opened the air door. When he stepped out of the door, he and Redfield were the only ones there, but it was the old man Redfield who found the clue. "What did you find?" "An entrance to an ancient ruin. I went inside and couldn't read the text." Will nodded. "Then let's wait until Robin and Kobe come." Redfield thought so too, and he was very glad that he had made the choice, otherwise it would have been useless even if he had found the place by himself. Without Robin, an archaeologist who knew ancient scripts, he would not have been able to get the devil's fruit even if he had been powerful and would have had to wait for death. They were both surprised how Redfield found the entrance to such a remote place on his own in such a short time. But now that they had found the clue, the next step was easy. Robin happily translated the messages left on the walls of this ancient ruin as she led the group through the traps and finally arrived at the secret room where the treasure was stored. And a purple devil fruit was placed in the very center of the altar. Exactly. That's it. The same picture from the past, that bad devil fruit, model vampire. A mythical zone devil fruit. As Redfield excitedly picked up the devil fruit, Will had a momentary urge to snatch it. By snatching this devil fruit, he won't even need Law to perform the immortality surgery for him to achieve his goal of immortality. Compared with the temptation of being immortal after the surgery, drawing other people's youth to make up for this immoral thing is not something that he cannot convince himself to accept. And the worst case that will happen is to pick some criminals, pirates, and use them as a battery life to become immortal. But after thinking about it for a while, Will still suppressed the desire to take it for himself. He was still very young, and this was not the only way to achieve a similar effect. He didn't need to be too anxious at all. Relatively speaking, he needed Redfield, who was at his peak, as his helper more than anything else. Redfield couldn't wait to take a small bite and then threw the devil fruit, which hadn't changed much in size, to the ground, revealing everywhere that this was the right way to eat devil fruit, making Kobe, who had swallowed the whole devil fruit, feel very tangled in his balls. The red cloak began to shake. The large chamber was filled with red, the color of blood. Swiftly, Redfield disappeared. Will barely caught sight of him until his full power was applied as he used his observation haki. If he waits for Redfield to regain his youth and then explode with all his strength, it is hard to imagine what kind of disaster it will be for the enemy. It shows how well this devil fruit matches up with Redfield's nature. Along with a series of afterimages, Redfield, who had adapted to the devil fruit ability, returned to Will and the others. Although he still had a full head of white hair, it was clear that his aura had changed. The graying, tardy air is instantly swept away. Success? Redfield regained some of his old loneliness from the past but had no intention of reneging on his promise. Halfway there, "I need the blood of youthful flesh to restore my peak strength from my past self." Will, who already knew this, would not let him harm the civilians here, so he said bluntly, "Then we'll leave here as soon as possible. The sea doesn't lack anything, there is no shortage of stupid pirates who don't know how high the sky is." Redfield didn't make any comments about this trivial matter either. After waiting for so long, he didn't care about waiting a few more days. Chapter 246, Redfield the Vampire. Vampire's Touch. On an isolated island, a huge bloody hand suddenly grabbed Will. This move contains special effects such as blood poison, corrosion, etc. After hitting a biological target, it will also take away a certain amount of blood in the target's body to replenish the ability of the person, which is very disgusting. Gigantic magma hand. If it was a rock-paper-scissors match, then Will would have lost. But if it was a head-on competition, his move was enough to instantly shatter and evaporate a large iceberg several times larger than the giant's, and it was not a match for the vampire's touch. It is not at all that the vampire touch that wins by special effects can contend. The moment the two touched, the blood hand composed of blood was instantly evaporated by the ultra-high temperature magma, and all the plants and animals touched by this blood energy were turned into blood, very powerful. However, the well-prepared Will had already withdrawn from the attack range of this blood mist. The lava fist exploded and turned into a volcanic bomb, which suddenly descended from the sky and flooded Redfield's position. Will did not take it lightly at all, but he kept searching for his opponent's location with his observation haki. He was sure that the old man would not be GG so easily, especially after getting the vampire fruit. Behind. Although he only caught a part of the shadow, it was enough for Will to deal with it. Swish. Redfield swept out with the special umbrella in his hand. More 10x speed. The unique light of the strongest auxiliary devil fruit on the infinity gauntlet lit up unexpectedly. Will suddenly increased his movement speed by 10 times, which was 5 times faster than the 6 instant transmissions. With the help of the speed surge, Will disappeared directly in front of Redfield, and then appeared behind him in an instant. Although Redfield didn't do any damage to Will with an umbrella slash, the broken mountain in front of him was enough to prove that his attack was definitely not inferior to the strength of the great swordsman. Alone, he was able to stand alongside Whitebeard, Roger and other big shots, so how could he be the one who was fishing for fame? Even without the vampire fruit, Redfield is still the strongest monster in the eyes of the public. Momo 100x Desert Chop. Will, who was behind Redfield, had a serious expression, and the desert sword, which had been increased to 100 times its size and speed, struck Redfield with a thunderous force. Boom. The power of the super desert sword was unbelievable. With Will as the center, 180 degrees in front, everything was obliterated. Looking far away, a small island that was originally densely forested was suddenly wiped out in half, which was extremely shocking. When half of the island's trees and mountains crumbled to the ground, Will immediately looked up. Redfield, who had already transformed into vampire mode, was waving his ugly flesh wings and hovering in the sky. I have to admit, even in our time, you had enough strength to compete for that throne. Redfield, who has completely recovered his prime and even has strength and experience beyond his own at that time, is indeed qualified to say such things. And now, in addition to the deceased Whitebeard and Roger, he also had to count the kid in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder if he was really getting old, not on a physical level, but in the sense that he was being rejected and eliminated by this new era. Even though he had made a 10-year contract with Will, he still hadn't given up that ideal in his heart. But for now, the title of Pirate King might not really belong to them, the remnants of the old era. Are we still fighting or not? Don't think that praising me a little will make me deflated. Will, who had just played a bit of fun, didn't have any respect for the old and the young, and the strong old man in front of him like a monster didn't need others to humble him. So Redfield laughed, and the appearance of that non-mainstream vampire was very permeating. You really are an unlovable brat, let me, as your senior, teach you a lesson. Turning on vampire mode. The most frightening thing about the vampire fruit is that he doesn't have to bite through someone's neck to suck blood. As long as he catches it, Redfield can suck the life force of his target directly through contact. In less than a second, he can turn a teenage boy into a pale old man. That's how scary that devil fruit is. When paired with Redfield's almost incomprehensible terrifying speed and the observation hockey and experience that has reached the peak like Roger, will dare to assert that at this time Redfield can single-handle any of the four emperors without losing a battle. Of course, it may not be possible to win. Will no longer held back when facing Redfield, who was haunted and had very diabolical tricks, but originally the more devil fruit could only increase his speed up to 30 times at most, that is, 15 times the speed of instant transmission. This is already an unimaginable burst of speed. But it's not enough to deal with Redfield, who has his acceleration on. So Will directly elementalized using the Thunder Fruit, and used the more ability to make his speed 30 times on top of the lightning. Finally, Will, who was transformed into the Fast Flash, began to reverse Redfield's speed. It's just that Ryder is far ahead of Will in the practice of observation hockey, so who will win and be defeated is still unknown. In this way, a flickering thunder and lightning collided with a vampire with afterimages everywhere. The two of them tacitly kept the intensity of the fight at this level, and it was not a fight to the death. There was no need to go all out. So the whole island became their battlefield. Maybe 1 second they were in the southernmost part of the island, the next second they were in the northernmost part. Southeast and northwest, sky and ground, the roar was endless. Nami and the others, who were watching the battle from the Avengers, looked at each other in dismay, and it was hard for them to agree that this was nothing more than a friendly fight that was proposed after the old Redfield regained his youth. Is that guy old Redfield actually that strong? It was hard for Nami to associate this monster, who was so fast that she could only see shadows, and who hadn't lost a single battle against Will, with the adamant old man who was usually so stubborn. Now they wanted to believe that Redfield was really a big shot when he was young along with Whitebeard, Roger, and others. It was exciting to have another such strong guy on board besides Uncle Isho. Then, in front of everyone's excited eyes, the island in front of them crumbled apart with a huge thunderous sound. It was like a baked cookie being smashed in the middle with a single punch. Just then, a bolt of lightning and a bloody shadow instantly streaked down from the sky back to the ship. Go, the island is sinking. Chapter 247 A Marriage? The island, which had not withstood Will and Redfield's rampage, created waves and finally sank to the bottom of the sea without any sound. Will and Redfield, who were fleeing this sea on the Avengers, were a bit embarrassed. One wanted to test how powerful they were, and the other wanted to release as much as they wanted. In the end, they confiscated their hands. The island exploded. NS. The two of them were a bit embarrassed as they fled the sea in the Avengers, one wanting to test how powerful he became, while the other wanting to unleash it after holding it for too long, but in the end, the island blew up. This is the second island he's smashed since he had the Quake fruit in his hand, and its destructive power is really not comparable to ordinary devil fruit. I say, did you guys go friendly fight, or did you go to demolish the island? A nice little island was just wiped out by you two? Nami, who was almost caught in a huge wave and was more or less in a state of shock just now, came over with her face full of disbelief. The young Redfield was even more shameless as he muttered, "Ugh, people get sleepy when they get old, I'm going to take a nap," and disappeared. As expected, even if the body becomes younger, the soul is still the same old gangster who attracts hatred. Will couldn't help but curse Redfield in his heart, but just now that fight was still quite enjoyable. He is now finally sure that the four emperors are not out of his reach. It's time to show up in front of the world after disappearing for so long, and I don't know if Law's side is ready for it. When he came back to his senses, Nami, who opened her mouth to say something else, had already been pushed behind by Baby Five and the enthusiastic Violet. "Lord Will, the water is ready, go take a hot bath, darling, you must be tired, I've prepared the afternoon tea. How can you call Lord Will darling?" Violet looks at Baby Five with a murderous look in her eyes, worthy of being a Staredevil fruit user. What a nifty name for an image. Darling is darling, and that's what I'd like to call darling, darling my love. Baby Five stared back without any weakness. One always wondered if she would turn her eyes into weapons like a laser and then was ready to explode Violet's head. Will seems to have faintly seen the legendary lightning effect in the middle of their vision, the kind with laser lightning. "Well, I'll go shower first, then come out for afternoon tea." Will directly got up and fled from the Shura field. Just as the Avengers returned according to the guidance of the Vivre card, the supernovas except for Law also went to the New World one after another, and the climax of the Great Pirate Era gradually kicked off. On Cake Island, Big Mom just accepted Jinbai's surrender on the condition that she will shelter the Fisherman's Island. After the death of Whitebeard, too many pirates started to stir, and Fisherman's Island, which used to be quite peaceful under the protection of that flag, became a lump of fat meat in the eyes of countless pirates again. Jinbai, who had lost the title of Seven Warlords of the Sea, was unable to resist the massive invasion of the pirates. He had no choice but to exchange his freedom for the protection of one of the four emperors to restore peace to the island. For the sake of the special desserts of Fisher Island, Big Mom agreed to his request, but the desserts had to be delivered on time every year as tribute, as it's the rule of the Cake Island. After dealing with Jinbai, Big Mom gulped down the dessert that already had a soul around it, and listened to his men's report on the preparations for the tea party. The original tentative date had to be postponed due to the great event of the War of the Tops, and it was impossible for anyone to be careless about the changes that the fall of one of the four emperors would bring to the world landscape. Even Big Mom and Kaido were too busy seizing the territory left behind by Whitebeard to bother with the tea party. Now because the division of the spoils is almost over, plus one of her daughters is getting married, Big Mom who wants to eat the wedding cake is preparing for the tea party again. However, at this point many people still want to wait and see for a while. Whitebeard was just destroyed. With Big Mom holding a tea party with such a big fanfare, how could it not be caught by the Navy? God knows if she will be the next target of the Navy. Even if not, if they were targeted by the Navy, they would never get anywhere. After hearing the report, Big Mom grimaced like an evil ghost, and the acid-like saliva dripped down to the ground with a grimacing sound. Then announced this: "Whoever doesn't came to my daughter's wedding, I'll catch them and eat them all as snacks." Yes, yes. Mom, do you still need to send an invitation to Faceless Will? Big Mom thought about one of the images she had seen in the War on the Top and laughed in an increasingly gloomy and horrible way. The title of the Four Emperors is not something that any dog or cat has the right to covet. But let Smoothie come to see me. Soon, the tall, suspiciously giant-blooded Charlotte Smoothie came in front of Big Mom. "Mother, you wanted to see me? My sweet daughter, Mommy has a mission for you to accomplish. No matter what kind of enemy it is, I will tear him to pieces for my mother," Smoothie said faithfully, getting down on one knee. "Very good, you really are Mom's good girl." Big Mom laughed happily, then suddenly changed her tone of voice and said, "This time Mom has found a good husband for you. You go and deliver the invitation to the tea party for Mom, and tell him about the marriage by the way. All I want is the result." "Mom, I don't want to get married." "What did you said?" Big Mom's elongated voice sounded, her black face with bloodthirsty eyes stared at the lovely daughter who had just made her so happy, like a brutal evil ghost. She would not allow anyone to disobey her orders. Anyone who disobeys her will end up being eaten by her as a snack. Even her own daughter Smoothie. She knew that if her next answer didn't satisfy her mother, she would probably be eaten. Smoothie obeys everything Mommy says. "Surely you're an obedient good girl of Mommy, so it's settled then." And the pressure, like suffocation by immersion in mercury, disappeared instantly, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 248 Law's plan in the New World. On an island where there is always snow and ice, Law is hiding in a cave, waiting for someone to return. Trafalgar Law, who had done a few major things during the more than a month when he was separated from Will, took his crew to hide in the cave, waiting for someone to return. "Captain, how long do we have to wait? It's really cold." "Hey. You bastard furries. We should be the ones to say it's cold, or we'll take off your heavy fur first." Before Law could reply, the shivering crewmate next to him couldn't help but shout at the stupid talking bear. As a bear with very poor psychological endurance, Bippo stood up then made a 90-degree now posture. "Sorry." The crewmates are used to Bippo doing this thing at this point, so they all rolled their eyes and went back to shivering under the blanket. Just then, the sound of feet crunching on the snow came from the hole, and although it was already freezing, everyone was still very quick to pick up their weapons and point them outside. "Why did you find such a hellish place to hide? What the hell have you done?" Following the guidance of the Vivre card, Will led his crew all the way here to find them, still in the same single coat. With his current body condition, this level of low temperature is completely ineffective to him. After seeing the appearance of Will, Law let his crew put down their weapons. Even if he is seeking skin with a tiger, he had to slaughter that scum Doflamingo first. Is boss finished with his business? Although we wandered around for so long due to that old man, it's finally over. Tell me about your plan. How can I get Doflamingo out? After saying that, Will also did not go out. Wearing his infinity gauntlet, he made things appear one by one. In the blink of an eye, the table, chairs and tea set were all set with hot food on the table. Oh. Bippo and the others' eyes turned completely star-shaped, gulping while hesitantly not daring to go over. After all, Faceless Will's fierce reputation and that day's dismantling really scared them, completely shocking them. "All of you, come over, it's hard for you to hide in this kind of hellhole." At this time, Law also spoke up. "Since Master Wills has said so, then we are not going to be rude." Heart Pirates all of a sudden surged over. These days hiding here made them hungry as they can only gnaw dry food, and when they were thirsty, they would stuff a few mouthfuls of snow into their mouths. They really have had enough of living like that. If it wasn't for the fear of affecting their Captain Law plans, they would have been unable to resist going out. All of them are trying their best to stuff things into their mouths, even if they are burning and screaming. They don't want to vomit what's in their mouth. They look so happy. Only Law didn't go over but signaled for Will to follow, and they continued deeper into the pitch-black cave. During the time I've been waiting for Boss Will to return, I've managed to corner Doflamingo, and this time he'll definitely show up and won't even dare let Kaido know what he's out for. As Law lit the torch, a heart, still thumping, appeared in his hand. "This is Caesar's heart. I sneaked into Kaido's artificial devil fruit factory. I wanted to bring Caesar back, but the guards there were too strong, so I had no choice but to secretly take out Caesar's heart and escape. The power of the surgical fruit is indeed buggy enough to split and combine anything indiscriminately, and even if it is cut into pieces, it will not die. But if he didn't use the power of the surgical fruit and just destroy the heart, then Caesar won't be able to escape death even if he hides anywhere. Without Caesar, it would mean that Doflamingo would lose his last use, and the first one who would strike would be the furious Kaido. So Doflamingo would never stand by and watch Caesar die. He would do everything just to get Caesar's heart back, and he couldn't even let Kaido know about it." Will instantly figured out Law's whole plan, although it was different from the original, but in general, he still used bait to kill Doflamingo. There is nothing wrong with Law doing this. Doflamingo is definitely willing to take a gamble, but if he does this, it is estimated that Doflamingo will just run away. He will die anyway, so why throw himself into the net? It's just that although he knows the plan, but when he thinks about how Law has the guts to sneak into Kaido's lair and even rob his subordinate's heart and then run out unharmed after being discovered, it made him look at this man in a different light. Sure enough, hatred is the greatest motivation for mankind. No wonder they chose to hide on an island where the weather is ravaging. Otherwise, even if they could use the polar diver to run out from underwater, they would probably be caught by the beast pirates' pursuers. I've got a rough idea of what your plan is, so let it go next, and let me know when it's my turn to make an appearance. I'm looking forward to that bastard Doflamingo furious face when he sees me." Even the always serious Law couldn't help but quirk his lips after conjuring up that image. "Corazon, I'll get my revenge on you in no time. I'd like to kill him myself if I could. It's simple, wait until I beat him half dead, and then you can take that chance. But don't say I didn't remind you." With Doflamingo's cunning personality, if he flees at that time, then it's going to be a big loss. "Don't worry, I'll cut him into pieces and then shoot him in the heart. Just like he had done to Corazon." Law's eyes were filled with a cold, chilling glare. "That'll do, let's split up for a while. If Doflamingo knows we're mixed up, he'll never take the bait again." "That's what I thought too, so I'll arrange the rest. You guys can go first and I'll let you know the exact time and place once we're ready." Will moved his body and lazily said, "Then I'll wait for your good news." He was at the peak of his self-confidence, commonly known as inflated. So don't say it's just a Doflamingo. Even if Kaido comes, he'll have to face him head-on to see who's more awesome. Just as Will was about to leave with his men, Law suddenly called out to him apologetically that, "Can you leave us with rations for 2 more days? Our food has almost been eaten." Even he was embarrassed. In just a few minutes' time, Vippo and the others had finished such a large quantity of food, and now one by one, they leaned back in their chairs completely unmindful that he, the captain, hadn't eaten anything. Compared with the face that can't be eaten, he didn't mind losing his face, rather than eating the dried food in his hands that is much harder, than can even make their teeth break. Will glanced at him, and then took out a lot of things from the Infinity Gauntlet, extremely speechless, and then retreated in the eyes of the Red Heart Pirates who gave him a good guy card. Chapter 249 Trapped. Buru 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 kacha. Law, you disappointed me. Return Caesar's heart and I can forgive you for all the wrong things you have done, including eating the surgical fruit, and I can also forgive you for the past. No, you should be worrying about yourself. When you kill Corazon, do you think it's all over? Just you? Whether you admit it or not, at this very moment I have Caesar's heart in my hands and have pushed you to the brink of extinction, and as soon as I crush it, you will be reduced to a true clown in Kaido's eyes, and you will lose everything. Law's voice was full of coldness, and at the same time, Doflamingo heard Caesar's cry beside him, thinking that Law had done something to his heart again. Doflamingo's face was dark as black lines appeared on his forehead, but he kept his tone unchanged and said, "Okay, I admit you got me this time, say what you want. The time and place have been told to you, come alone and we'll make an end of it. You win and leave with Caesar's heart, if you lose you'll die." Okay, I promised. Don Quixote Doflamingo's expression was fierce as he wanted to devour Law's whole existence but did not show it at all through his voice. One last word of advice, don't presume to bring help. As soon as the 100 beast pirates appear in the nearby sea, I will crush Caesar's heart immediately. Catcha. The Dendenmushi was hung up, and Doflamingo's smile became more and more scary. Because what Law had done to him was within reason, Doflamingo didn't suspect anyone else, because he knew how much Law hated him after Corazon's death. But it is precisely because of this inevitable hate that gave him a chance to make a comeback. Wait for me, Law. You won't get away with it this time. 10 days later, on an isolated island in the New World, Law waited quietly with all the members of the Red Heart Pirates. Swish. 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 Here he comes. Law looked up sharply, and everyone immediately drew their weapons on guard and looked into the sky. Doflamingo, who flew all the way with the help of clouds, immediately fell down. Law, you don't think that bringing these scum can kill me? Why can't you get rid of these naive impressions after so many years? Sure enough, Doflamingo, who came here alone, started laughing and mocking as soon as he appeared. He didn't believe that Law, who had taken the trouble to lure him out, would be so careless, and that there must be something waiting for him. But when he thought of the plan he had arranged long ago, he was immediately relieved, and he was suddenly looking forward to Law's desperate expression. Being seen as scum, the members of the Red Heart Pirates were enraged already. However, when it comes to acting, Law is not beneath him. He saw Law pull out the Dendenmushi and began to contact someone. How is it? Did you find anything unusual? Reporting Captain, in the surrounding area, we have not found any sign of the 100 beast pirates, nor any suspicious ships. Law nodded and put the Dendenmushi away, then reached out again, but what appeared was a thumping heart in his hand. The scene is extremely strange. As long as we have it, we are enough to kill you. Law clutched Caesar's heart so hard that Doflamingo's face suddenly turned very pale, and although Caesar was not with him, he still seemed to hear Caesar's wails from somewhere else. Stop. According to the agreement, I have already come. Isn't it time to return Caesar's heart to me? Law looked at him with a sneer, but let go of the heart in his hand and let it continue to beat again. The show has just begun. There is no need to hurry. Then make a deal with me. Let me kill you. Afterwards I will return this heart to its owner. Hearing it, Doflamingo has an urge to slaughter all the people on this island. If he wasn't sure he could get Caesar's heart back in Law's hands, he would have slaughtered all these people right now. After a brief silence, Doflamingo, who was able to flex and stretch, began a passionate speech. Law, you have to know that I'm also sad about Corazon's death. He was my own brother, but the truth is, he did betray me, betrayed the whole Don Quixote family. He joined the Navy behind everyone's back and became a spy for the Navy to break into our ranks. He was the one who first hurt my feelings as a brother. And I gave him the chance, and he's the one who didn't appreciate it. Enough. The angry Law clutched Caesar's heart again hard, and he glared at the glib Doflamingo with uncontrollable rage, and in his eyes, Law could not find a trace of remorse, only chilling indifference. This man is a cold-blooded bastard to the bone. From the beginning to the end, he didn't feel a trace of guilt for his biological father and brother who died in his hands. Doflamingo's humanity was completely twisted the day his family was separated from being a celestial dragon. Bang! With Corazone's face and voice in his mind, Law could hardly believe that he and this ugly bastard could be brothers. Then Caesar's heart burst open in his hands. He hadn't bothered to act anymore, he just wanted Doflamingo to die. Foo, do you think that taking someone else's heart can scare me? That's your last bargaining chip. You wouldn't try to provoke me in this way, are you? The windless hem of his jacket was flying behind him, and at the moment Doflamingo was staring at Law like an evil ghost, who couldn't believe and didn't want to believe that it was Caesar's heart that Law had just crushed right now. Did he go to such great lengths to draw him out just to do all this in front of him? Just to feel the thrill of revenge? Ha ha ha, Doflamingo. It turns out that even scum like you will have that kind of expression. But unfortunately for you, that heart I crush in my hand is Caesar's heart, and I'm going to destroy your last hope right in front of your face. Enjoy the pain I've been feeling all these years. Burro. The den mushy in Doflamingo is ringing. Ketcha. Young master, it's bad. Caesar is dead. Looking at Law, who had gone a little crazy, Doflamingo had only one thought in his mind: kill. Kill everyone. Today they all have to die. Excess whip string. Room. At the same time, a cloud of colorful threads was flicked into the sky by Doflamingo and then exploded with a thud. Strangely enough, it didn't seem to have any power, nor did it have any effect on the people on the field. Law thought it was a disgusting trick like the parasitic thread, but he didn't find it in his room, so he kept his doubts to himself. At the same time, some people who received the signal also started to act. Chapter 250 Arrival of G5 and Golden Emperor Tesoro. Law, what else do you want to depend on? If you don't bring it out, I won't stop myself from killing all of you. Doflamingo, who was full of evil, licked his lips bloodthirsty. But deep inside, not knowing why, he always felt panic after coming to this island, as if something would jump out of his control. That's why he was so cautious. While casually abusing Law, he was alert to the surroundings. Law has already used all his strength, but the gap in strength cannot be made up by hatred. And Doflamingo has beaten Law until he vomits blood several times. Although the fruits of the operation are good, its shortcomings are also very obvious. First of all, the scope of ability is only the dome-shaped space of the room, and the size is limited. Secondly, it consumes a lot of energy, and Law will be out of breath after a few uses. And the last is the biggest problem: as long as a sober strong man will not fight Law head-on in the room, the fruit of surgery is also half-wasted. At this point, Doflamingo, who can be far and near, is very cunning and cautious, could be said to be a perfect match against Law Devil Fruit. If it weren't for the bizarre ability of the surgical fruit, Law might have been defeated early. That was quite ugly, Law. At that moment, a voice that made Doflamingo face immediately turn extremely ugly rang out. Faceless Will, why did you appear here? Aren't you supposed to be at the... Should be at the Vault Island, right? Idiot. In order to lure you out of your shell, I made a special effort to reveal my whereabouts, fearing that you were too cowardly to show your face. But now it seems that this trip was not in vain. Will's sudden appearance suddenly made Doflamingo's heart hit rock bottom. Before he came to the appointment, he also specially prepared to investigate about Will's recent whereabouts just in case, but such a cautious approach was still considered by Law in advance. That's why Will made a high-profile appearance in the Vault Island. In order to allay Doflamingo's concerns, Will left the Avengers as a cover and headed alone to the burial ground left for him. Although the journey was a bit far, Will arrived on time by virtue of the gate fruit and more fruit's acceleration. I didn't expect Law to actually look for you. It seems that one party is destined to be unable to get out of this island today. If I let you escape again this time, I'm afraid that I won't be in the mood to fight for any 4 emperors. Will's words shocked everyone. Even Law didn't know that he actually wanted to fight for the vacant position of the throne of the 4th emperor. But that's okay. After he took care of Doflamingo, he could become a subordinate of the new 4 emperors, and it was not a shame to him. Foo. What a big remark. I'm afraid you don't have such a big appetite. You can't eat. It was already a do-or-die relationship, so naturally, Doflamingo would not concede anymore, and he had a backup. Burra burra. Law's den mushy rang. Captain, it's bad. There are 2 ships heading straight for you. Is it the 100 Beast Pirates? No. One was a Navy ship, with G5 written on its flag. The other one, it has a flag. The flag of the Golden Emperor Tesoro ship. Law was shocked. He knew that with Doflamingo's cunning personality, he would not really come here alone. But he didn't expect him to ask the Golden Emperor. But at this point, he can only choose to believe and will strengthen believe that he can defeat everyone. Just the Golden Emperor's fame plus the chaotic entry of the G5 branch still cast a dark cloud over Law's mind. The ship's speed is very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the vision of the crowd. Law was anxious, but a look at Will's sneering smile somehow put his mind at ease. If Doflamingo is trying to stall for time, Will just let him have his way and let him know what despair is. If he had known, he would have brought the visual Den Mushi, since he was looking forward to what emoticons Will Doflamingo's show for a while, so Will had some small regrets. Soon, the two forces landed, and then quickly converged at the intersection. Doflamingo, I'm here as promised. Tesoro, in a pink suit with a slapstick bag, took his two capable men, Mr. Tanaka and Bakura, and a group of minions. Very well, as of today, you are my family, Tesoro. Doflamingo said with pride and was very happy. The navy of the G5 branch standing on the other side looked at their commander Virgo with suspicion. I have received secret orders to assist Doflamingo of the 7 warlords of the sea in rounding up and killing Faceless Will, the great villain of the seas and former 7 warlords of the sea with a bounty of 2.3 billion berries. I didn't tell you before because it is the order from the fleet admiral, so you can verify it when the mission is over. Virgo looked like he was doing his job, with half a donut plastered to his face, but all he could think about was that no matter what happened today, none of the navies present would leave here alive. Smoker and Tashigi looked at each other and saw something strange and confusing in each other's eyes, but Virgo was the commander and his correct orders could not be ignored. As for the other navies, they trusted Virgo even more, and one by one, they revealed their original expressions, and then looked at Will and his group with a fierce look. It wasn't that they didn't know how powerful and brutal Will was, but their chief was strong, and with the addition of Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who had once tied with him, and Golden Emperor Tesoro, this battle was not without a chance of victory. And this was a great opportunity, as the other two strong, monster-like monsters of the Faceless Pirates, Isho and Redfield, were not by his side. So the three sides immediately reached a consensus. Don't be fooled, G5 navies, your commander, Virgo was the top cadre of the Don Quixote family 30 years ago, codenamed Redheart. You're being used. Law couldn't help but want to expose Doflamingo's plot, however. Ha 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 ha. No way, I'm going to die laughing. This guy says that Virgo-san is a pirate lurking in the Navy for 30 years. It's so funny, do supernovas nowadays only know how to make such cheap dissociations? I feel like I've got all the laughs of the year with him, funny clown, give me a dance and I will believe you. Ha ha ha. Virgo's reputation in the Navy was so high that no one believed Law's word at all, and even Smoker, whose heart harbored doubts, shook his head helplessly. Seeing this, Doflamingo's smile became even more hideous. In addition to these people, he had the biggest backer yet to debut, and as a true villain, he never underestimates anyone. Once again, his caution proved to be his saving grace. At least on the surface, it seemed so. Chapter 251 Betrayal. The last hope of Doflamingo, who has no retreat anymore with Caesar dying, is to catch Law, and then force Law to use the surgery on him as a bargaining chip. For him, with infinite life, he could destroy the whole world sooner or later. But, ha ha ha, I really have been underestimated, Doflamingo, then I'll let you feel what despair is. Will couldn't help but laugh at the farce in front of him, and he couldn't wait to see the next expression of Brother Dofi. Do it, finish them off. Just as Doflamingo and the others thought he was speaking to Law, Tesoro, who had stayed quietly on the sidelines, suddenly grinned. Golden binding. A large amount of liquid gold appeared from nowhere and quickly wrapped itself around Doflamingo and the entire G5 Navy, catching everyone by surprise. What are you doing, Tesoro? A completely immobile Doflamingo questioned with vicious glare at him. Oh, you're asking me? Didn't you hear what my partner said? Of course, I'll kill you. Tesoro was also laughing, his heart filled with the pleasure of having succeeded in his plan. If people who didn't know better saw it, they would definitely think that he and Will were the real villains, because it was so evil. Partners? Doflamingo narrowed his eyes with a gloomy expression. Don't tell me. But how is that possible? The last time you were in the Golden City, you were acting with each other? Looks like you're not stupid enough, Dofi. Now to reintroduce myself, in addition to my identity as the Golden Emperor, I am now also Captain Will's partner and an important cadre of the Faceless Pirates. You, on the other hand, will be the first celestial dragon that I will kill with my own hands. At this point, Tesoro's expression suddenly turned extremely fierce. Will had already told him about Doflamingo's true identity after the two of them had entered into a partnership. Tesoro, who wanted to take revenge on all of the celestial dragons, had fully integrated his new identity. So when Tesoro's self-exposure was over, Everyone present, except for Will, who was interested in observing everyone's expressions, was filled with dismay, including Law, who had been wary of Tesoro before. Who would have thought that as early as that time, these two people would have joined forces and played the world with a big fight, making everyone misinformed about their hostile relationship. What a great game of chess. And Doflamingo didn't lose to injustice. Law suddenly had such a thought in his heart and looked at the man in front of him with a complex face, who had been exuding boundless confidence from the very beginning. But what Law didn't know is that at the beginning of the play, Will only wanted to shadow the four emperors, but ended up burying Brother Dofi by mistake, so things are unpredictable. Under the sneak attack of the extremely strong Tesoro, except for the elementalized Smoker, all the remaining members were imprisoned by gold and could not break free. Thanks to Tesoro's standard villain face, Will also finally appreciated how funny Doflamingo's face that was changing color every second was. While most villains die from talking too much, it's hard for anyone to control themselves in this situation without faking it a bit. Faceless Will. Let go of my people. We at the G5 branch will no longer be involved in the feud between you and Doflamingo. Smoker, who was the only one who escaped from Tesoro's sneak attack, could be said to be carrying everyone's hopes, but he was deeply aware of the power gap between him and the man called Will, and with the Golden Emperor Tesoro and Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law eyeing him up, he was no match by any means. But fleeing alone, leaving everyone behind, he could not do it either. Faced with Smoker's request, Will laughed. Why is this guy still so naive? So he, who hadn't seen enough of the good show, immediately smiled and suggested, Virgo, right? Tesoro, who received Will's hint, immediately sealed Doflamingo's entire body in gold. How long can a person survive without air? Virgo didn't have any choice but to listen to his voice. Yes, as Law said, my real identity is the highest cadre of the Don Quixote family, infiltrated the Navy 30 years ago under the orders of the young master, and there was no secret order from my superiors. Even in the beginning I was not prepared to let any of the G5 branch leave here alive. There was dead silence on the field. All the G5 naval officers looked at the commander they had always respected and loved with incredulous eyes. It turned out that everything had been a lie, that they had only been self-interested, that Virgo had never treated them as one of their own from the beginning, and just cannon fodder to be used and cleaned up. How did this happen? Even Smoker, who had only recently joined, was in a bit of a trance. A Navy that had been in the Navy for 30 years and had climbed to the position of Lieutenant General could actually be an undercover agent of pirates lurking in the Navy. Exactly how rotten the Navy had become. No one suspected that Virgo was lying, because there was no reason for him, as a Lieutenant General, to weave a lie for a pirate like Doflamingo. And the angry look in their eyes after being lied to was about to melt the straight-faced Virgo. Are you satisfied? Of course. Tesoro laughed and melted the gold on Doflamingo's body, yet there was no one in it, only a mass of silk floating weirdly in the air. What? Don't be surprised, the one you trapped just now was just a clone made of strings of Doflamingo. Will, who had anticipated this, didn't care about the result in the slightest, and might as well say that he just wanted to take this as a test to pit Virgo. He thought that with Doflamingo's cunning character, he would not let anyone know that he was using a clone, including the one who was his henchman, Virgo. As it turned out, Will was right, Doflamingo was indeed cautious enough. How many times had he already used this trick to avoid certain death, but this time he definitely couldn't escape. Did you find him? Law. After the fake Doflamingo was trapped, Law secretly used the room under the message of Will. And under his operating table there was nothing he could not see, including the invisible wire that Doflamingo used to manipulate his string clone. Law used all his physical strength to expand the range of the room and finally decided on one thing up there. Chapter 252. It's all yours, Law. Will squinted his eyes and looked up, and sure enough, there, where Law pointed, a shadow that was hard to spot without looking closely was moving across the clouds. Brother Doffy, your time to die has finally come. Swish. A silver lightning bolt blasts a hole in the ground, then instantly disappears from everyone's view. It's a little too late to run now, don't you think? In just a few breaths, Will rushed up into the clouds to catch up with a gloomy-looking Doflamingo. Come down for me. More 30 times faster lightning back kick. Doflamingo didn't even have a chance to react, and only felt a huge force smack him in the face, and his trademark glasses shattered in the process of falling fast. And when Will made this kick, he even had time to take a glance at the ground, to ensure that this kick could accurately kick him back to the island. Boom. Overwhelmed by the kick, Doflamingo landed heavily on the ground, startling many people. Cough. When Will leisurely flashed back again, what he saw was the miserable appearance of the wretched Doflamingo crawling out of the pit. The right side of his face was swollen, and half of his teeth were kicked in, so it was a bit miserable. But this appearance also proved from the side that the Doflamingo in front of him was himself, and not the clone made of strings. Isn't it good to just suffer death honestly? Will looked helplessly at the broken face of Doflamingo. Fo, it is quite admirable that he could still laugh at such a stage. Then he saw Doflamingo spit out the bloody spit in his mouth with fierce eyes. Even if I die, I'll drag you with me to my grave. Birdcage. The string clone that lost its vitality instantly rushed up into the sky, then exploded and covered the entire island. The huge birdcage began to shrink as fast as it could and trap everyone inside. But it was clear that it would not be a last resort of Doflamingo, for he knew in his heart that the birdcage would not be able to trap Will. The cage will be here soon, die with me. This was his true last resort. He would die with everyone. Without Caesar, he had lost his last value and would either be killed by that madman Kaido or hide far away with his tail between his legs and never show his face again. Instead of dying without dignity, it is better to go completely crazy at last. Even if he dies, he will not let Faceless Will have it easy. Doflamingo, who already got crazy, used his String Devil Fruit Awakening ability, turning everything he could reach into an ocean of lines. Billow white string. Tens of thousands of thin, transparent white lines lined up horizontally, forming a wave-like attack of fury that tried to strangle everyone. Devil Fruit Awakening? So you've come this far too, Doflamingo. No need for Will to speak. Tesoro also used his Devil Fruit Awakening ability, and the golden sea waves slammed into the white sea lines. Even Doflamingo didn't know that Tesoro could actually do this, and his heart sank a little deeper. There was really no way back this time. But when Tesoro also reacted with Devil Fruit Awakening, he subconsciously withdrew the gold from the G5 branch of the Navy, and they managed to get out of the trap as a result. Having regained his freedom, Virgo immediately went silent and covered his body with purple armament haki, and just as soon as he did that, a huge lava fist filled his entire L division. More 100x major eruption. This fist directly put Doflamingo and Virgo in the attack range. In terms of size and attack speed, it was 100 times the size of the original. From a distance, it looked like an ancient lava demon suddenly stretched out his hand from the abyss of the earth. Smoker, who used every ounce of his strength to use his smoke ability to chain and throw the G5 branch navy that was entangled in the area of impact of the attack, lucky got them safe. Not because he is fast but because Will did not regard them as a target. It was just the unlucky Virgo who bore the brunt of the attack. Doflamingo was able to resist desperately using his shield white string after awakening, but Virgo, who was only armed with the armament haki as his protection, was directly burned to ashes under this blow, leaving no residue. When the lava fist disappeared into the sea around the island evaporated and caused the seawater to flow backwards. The entire island was filled with scorching steam, so terrifying that you could not even spit out a word of wonder with your mouth wide open, as if you had lost your speech. Even Tesoro, who had fought with him before, was shocked. When did this guy become so strong? Or did he not even show a tenth of his strength at that time? Even though he was already in the same group, for some reason, Tesoro was filled with frustration. But Doflamingo was worthy of being a small boss, who had an indomitable strength. Because no one had yet been able to survive Will's pursuit 3 times, but he can. Although almost all the lines were burned out, the time difference was enough for him to escape from the lava fist frontal attack. But it didn't mean he escaped unharmed. His left arm drooped weakly, the unpleasant smell of burning coming from there, and his fashionable clothes could no longer be seen in their original form, but they had been wiped off by the aftermath. I haven't lost yet. Feather attack string. 16 Holy Assassin's bullets God's execution. The cornered Doflamingo was like a trapped beast, and the awakened ultimate move stabbed at Will with the conviction and speed of a sure kill. Pierce through. Did I succeed? No, you have already lost. Will's voice suddenly appeared beside his ear, and it turned out that the one he had pierced was only an afterimage left by Will. Poof. The gorgeous Infinity Gauntlet turns into a hand knife and passes through Doflamingo's back. Did I lose? Doflamingo is spitting blood while looking down at the horrible wound on his chest. Can a human live without a heart, or can a person live without a heart? With his heart pierced through raw, Doflamingo staggered right to his knees, his life draining away inexorably. I'll leave the rest to you, Law. Keeping his promise, Will did not directly kill Doflamingo, but gave Law the last chance to kill his enemy with his bare hands. Room slaughterhouse. Swish, swish, swish. Hueco instantly dismantled the defenseless Doflamingo, leaving only his head connected to him. Then he pulled out a musket from his bosom. Core's own, did you see that? I have avenged you. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, Doflamingo forcibly mended his heart with thread, and then made the final counterattack. Feather attack string 1000 arrows. Bang. Chapter 253 Declaration. Thousands of threads coated with armament hockey rose from the ground and encircled around Law in the shape of flamingo wings, instantly surrounding him. Just as Law was about to be killed by 1,000 arrows through his heart in the next second, a collision rang out at the same time. Thousands of sharp threads were blocked by the Shadow Shield and Sand Shield, plus the fact that this move was only used by Doflamingo in a near-death situation and was not powerful enough, which allowed Law's life to be saved. "I told you to be careful a long time ago, but you still almost got killed back," TSK Will, who was in control of everything, couldn't help but ridicule. The extremely hard thread fell weakly with a bullet hole that appeared on Doflamingo's forehead. Will also withdrew all protection. At that moment Law could have used the room to escape, but instead, he chose to die with a red eye. It was really unwise. If it wasn't for the fact that he was hopeful that he would be able to use his immortality surgery, Will would have wanted to leave him alone just now. As Doflamingo fell to the ground dead with his eyes wide open, Law walked forward without saying a word, and once again pointed his gun at the corpse. Bang. 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 "You owe this to Corazon, and now I'm paying you back for him, scum." Law, who had shot all the bullets, had burst into tears without realizing it. Will did not disturb his feelings, but first obscured the view of the crowd to get the line fruit, and then focused on these people in the G5 branch. If they are all killed, his relationship with Tesoro will undoubtedly be hidden for a while longer, and if the setup is right, he may be able to conceal it from others again. As soon as he looked at them with such an unkind gaze, Smoker and the others immediately subconsciously picked up their weapons and became very nervous. In the present situation, they were at an absolute disadvantage, and none of them could leave the island alive if they were not careful. The terrifying punch from just now still lingers in their minds. What's more, that punch was incredibly familiar to Smoker. The scorching lava, and the unrelenting momentum was all exactly the same as the one he knew. But even a Kainu couldn't do it. It just means how the scale and destructive power of that punch were too exaggerated. So Smoker said in a very superior but humiliating way, "We were tricked by Virgo to come here, and we can pretend that we saw nothing of what happened today. Do you expect me to believe such an unconvincing assurance? What's the point of wasting words with them? If you don't want to do it, let me do it." Tesoro, who had no affection for the Navy, couldn't resist the urge to strike, and the clawed liquid gold was undulating around his body, ready to strike a fatal blow to the G5 branch of the Navy at any moment. "Fight them? Yes, we'll die anyway, we can't let them look down on us. The honor of the Navy cannot be smeared in our hands. We will win." The G5 branch of the Navy are a bunch of untamed soldier gangsters, and at this time, they all had red eyes ready to fight to their death. Anyway, they will still die in the end, so why not fight? Smoker, who had been promoted to Rear Admiral, raised his new sea prism stone weapon, but slowly lowered it after looking around at the crowd through gritted teeth. "Name your terms. If you want to kill us all, you should have done it just now." Stopping the others, Smoker stood alone, although Virgo had deceived them, but after Virgo's death he was the commander of this regiment, so he could not stand by and watch them die. He wanted to bring them all back in one piece. A righteous Navy cannot die in vain. Will had always admired Smoker. Whether it was his stinky and hard temper or his fearless persistence, it was a rare good quality in today's Navy. But even so, he wasn't prepared to let Smoker and the others go for nothing. As the saying goes, a thief doesn't walk away empty-handed, and a qualified businessman also won't let himself go home empty-handed. So Will quickly proposed, "It's very simple, I'll let you go, and you spread all the news about what you saw today, so as many people as possible know about it. The more detailed it is, the better. I want you to expose this big news completely. I want the whole world to know that the new fourth emperor has appeared." Tesoro was stunned for a moment, and then showed an expression of relief. There was no need to play any more tricks at this point. If you want to become the fourth emperor, you must first have the strength. Obviously, Will could definitely crush all the contenders for the fourth emperor throne. Smoker's face was filled with incredulity. Will's proposal seemed simple, but who were they? They are the Navy of Justice. To have them create momentum for a pirate and a new fourth emperor is such a big deal. Imagine the pressure from the top. Imagine how they will be perceived by their comrades in the Navy after the news comes out. More importantly, the public and reporters will not doubt the truth of what they are saying, and if it is not true, why does the Navy have to brag about pirates? It's not even necessary to exaggerate anything, just telling the truth is enough to attract people's attention. And Will obviously saw this point accurately before deciding to achieve this first step in proclaiming to the world that he was going to become the fourth emperor through their mouth. It's like him saying, "I am the new fourth emperor, whoever is not convinced, come and fight me." When all the challengers are defeated, when everyone on the sea is in agreement, that's the moment Will is worthy of being the fourth emperor. By the way, he was still referring to the power of the public opinion news when Luffy was promoted to the fifth emperor in the future. Without that report, even if Luffy's bounty had risen, no one would have agreed that he was the 5th emperor on a par with the 4 emperors. The prestige that he had earned during the war was still there, and now he would use the power of public opinion to become the first one to stand out, and finally defeat all his powerful enemies as an emperor and take the throne of the 4th emperor. Will has already written a script for the next road he wants to take, and now it's up to the G5 branch to get on board. I promise. Sir. Smoker stopped all the soldiers who tried to stop him from saying yes with a wave of his hand. He had his own considerations. He was willing to take the blame for everything, even if he was blamed in the end. Very well, I really didn't misjudge you. But just in case, let your lieutenant stay on my ship for a few days, and as soon as I see the news, I'll let her go. Will was not playing a trick to test their compassion, nor was he trusting Smoker, he just wasn't assured that the Navy would go out and talk nonsense. So it's a smart move to have a hostage to keep them at bay, and as long as the plan goes well, he won't touch Tashigi. Besides, Kaido will surely come, and he has to clear up all the loose ends first. Chapter 254 Greeting Shot. Tashigi has always been a person who takes care of the overall situation, so she stepped forward before Smoker made a decision. No problem. Smoker took a long puff of his cigar and frowned. Stand down, Tashigi, this is no time for you to be a hero. That's right. We can't let Captain Tashigi risk her life. If you need hostages, let me go. The worst that can happen to me is dying. We will stop the enemy and let Rear Admiral Smoker and Captain Tashigi go. That's right, just remember to help us get revenge. The G5 branch, all troopers and gangsters, is instead more compassionate than any navy and has more to do with what the name stands for. A bunch of assholes. Smoker angrily thought as he almost bit the cigar in his mouth in two, only to hear him say in the quietest of tones he can muster, let Tashigi stay, and I'll go with you. No matter how weak I may seem to you, the Logia devil fruit of smoke should be more attractive than the useless girl with glasses. Another long puff of smoke came out. The Navy of the G5 branch only thought that Smoker was boasting about his own importance, but only Tashigi knew the significance of his special mention of the smoke devil fruit. Because the man in front of them was a monster who could steal the devil fruit abilities of other devil fruit users. Smoker is sacrificing himself in exchange for everyone's safety and the protection of the Navy's reputation, and he's ready to renege on his promise. And the smoke devil fruit is the bait. Tashigi didn't even bother to retort when he called her glasses girl, which she hated, but she was ready to do the same thing as Smoker. Will waited for Kaido to arrive while admiring the "You go, I'll stay. No, it's better if you go, I'll stay. I'll stay" drama led by Tashigi and Smoker. He feels like a total villain when he clearly said that he was not going to kill anyone. Tashigi will stay, or they all die. Answer me between the count of 3. I'm staying. Without hesitation, Tashigi walked past Smoker and the others to Will's location, leaving behind the ugly-looking Navy. Very well, Smoker, I believe you are a smart man. Do as I say, and I guarantee this girl is unharmed. You should be able to see that I am not a homicidal man. No way. All the G5 branch navies are roaring in their hearts. So don't make me do anything I don't like. Maybe this girl wants to sacrifice herself to save the Navy's honor, but believe me, I have 100 ways to bring the Navy into disrepute, like stripping Tashigi naked and writing the G5 branch's name on a flagpole of the Navy headquarters and putting a few video denden mushy around her. As he said this, Will rubbed his chin with his hand. Does he really have the talent to become a villain? How on earth did such a good and pure person come up with such a vicious way? Until he saw the agreeable face of Tesoro. Needless to say, this guy must have led himself astray. Nothing wrong with me, it's Tesoro that has a problem. Yes, it's him, not me. Tashigi, who was standing beside him, shuddered subconsciously when the image of what Will said appeared on her mind. She couldn't believe how humiliating it would be. Smoker and the others' faces were already as black as the bottom of a pot, but he didn't dare to do anything as he knew he was not an opponent, so he could only grit his teeth. Just at this moment, Law's denden mushy rang again. As soon as he got back to normal, he heard the opposite shout, another ship is coming, it's the 100 Beasts pirates. How could it be so fast? Unable to understand, Law immediately asked, can you confirm who is coming? It is Kaido of the 100 Beasts himself. At this moment on a fast ship flying the flag of the 100 Beasts pirates, Kaido's huge body is standing against the wind. He was looking for a way to get onto the empty island in some nearby sea and was about to commit suicide by jumping off the island, but just recently he received a report from his men. So he came to recycle the trash himself. Kaido actually showed up? Damn. Law immediately changed his face. What should we do, leave first? Tesoro didn't dare to say the word flee, even though Will's performance had been terrifying. His preconceived notions still made him think that he was no match for any of the 4 emperors, let alone that madman Kaido who couldn't be defeated. However, Will has waited until now to see with his own eyes how perverted Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the world, is, and how his body, strengthened with 45 devil fruits, compared to him. Which direction did Kaido come from? Will asked without raising his eyelids. Southeast. You're not going to. You guys can evacuate first. That red-haired guy can fight off Kaido. I want to try it too. When the crowd heard it, they almost went frenzy. It's because they didn't know how terrifying the current Will was. Do you need us to stay and help you? That crazy man Kaido is not easy to deal with. Tesoro asked one last time before boarding the ship. You guys are just in the way if you stay. Stay away and watch me blast him. Will made a harmless joke that made Tesoro roll his eyes and didn't care about him anymore, but he didn't forget to take Tashigi, who was already a hostage, with him when he left. After everyone was evacuated from the island, Will came to the southeast of the island. As expected, Kaido's huge body could be seen from a distance. This distance is enough for a round, right? Will took out a silver coin and kept throwing it in his hand. When he was about 100 meters away, he fiercely pointed it in Kaido's direction. More double-speed super electromagnetic cannon. Because of the problem of constructing an orbit, Will was only able to use more ability to barely increase the speed of the super electromagnetic cannon twice its speed. The super electromagnetic cannon itself has 3 times the speed of sound, and after doubling again, it is simply too fast for people to react. There was a flash of silver. Only then did the fast ship Kaido was on suddenly explode with a huge roar. Boom. Then a huge figure slammed down behind Will. Looking back, Kaido, with a half-silver coin inlaid on his shoulder, was staring at him with interest. The look in his eyes made Will, who had lived on Fierce Beast Island, feel very familiar. That was the look of a beast looking at its prey. Chapter 255 Run? Will originally thought that the ship exploded because he hit the wrong side, but it was actually Kaido who was trying to force his way to land after being hit and got stopped. Snapping the remaining hot silver coins out of his shoulder, Kaido was laughing and pouring wine into his mouth like crazy. It had been a long time since he had been injured. No matter if it's Whitebeard who claims to be able to destroy the world or the talented Navy, no one has been able to satisfy his wish to die once. Even the people who could actually hurt him were few. Will clearly saw that just after Kaido had withheld that bit of silver coin, the wound that had been struck by the super electromagnetic cannon was healing and repairing at an extremely fast rate, and it disappeared completely after only blinking a few more times. If Kaido hadn't still held the remaining silver coin in his hand and looked through it curiously, Will would have thought that he had shot it wrong. The unimaginably strong defense combined with the unknown upper limit of the super-fast regeneration, no wonder no one could kill him. At most, they would just knock him unconscious and then be helpless. The only proof that Kaido is not truly immortal is the huge, crossed wound on his right abdomen, which no one knows who gave it to Kaido, and which still bears the ugly scar. Kid, did you just shoot me with a slingshot? As soon as Kaido opened his mouth, the already thick and heavy mountain range of strong momentum doubled on Will's body. Just think of the untamed Supernova Kid's unbearable appearance when he first met Kaido and you'll know how terrifying Kiddo is. It's a pity that this time Kaido met an opponent from the other world with a golden finger. Will didn't think he could kill Kaido here, but he should at least engage him once, to test his strength and prepare for killing him later. The invisible air of a king suddenly erupted from Will's body, and although Will was as thin as a stunted monkey in comparison to Kaido's size, his outburst of momentum was no weaker than Kaido's, virtually elevating him higher. Hey, insolent and arrogant bastard. The momentum that erupted from Will's body reminded him of that red-haired guy, who clearly looked like he could be killed with a slap, but was able to force him not to take one more step closer to Manafort. It was really annoying. Where's Doflamingo? Dead. The body is over there. As soon as Kaido heard the bad news, he burst into tears and cried out. Who killed him? He should have died at my hands. But don't worry, Joker, I'll send the guy who killed you before me down to be with you too. A complete lunatic indeed. I'm the one who killed him. Besides, I think you're better suited to go down there with him. Kaido looked at him suddenly and said, so you killed him, that's good, I'll soon be able to get over my grief. So that's what you were doing to comfort yourself when that guy Jack died? Kaido's tears came to an abrupt halt as he dropped the gourd and asked in a more or less serious tone, are you the guy who killed Jack? I know you. That would be a real honor, so are we done with the bullshit? There are many beautiful women waiting for me back for dinner tonight. Dog biting Crimson Lotus. A lava canine appeared and wanted to bite Kaido. Dodging? No need. Will's move of a KNU dog biting Crimson Lotus was right on target. But Kaido, who was bitten at the neck, didn't move at all, only to hear him say flatly and strangely, familiar taste, familiar move, isn't this the ability of that puppy red dog? It's astonishing that you got it. It's really mocking. I don't see the word surprise in your eyes in the slightest. Kaido grabbed the lava dog that had bitten him on the neck. It's true that red puppy's attack ability is a bit inferior, but it's very comfortable to use for a bath. Taking a bath in lava. I really don't know if the dead Akainu will return directly from hell and die with Kaido after hearing it. The place where he was hit by the red lotus was only a little red, and not even his defense was broken. As expected, it is really only suitable for bathing. In fact, think about it, if the magma had an effect on him, the few times Kaido was captured, Akainu magma would already melt him. Then let me try and see if you're really unkillable. The disgruntled Will was a little unconvinced that he can't injure this monster. 200 million volts blue unicorn. The beast unicorn, transformed by lightning, slammed into Kaido, who didn't dodge. The dazzling lightning drowned Kaido's body, and the crackling sound was non-stop. Tesoro and the others, who were far away in the sea, saw the flickering lightning on the island, even in daylight. Only to hear. It's so peculiar, this feeling is very peculiar, but do you only have this ability? An idiot kid who can only speak big words. The inexplicably angry Kaido stood in the electric light and punched Will's position. Although several attacks failed to work, Will was not discouraged in the slightest. He quickly dodged the blow, and Kaido punched, hit the ground, and a huge crack instantly extended to the surroundings. Will was a bit stunned. If there are a few more punches, it is expected that the island will definitely shatter. Just like that red-haired guy, do you only know how to run? Kaido fiercely freed himself from the lightning's constraint, and it didn't even burn a single hair off. He really was a monster. But run? Then I'll show you the perfect combination of speed and power. With a wave of his hand, countless lightning stones scattered to the ground. The Infinity Gauntlet closed its fist and he stood in front of Kaido as several devil fruits lit up in sequence. 500 million volts God of Thunder. More 30x speed. The power of more devil fruit is added. Plus Will armament hockey that covered his whole body shining from its luster. With a swoosh, Thunder God Will, who had become even more gigantic than Kaido, disappeared directly into Kaido's vision. Interesting. When the thought first came to mind, Kaido suddenly went black. Will, who appeared at his side as if he was moving instantaneously, grabbed his head and smashed it into the ground. The furious Kaido broke free and tried to fight back, but he lost Will again and could only hear the thunder and lightning roaring faintly around him. Bang! Will, who had increased his speed to the limit, reappeared and punched Kaido, knocking his feet off the ground and sending him flying. Then a bolt of lightning crossed again, ignoring the spatial distance and coming directly in front of Kaido, who flew out horizontally, and hit him again with both hands. Boom! Kaido's entire body was embedded in the ground, not getting up in the first place. If anyone had stayed and witnessed Will's violent hammering of one of the four Emperor Kaido, they would have dropped their jaws in shock. Chapter 256 Destroyer of the World. Clack. Boom. Such sounds frequently resounded on the island. Each of Will's punches and kicks was mixed with lightning vibrations, and the aftershocks alone were about to tear the entire island apart. In the process, Kaido tried to counterattack at first, but with the absolute disadvantage in speed, he gradually dropped the idea, allowing Will to tyrannically hammer him like a sandbag. After a full hour of rampaging and feeling the rapid loss of energy, Will once again hammered Kaido from the sky into the earth with 28 consecutive blows, and then stayed in the same state. If an average person withstood this level of attack, even if they have the Admiral's strength, Will has the confidence to hammer him to death. Although he did not see Akainu being grabbed on his head by Whitebeard and pressed it to the ground 3 times and almost died of serious injuries, but it is almost the same. But in the process of hammering Kaido, Will found that it seemed that all along any of his attacks on Kaido could not make him grunt in pain. This is a little embarrassing. Boom. Kaido, who had been smashed into the ground, was back on top of the ground again, and compared to the island that was violently demolished, it seemed he had suffered less damage. Yuck. When Will didn't move, Kaido calmly wiggled his mouth, then spat a mouthful of spittle mixed with blood and dirt on the ground. That attack was a bit more decent. It reminded me of that old bastard Whitebeard. Oh, I almost forgot, Whitebeard is dead, bastard. If that redhead hadn't stopped me, I would have been the one to kill Whitebeard. How could I let that bunch of losers in the Navy get the better of me? The average person couldn't keep up with Kaido's brain circuitry, and Will just quietly watched him ramble on and on. After mumbling a few more words of dissatisfaction, Kaido suddenly said, "Kid, it's great that that guy Jack died in your hands. You're stronger than him, which proves that he deserved to die, but I'm still going to kill you because I can't let Jack die in vain. But I can give you a choice between dying here, or joining my band of pirates to take Jack's place." This jump in thinking is really abnormal. 1 second he was fighting for his life, the next he was thinking of recruiting him. It's hard to say if he's really crazy or pretending to be crazy. Will didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and directly refused, "If you let me take your place, maybe I will consider it. And isn't it easier to find a way to hammer you to death here?" Kaido said without any change in his face, "Yeah, well, it's a real shame your journey is over, kid." It was as if the invitation he had just offered was not even on his mind. In just a few words, the injuries Will had managed to inflict on him had recovered beyond recognition, but judging from the mouthful of blood Kaido had just vomited, the force of his shock should still have managed to injure Kaido internally, but how much of an impact it had caused was unknown. The so-called strongest creature in the world Kaido seems real, and to be frank, Kaido can suppress any strong opponent with his immortal body alone using his regeneration, even if he loses in the end. Boom. A simple, unpretentious punch, but it seemed to be mixed with 1,000 pounds of force. This time Will didn't use his speed advantage to dodge but had the intention to fight hard head-on and caught the punch directly with his open hand. Now the more he knew about Kaido, the more confident he would be in finding a way to kill Kaido later. Your power is even stronger than after Drought Jack's transformation, it's devastating. However, you will still die here. Boom. Kaido saw that Will chose to fight head-on this time, and in his excitement, he punched again. Will held both of Kaido's fists with both hands, and only took half a step back before catching the force. Two giants of about 10 meters began to give and take a punch with each other. Great. This is what it felt like. Harder. With all your might. What a crazy monster. Then I'll make it up to you. After being repeatedly provoked, a fierce look flashed in Will's eyes. More 100x giant god of thunder. Suddenly, a 100-meter-tall giant with silver snakes wrapped around his body appeared in the middle of the island, like a real ancient thunder god. The 9-meter-tall Kato was like an ant being gazed at by the ancient god of thunder with merciless eyes. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Come. Kaido was still in the same ghostly state, not running or defending, standing still and waiting for the enlarged Will to make a move. For the first time in such a long time, Will was being ignored like this. In that case, take it, let me see if you're truly immortal. Destroy. Twilight of the Gods. The dazzling white light directly replaced the sun's rays. Thousands of silver dragons enveloped the entire island, and each silver dragon's explosion released a billion volts of electricity, and at the same time blasted out with the quake devil fruit power contained therein. The silver dragons swam, the atmosphere shattered, re-roared, and lava erupted. It is as if the ancient demons were enraged by mortal man and sent down a heavenly punishment to destroy the world. It truly resembled the twilight of the gods. Tesoro, who has a jaw-dropping expression, and the others looked on in disbelief at the apocalyptic scene before them. Even the 4 emperors couldn't do much more than that. And that last earth-shattering blow. Kaido, who was still alive in this apocalyptic scene, laughed maniacally and punched the 100-meter-tall god of thunder giant in the sky. However, in the twilight of the gods, how can Mole Cricket survive when the gods cannot even defend themselves? His right fist that raised high, fell in an instant. It rushed up quickly, but fell back even faster. Kaido, who was heavily wrapped by the force of the lightning lava shock, was smashed back to the island by Will's fist. Then a loud bang. The entire island crumbled from where Kaido fell, fragile as a winter cookie. Thunder, lightning, and lava were pouring in. The vast ocean was roaring and roaring, trying to swallow the delicious cracked cookie on the edge of its mouth. Without a place to land, the 100-meter-tall thunder giant lost his balance and fell straight into the sea, creating a huge wave. Kaido, on the other hand, sank to the bottom of the sea with the island and was nowhere to be found. Every time he fought with someone, he had to sacrifice a small island, and Will had gone farther and farther down the road of Island Destroyer. But if you think about it, it's quite normal that Whitebeard has the power to destroy the world because of the Quake Devil Fruit, and Burned Eye World has the title of World Destroyer because of the More Devil Fruit. So with both the Quake Devil Fruit and More Devil Fruit, which are the standard abilities of the Demolition Office, will probably be also called the World Destroyer in the future. Chapter 257 All Parties Gather. When the turbulent waves slowly subsided, Tesoro and Law were the first to bring people over to salvage Will. But when they arrived here, they found the guy resting on the debris of an island, unlike the other powerhouses who were dying in the sea. When they thought of the rumors about him, Tesoro couldn't help but wonder if this guy was sent by God to break the common sense of the world. He is not afraid of seawater or sea prism stones, and he is able to take other people's abilities and use them together, with an unknown limit. What kind of monster has appeared in this world? Hey, are you not dead yet? Will rolled over and jumped onto the ship, but he didn't really have a problem except for the overexhaustion he felt in the end when he used the giant god of thunder, because the whole time he was using his speed advantage on Kaido. Of course, it's also true that Kaido didn't care at all. His expressionless face was as if he was mockingly saying, "Who will avenge you when I'm dead? Hurry up, otherwise, It will be a bother if that lunatic Kaido gets out of the bottom of the sea. No way. I almost thought it was the end of the world with that scene, and Kaido is still alive? Will immediately said, if it were so easy to kill Kaido, would the Whitebeard pirates and Navy let him go instead of killing him? Tesoro immediately stopped talking. Kaido's performance was simply unbelievable, and it was hard to find another bug character like him in this world. Well, maybe the man in front of him should be included, but at most the direction of this bug character was different. So we will just leave? Isn't this the best time to think of a way to kill him? Tesoro was a little disappointed. This is one of the 4 emperors. If he could be killed, the whole sea would be in shock and madness. Will is a bit helpless. This guy is usually quite smart. Why is he making a foolish mistake now? I don't know. I haven't seen him use any ability or transformation until just now. Even if Kaido is really a devil fruit user, do you think the seawater is really harmful to him? Wouldn't the Navy have tried such a simple solution? The other thing he didn't say was that he could sense that Kaido wasn't serious at all, perhaps because he concluded that Will was incapable of killing him, or because he thought that he couldn't keep up with Will's speed even if he was serious, so he didn't bother to move. The funniest one might be, Kaido really wanted to die, and was expecting someone to kill him. Tesoro was embarrassed when he thought about it. Isn't the one in front of him a great example of one who isn't afraid of the sea? Forget it, they're all big shots, I can't afford to mess with them. Let's go then, I'll send you where you're going. Will reported the location, then looked at the shocked-looking natural dull-looking Tashigi. This glasses girl obviously hadn't gotten over the fact that Will had defeated Kaido. She was not the only one who was shocked and unable to speak. The Navy of the G5 branch also witnessed the whole process. So the man wasn't kidding when he said he wanted to be the new 4th emperor. Is Kaido dead? It took a long time for a voice to speak up and ask the question on everyone's mind. Finally regaining consciousness, Smoker realized that the cigar in his mouth had almost burned out and immediately threw it into the sea in front of him. That's none of our business. Return to HQ. Smoker knows that there is no way to hide what has happened today and that he will not give up on saving Tashigi. When everyone had left and the sea had returned to its usual calm, the broken island lay there in the depths of the ocean floor. In the darkness, a pair of reddish eyes suddenly opened. Faceless Will, another loser. Isn't there anyone in this world that can kill me? The silent roar of the fish scattered all the fishes around him. But it also attracted the dominant player here. Opening its mouth full of sharp spines, it bit the body of its prey, but at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A few minutes later, blood stained the bottom of the sea. The Sea King that thought it found its stay was dead, and there was a figure on its body biting its flesh. Blame it on targeting a wrong prey. It may be the ruler of the sea, but the prey it targeted is the existence of the strongest creature among all living things in the sea, land and air. The strong live, the weak die. In this world of natural selection, sometimes the identity of the hunter and the prey can be changed in just a moment. Vault Island, an island with a very aggressive name, is particularly lively today. First of all, a powerful competitor for being the 4th emperors, the Faceless Will, led his crew to board the island. And second, the forces from one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, who received the news that Faceless Will was on this island, also arrived. And the one leading them is none other than Charlotte Smoothie, the sweet commander of Big Mom pirates with a bounty of 932 million belly. Just when everyone thought that there was going to be a battle, one of the 4 emperors' red hair shanks actually personally brought people over. 2 from the 4 emperors have arrived for 1 person, and this is such big news. However, when the Faceless Pirate Group's Vice Captain Nisho appeared, the crowd only learned that Faceless Will is not on the island at the moment, so several forces become so strange that they become harmonious on the island as they all wait for Will's appearance. And today was destined to be a sleepless night. When Golden Emperor Tesoro, Supernova Trafalgar Law and their respective men appeared near the Vault Island, almost everyone was going crazy. What the hell was going on? Did the Vaulted Island have some great secret treasure they didn't know about? Or is there some sort of conspiracy to bring these people together in such an open and above-board manner? Others say it's the end of the Navy, and together they could build a new world of pirates. It was in such a stormy sky that the first to land was the center of everyone's attention, Faceless Will. As he walked, Tesoro and Trafalgar Law were naturally located behind him. Could it be? These 2 have been taken in by him. Trafalgar Law was fine, but who was Tesoro? That's one of the small groups of people standing at the top of the pyramid. Ask 10 people, 10 people will admit that he is a big shot. An existence that controls the lifeblood of the world economy. Those who thought that Faceless Will wasn't qualified enough to compete for the 4th Emperor position now shut their mouths. With the addition of the Golden Emperor, the power of the 4th Emperor has begun to take shape. Chapter 258, Targeted by a Big Shot? When Will proudly introduced Tesoro, Law, and the others to Uchiha and the others, he apparently overlooked a crucial event. In other words, Karina and my plan was under your control all along, but you just put on a good show, right? My Captain Nami, with a bad face, took Will's arm. Feeling the burst of killing energy coming from his side, Will quietly gulped. How could he have forgotten about this? No. You misunderstood me. I mean, it was because we didn't know each other that we didn't fight. That's why the two of us secretly reached a consensus, and it's all thanks to you. Will's smile was sincere. Nami gave him a suspicious glance, but she obviously didn't take it to heart, because since we will be partners from now on, your money is my money and my money is still my money, but don't worry, I will cover you here. Nami unknowingly opened her kaleidoscopic belly eyes and then said happily as she tapped Tesoro on the shoulder. Tesoro gave Will a helpless look. I'll put up with it. By the way, the redhead pirates and the Big Mom pirates are here. Did you stir up some trouble again? No, I just hammered Kaido a little while ago. What could I do? This sentence was swallowed by Will after just one turn of the lips. The better way for him to pretend that he didn't do anything is to quietly send someone on the island to spread the word, and then wait for the news reports to finalize the story. As the saying goes, the Invisible 13 is the most deadly, and of course, someone else has to bring this up. If it's from the redhead pirates, then it should be Shanks bringing me something. I'll go get him. No need, I'm already here. After saying that, Shanks appeared. Will first looked at the box in his hand. The amount of devil fruit consumed recently was a bit high, so he was in need of replenishment. I hope you sold that Magellan guy for a good price. Shanks tossed the box towards him and smiled. 3 zone-based devil fruits, all of which are the most common kind with extremely low potential, and I don't know what you're here for. After Will opened it, he smiled. How do you know the thrill of opening and upgrading if you've never experienced it before? I've only strengthened myself with less than 50 devil fruits and I've already been able to suppress Kaido purely by force, so if I strengthened myself by 100, it's not a dream to tear Kaido apart by hand. There's something else you came over for this time, isn't there? If it was just a matter of sending a few devil fruits, Shanks didn't need to make this trip by himself. That's why Will asked. Shanks immediately put away his smile, looked at Will with serious eyes and said, that's right, I came here specifically to look for you this time to tell you something. You've been targeted by someone, a really, really big person. A big man? How big can it be? Bigger than you? Will was somewhat amused. The 4th Emperor is already at the top of the world's food chain. If no surprises, he will soon be able to sit in the position of the 4th Emperor. Where's there any big figure he cannot afford to provoke? Is it the 5 elders? What a joke. The next moment, however, he suddenly stopped laughing and thought of someone who regarded the 5 elders as dogs, possibly even the only one in existence who had undergone immortality surgery. Is it because he's been so high profile lately that he's attracted the attention of the Lordim? If that's true, then things are going to get tricky again. Being targeted by an old demon who has lived for hundreds of years is really not good news. As Will frowned in thought, Shanks didn't mention the name of the big man but reminded, over the years, I don't know how many brilliant people who tried to overturn the world have completely disappeared in a long river of history, but I advise you not to act rashly until you're completely sure. Will was slightly surprised, always feeling as if Shanks seemed to know something, but in this era where countless people were chasing the Pirate King's footsteps, he was looking farther and deeper. Thanks, but I don't have any thoughts of slowing down. The 4 emperors? King of pirates? That's shallow. If you want to be king, why not be king of the world? Shanks had some regrets. He had thought that Will's philosophy was very similar to his own, including a surprisingly similar attitude towards pirates and the navy, so he didn't care about the punch he had sneaked in during the War of the Best, but now it seemed that he might have been wrong. He could clearly sense that the other side's ambition was bigger than he had imagined. Shaking his head, Shanks left and didn't say anything after his last warning, and Will did not think of even explaining, because only the results will prove everything. As soon as Shanks left, Big Mom's pirates came afterwards, perhaps to discuss it. My lord asked Captain Will to go to the Southern Woods for a while. The man was quite respectful. After all, they all knew that Mother was interested in marrying the person in front of him, and if he offended him, it would be his own death. As for the guy in front of him refusing? Haha. No one has ever dared to refuse a mother's offer unless it was a dead man. Will is also a bit curious about what tricks Big Mom is playing. If it's just because of the tea party, it should not be so troublesome, or is it because of Kaido? It's not like it. Let's not say whether Kaido escaped from the bottom of the sea or not. If Big Mom was told about this, would she still dare to invite himself over? He won't even give Kaido care, so how can he give her a face? All this secrecy, I'd like to see what Big Mom really wants. Will explained a few things and then went to the meeting place by himself. On the way there, he had thought of many possibilities of why the other party wanted him to meet in this location, but when he arrived, He realized that it was probably simply because she was too big to enter the room he was in. Are you faceless, Will? If there is no coincidence that there is another man on this sea with such a code name and name, then yes, it should be me. After a brief silence, Smudge drew his sword. I am Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of Mama. Let's fight. Huh? After hammering Kaido today, Will, who has already reached his standard exercise level, really has no desire to fight with anyone, and this kind of proposal is really boring. However, Smoothie wasn't ready to let him go. She pointed her long sword at Will, then said something that made Will bewildered, and then she attacked him. Chapter 259 Whose Wedding? Even though I don't like you, and even though today is just the first time I've met you, I can't disobey Mom's orders, so show me your true strength and defeat me, so I have no reason to run away. Meow meow meow. A confused Will subconsciously turned his body to the side to avoid Smoothie's unrelenting strike. The earth cracked, and then Will grabbed Smoothie's wrist with his infinity gauntlet on his right hand and threw her out with a violent over-the-shoulder slam. The Sea Prism Stone feature of the Infinity Gauntlet caused Smoothie, a Devil Fruit user, to briefly lose all power and hit a rock-hard earth. One by one. All of them are all insane. What the hell is Big Mom playing at? What Will hates the most is the inexplicable trouble. He actually carries strong utilitarianism in every move, either for people or for the Devil Fruit. Even the fight with Kaido was mostly to test his physical strength and also to find a way to kill Kaido in the future. Now suddenly a woman comes out of nowhere, speaks out of the blue, and makes a move right off the bat. Cough. I was careless just now, I didn't realize that your weapon was mixed with Sea Prism Stone, so I'm going to be serious next. And after saying that, she rushed over again with huge steps. You just don't listen to people, do you? Will was more or less annoyed since you had delivered the fruit to my door, so don't blame me for taking it. A familiar white light appears in his right fist. Shatter. Ka-ching. With Will's right fist hitting the air, the atmosphere shattered like glass again, and then a tremendously destructive force was applied to Smoothie's long sword, which was then transmitted to her whole body. Bang. Smoothie's entire body was spitting blood and was knocked out of the sky. The long sword came out of her hand and flew in the air for a dozen times before sticking to the ground. If it weren't for the protection of her armament hockey plus the high quality of the long sword itself, it wouldn't be surprising that it would have been directly shattered by the punch just now. But despite Smoothie's use of armament hockey and part of her giant bloodline, the combination of Will's unreasonable monster power and devastating earthquake fruit was simply not enough for her to defend. After clearly recognizing the huge difference in strength between the two, Smoothie reluctantly and immediately used Squeeze. By absorbing water to make her body huge, and not slowing down in the slightest, theoretically if you absorb enough water you can get bigger without limit. After growing to the size of a small mountain, Smoothie breathed a sigh of relief after she had squeezed all the water out of the entire forest. It can be said that she is currently in her strongest state. Although in her heart she had recognized Will's strength, but as the daughter of her mother, how could she let outsiders underestimate her? But in the next second, to her dismay, a giant, a little taller than she was, with lightning wrapped around his body, was standing right in front of her. Getting bigger isn't something you can do alone, and while I don't know what that Big Mom is up to, sending a Devil Fruit user like you exclusively to me would be your biggest mistake. I'll accept this Devil Fruit unceremoniously. Smoothie gritted her teeth and tried to squeeze the water from Will's body by touching it, but where would Will, who was covered in lightning, get the water to squeeze by her? And even in this state, Will can still use the power of the Quake Fruit with impunity, and with one punch, the area of the atmosphere shattered is at least dozens of times larger. She was completely unable to fight and could only wrap her whole body in armament hockey to be beaten passively, and the blood that was up to her throat was swallowed by her for the umpteenth time. Fall down. Ka-ching. A fierce punch mixed with the force of the lightning tremor directly broke Smoothie's arms in front of him, and then the whole body could no longer stand and collapsed directly to the ground, startling countless birds. The punch not only broke her arms, but may have also shattered her lungs, only to see the fallen Smoothie quickly shrink to her original size, and then spit out blood, already losing the power to fight again. The commotion here attracted the attention of countless pirates, but no one dared to go near the forest. Joking aside, is it possible for ordinary people to engage in a battle of this magnitude, where any little aftershock can make them disappear? But some pirates had to take the risk, such as the Big Mom people who informed Will that they were coming. Will quickly deactivated his God of Thunder state and more increase and then came to the heavily wounded Smoothie. The height of nearly 5 meters is still too unfriendly for normal humans. The good thing was that Smoothie couldn't stand up at the moment, and could only let Will look down on her. Do you have any last words? Smoothie looked complex and after one last look at him, she said nothing, just closed her eyes and waited to die. Will expressionlessly raised his fist again, the shock power wrapped around it. He was ready to give her a full-blown. At this moment, Will, who heard the noise, subconsciously looked to the side. The few pirates who had come here with Smoothie had finally appeared at the last minute. Smoothie-sama. Oh my god, how did this happen? Even if you don't agree to the marriage, there's no need to kill her. This is the end. Mom is going to go crazy. Will hadn't wanted to pay any attention to these miscellaneous fish, but one of the words made him raise his eyebrows. Say. What does Big Mom want? Will, who appeared in front of them instantly, directly picked up an unfortunate ghost and questioned him. Only to hear the unfortunate man's lustful threat, Mother will definitely take revenge for us, just wait for death. Bang. Will casually tossed aside the charred corpse in his hand, then grabbed over an unfortunate egg. You speak. I say. We are here to deliver the invitation to the tea party on behalf of Mother, and the other thing is Mother wants to send a marriage proposal for you to marry Smoothie-sama. In return, Mother will give you her full support to sit on the throne of the 4th Emperor. What a mess this is. Will released the unlucky guy with a frown, and then combined with Smoothie's statement just now, he could already guess what was going on here. The family run by Big Mom is bigger than the Whitebeard family, all these years just relying on the means of marriage. He does not know how many forces she has. Now, as expected, she wants to give Smoothie, her daughter, plus the bait to make him the 4th Emperor, in order to bring the entire faceless pirates under her control. What a great plan. Chapter 260. Want to start a war? Bring it on. Will never thought that he would one day become a marriage partner of the Big Mom family, and his partner is a big beauty of 4.5 meters tall at that. What's more, he didn't hold back at all just now to kill Smoothie, and if that gets out, he'll get a bad reputation. Even if you don't agree to the marriage, you shouldn't directly kill your marriage partner. How embarrassing. Just now you. Needless to say, I can see that you have no interest in the marriage at all, and neither do I, but I can only accept Mother's arrangement, so I would have killed you just now if I had the chance. Smoothie struggled to sit up, her arms dangling unnaturally, looking miserable. Although the positions were different and their camps had even more potentially become hostile, Will didn't hate her. This was a real heroine. Of course, marriage or not, he did not want to get involved with the Big Mom family, and also, Smoothie is not his favorite type. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have made such a heavy move. Go back and tell Big Mom that I don't need to marry anyone. I can still get the position of the 4th Emperor by myself, and that day won't be too far away. Will completely let go of his desire to kill, even if they would still be in a hostile relationship when they met again in the future, but at least at this moment he didn't want to do it. Will's words were wild, but Smoothie, who had just been abused, felt that this man was very close to that position. I'm afraid Mother is going to lose this time. Smoothie, who suddenly came up with such a thought, said with a somewhat complicated look, Mother won't give up just like that. The tea party is the deadline. If you still haven't changed your mind by that day, then the next step will be to take action. Mom will do everything in her power to destroy you. The fact that she can say such things proves that Smoothie isn't bad at all. She just can't resist any of her mother's orders because she's part of Big Mom children, and she's as pathetic as a marionette. But unlike them, who were ruled by the Big Mom with fear, Will was confident from the beginning that he could defy anyone, and as his strength grew, he would not fear anyone. So he smiled lightly and said, if you want to start a war, then come. I'm just afraid she won't have the guts to do it after she sees the news in a few days. News? Smoothie was not sure why, but she was also infected by Will's strong self-confidence and charm, and at this moment she suddenly felt as if it was not unacceptable to have such a strong man who she did not hate as a partner in her future life. But immediately after that thought appeared, she pushed this impractical thought to the bottom of her heart, knowing full well how furious Mom would be when she returned this time. The next time we see each other should be on the battlefield. Maybe dying at his hands would be a good thing, at least it would be easier to accept than being eaten by Mom. I'll bring your words to Mom intact, but are you sure you want to let me go? I lost badly this time, but against anyone else, I would be their worst nightmare. The cold-hearted but responsible Smoothie didn't know why she said such things, and the guys who survived were scared white, afraid that Will would figure it out and destroy them all. But Will saw the other side of her. It turns out not everyone in the Big Mom pirates are cruel and murderous villains. At least a few people can still be rescued and reformed, if a different environment was given for them to live instead of carrying the name of Big Mom. Like Smoothie, such people may be able to make a very different and wonderful life. Will laughed, although your proposal is very inspiring, do not underestimate my crew. If you really run into each other, I advise you to focus on staying alive, because those guys are not as easy to talk to as I am. With Redfield on his peak, Uchiha, who has an admiral level, and Golden Emperor Tesoro as the three commanders of his ship. Even the weakest Tesoro is at the level of a pseudo-admiral and has awakened his devil fruit ability. The first two, not to mention Uchiha, who has a proper admiral strength, that vampire Redfield alone is simply at the pseudo-emperor level or higher. If in the past he could fight Whitebeard and Roger without a devil fruit, then now with the mythical zone vampire devil fruit, he is simply a bug in a game. When the day comes that they really take on the Big Mom pirates, he will just ask Redfield to stalk Big Mom, and will be able to take Uchiha and Tesoro and slaughter all those sweet commanders. Then we'll close in and, to put it bluntly, consume her to death. Of course, this is just the ideal situation. Apparently, Smoothie didn't really know how strong and talented the current faceless band of pirates were. So she just kept her real thoughts to herself and let the minions who had come with her stagger away with her sword in their hands. The pain of her arm being broken didn't even make her howl or frown, but what would happen next made her look sad without even realizing it. If she could, she would like to convince her mother to give up her campaign against Faceless Will, because that would only bring disaster to the family, and even if she won, too many of her brothers and sisters would die, which she did not want to see. But at the same time, she was very clear in her heart that no matter what Mom decided, it was not something she could influence, and everything could only be resigned to her fate. After solving this side of the matter, Will turned back. In fact, he is not unable to put on the recovery fruit to help with Smoothie arm treatment, but to be honest there is no need for this since they are destined to be an enemy. Letting her go this time is already the limit. In order to avoid a war of words, Will decided to ignore it, and it would be better if it could be used to irritate Big Mom. After all, there is rarely a war between the four emperors, and there has never been a war without any reason, and for that madman Kaido who was looking for abuse, it does not count. Sure enough, if people don't have that layer of skin, they will really be invincible in this world. At this moment, Will has already used the fourth emperors to self-proclaim himself, which is really shameless. It is said that there are no wrong names or nicknames, and the ancients really did not deceive me. Faceless Will, what a title. It is really a good name. It's a real breath of fresh air that even shamelessness can be said in such a magnificent way. Chapter 261 Fleet Admiral Aokiji. The departure of the forces of the four emperors with red hair and the forces of Big Mom made the islanders feel somewhat at ease, and at the same time, they were curious about the story between the four emperors and the faceless pirates. In particular, the battle between Faceless Will and Smoothie in the forest, although it ended quickly, caused quite a stir. After all, when the two giants fought there, it was difficult to not see them, and it was thunderous. The end result also led to much speculation, as some claim to have seen a disheveled Smoothie afterwards, powerless and draped over the ship with her arm, apparently badly injured. Does this mean that the negotiations between Big Mom and Faceless will have broken down? So what kind of battle between the two forces will happen next? Or will it follow the example of the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy's War of the Best and go straight to all-out war? While the people of the Vault Island were on tenterhooks, an even more dramatic piece of news slowly came out, which was said to have been accidentally leaked by someone brought by the Golden Emperor Tesoro. The 100 Beasts Kaido, who has many legends such as World's Strongest Creature and Invincible. He was defeated. At the behest of someone who had no shame and no such thing as a face, the story of Faceless Will's one-on-one brutalization of Kaido quickly spread. Or maybe everyone is just making a joke. Although the people who first went out to promote this battle were very passionate, most of the details can only be supplemented by their brains. However, in just 2 days, the story of Faceless Will's tyrannical abuse of Kaido has already reached the 6.0 version, and even Will himself is a little red-faced when he hears about it. Is it still himself? It turns out that I have become so strong? Perhaps Will himself knew that the fight between him and Kaido was not what they thought it was, and he wasn't even sure how much damage he could do to Kaido in the end by letting out a big move. The only thing he was sure of was that Kaido was definitely not dead and that he would probably heal himself in a few days. The most important thing is that he thinks Kaido just wanted to see what step he could do that day, and make his best shot? How can he be easily fooled like that? However, after this test, Will has some knowledge and understanding of Kaido's immortal body. Since someone or some creature once brought Kaido irreversible wounds, it proves that others may not be unable to do it, but he can. As long as he finds the right way, even a god can't save you, bastard. Just when many people were doubting the authenticity of this story, a newspaper was sent around the world like a snowflake by the newsbirds. A few days ago, Smoker found a reporter to tell the complete story of what happened that day, but after hesitating, again and again, he omitted the part about Virgo being an undercover agent and replaced it with the part about accidentally wandering into the island. If it had been him 2 years ago, Smoker would have exposed it all without saying a word, without considering the consequences and repercussions, which is why he was driven from the naval headquarters to the East Blue Sea branch. To put it bluntly, He was disregarding the big picture and trying to wear down his temperament, otherwise who would dare to use it? But now 2 years have passed, and Smoker, who has been promoted to Rear Admirals, has indeed matured a lot, and his view on issues is no longer limited to a little, and his radicalism has been cured a lot during these 2 years of training. But he knew that in his bones he was still the same stinky rock who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes and deserved to stay in a latrine. So when he followed Will's request and assured the reporters of the truthfulness of the story in his capacity as Rear Admirals of the Navy. Yes, in the second week after the end of the War of the Best, Sengoku, inspired by the spirit of Whitebeard, resigned as Fleet Admiral, citing the belief that the Navy didn't need obsolete figureheads to lead it, and are now staying with Garp to train new recruits, finally enjoying their semi-retirement. The 3 original admirals, Okainu, died in battle, and Kizaru broke his leg, leaving only the sleepy-looking Aokiji to take over as Fleet Admiral, both physically and conceptually. So when the Sengoku strongly recommended it, because no one vie with him for the Fleet Admiral position this time, Aokiji succeeded the Sengoku as the new Fleet Admiral. At the same time, the World Conscription Plan, which was already under preparation during Sengoku Command, was also silently launched, trying to make up for the missing Admiral seat. It was at this juncture that a report from Smoker, made Aokiji who became a Fleet Admiral completely blew up. A pirate went undercover in the Navy for 30 years and no one knew about it, but he also made it to the rank of Vice Admirals. Even a person, not just Aokiji, would be terrified. In 30 years, God knows how much information would have been passed on, and how much of this would have cost the Navy directly or indirectly. If this gets out, will people still trust the Navy? Would the Navy still trust their robes? This is a major crisis that comes up just after taking his position, so how can Aokiji not take it seriously? However, the inexperienced Aokiji had no choice but to ask Sengoku, who was staying at the naval headquarters for the rest of their lives, to discuss countermeasures. When Sengoku read the report, they were similarly silent and heartbroken over the Navy's erosion. But it had to be suppressed, even more so than the other thing mentioned in the report of Smoker. They couldn't interfere with who would become the new 4 Emperor, but if one of them didn't handle the Virgo affair well, the hearts and minds of the people would be broken and the Navy would be finished. The only thing that Aokiji and Sengoku are glad about now is that Smoker knows how to look at the big picture, and this report was sent directly to the Fleet Admiral office without going through anyone else's hands, which briefly brought the entire G5 branch under control. Perhaps it would be inappropriate to say that it was controlled, but that no one was allowed to leave the base or communicate with the outside world until they were dealt with by their superiors. In this way, Aokiji and Sengoku were able to control the matter at its source. It's not so much about killing people to silence them, but it's something that Sengoku has a lot of experience in dealing with, and Aokiji has a lot to learn. The next hurdle in front of Aokiji is how to rectify the increasingly rotten Navy, which can guarantee that there are no pirate spies or undercover agents in the current Navy. What's worse, there's no way to put this kind of thing out in the open for radical reform, only to cut out the rotten flesh bit by bit in the dark. And that guy, who they have no time for now, has grown to such an extent that he even dared to clash head-on with Kaido, and even won. Sengoku, who inferred from the few reporters in the Smoker report, was inevitably clouded over again. Could it be that the death of Whitebeard will give birth to an even more uncontrollable monster? Chapter 262 Revolutionary Army. Here's the latest newspaper. Karina, come see it. If you have something important to say to me, just tell me. Karina sat on the stool boredly, her head pressed against her white arms and said weakly. Koala already knows her new companion's hobbies well, unless she encounters something she is interested in, otherwise, she will always be such a weak look. God knows how the organization would have been after the Kingdom of the Bridge was liberated. Is it just because the other party is good at taking advantage of her female advantage to be able to deceive those bastards who are full of tadpoles? Obviously, this beautiful girl won't lose to her no matter her appearance or figure. Well, maybe a little bit less feminine, just a little bit. Koala, who was somehow sad, called out to her once again, didn't you always care about the faceless pirates? That faceless Will is in the news again, and it's a big story. Koala's words not only made Karina sit over quickly but also attracted the attention of the surrounding people. As the man who has shown extremely obvious ambitions and very powerful strength from the beginning of the war on the Best, few people would not know that, as a revolutionary army with a sacred mission, how could they not take the initiative to understand that in this sea, anyone can be their potential ally? Then the revolutionary soldiers in 2s and 3s gathered around a few newspapers, and their eyes widened at once. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was killed by Faceless Will, becoming the 4th 7 warlords of the sea to die in his hands, with Paperman Simon's true cause of death unknown, and Faceless Will holding the default state. Faceless Will single-handedly defeats one of the 4 emperors. Kaido, suspected victory. Witnesses have testified that the 100 Beasts pirates have been sent to the area, suspected of rescuing Kaido from sinking to the bottom of the sea. Golden Emperor Tesoro, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law announced in a high profile that they have joined the Faceless Pirates and became a force under Faceless Will's command. And Faceless Will has regarded the Fourth Emperor's throne as his own, and openly welcomes anyone to challenge him if they are prepared to die. One of the 4 Emperor Red Hair Sheiks goes to Vault Island to meet with Faceless Will, content unknown and intriguing. The 14th daughter of Big Mom, Charlotte Smoothie, briefly fought Faceless Will and got defeated. It is suspected that both arms are broken. The Faceless Pirate Group and Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, feuding over whether the Tea Party can still be held successfully. Look forward to the follow-up. This issue of the newspaper has almost become a special report on Will alone. It's amazing how many things can happen in just a few days, and all of them are big events that would normally make front-page headlines. You've seen the news, so that's good. Let's all say what you think. The crowd looked up and were shocked to see their leader and other cadres. It was Dragon, Sabo, and others, who had just returned from liberating another country in the dust. Hello everyone, is there any food available? I'm starving these days from eating only dry food. Sabo grinned as he sat down next to Koala, not caring about the blank stares of the beautiful women. Soon, the hot soup and rice were served. What do you guys think of the report? Dragon set his sights on the people who stayed behind in the secret base. These people are the backbone of the Revolutionary Army, and as long as they survive the test, there will be even greater burdens for them in the future. Of course, these pillars also include Karina, who entered the Revolutionary Army indiscriminately. After all, with her skills, whether it is to sneak in, gain the trust of key figures or steal treasures to keep as funds for the Revolutionary Military Exhibition, they are all indispensable talents. It was thanks to her outstanding leadership that she was able to get through the expeditionary phase in such a short period of time and made it to Baltigo, the island of White Earth, where she became a loyal cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? Koala was the first to speak out. Maybe he just fought Kaido and ran away from him? It's not impossible to brag to reporters afterwards to save face. Think about it, one of the most famous things about Moria was that he was defeated by Kaido, and then he escaped. It was humiliating, but because Kaido was the one he lost to, he gained a lot of fame and was later recruited to become a 7 Warlords of the Sea. So defeat is not to be feared, it's who you lose to that counts. Isn't it normal to lose to one of the 4 emperors? But it would be incredible if he really won the fight. That's why Will is so hot all of a sudden. As a matter of fact, both the news agency and the masses are now waiting for the 100 Beasts pirates and for Kaido to strike back. If this story is false, then, needless to say, the Faceless Pirates will soon suffer the wrath of one of the 4 emperors, and be hailed and killed. But if it's true, it's even more interesting. What will Kaido do with the new 4th emperor on the throne? It seems that the Big Mom is not giving face. Is it possible that Kaido will join forces with Big Mom against the Faceless Pirates? Undoubtedly, after the death of Whitebeard, this sea will become even more chaotic next. Many people were expressing their thoughts, but most of them were not optimistic about the Faceless Pirates, mainly because they did not believe that Faceless Will had the power. But on the question of whether or not to secretly contact Faceless Will and find a way to bring him into the Revolutionary Army's camp, almost everyone voted in favor of the idea. So what if they messed with the 4 emperors? By allowing the Faceless Pirates to go from light to dark, they will soon be able to continue their activities under a new identity. Both the high-end combat power of the Faceless Pirates and the Golden Empire that Tesoro brings with him are certain things that the Revolutionary Army needs. Karina was in a trance listening to her companions discussing loudly. There was also some unspoken shame and depression. She never thought she would end up being tricked from beginning to end after all the deceptions of her life. But what now? Disengaging the Revolutionary Army? Or just continue to struggle with a new identity? If she hadn't gone to the East Blue Sea like he said, she wouldn't have fallen into the crisis, and she wouldn't have joined the Revolutionary Army later. Or was it all part of his plan? If that's the case, then this man is just too scary. Nami. What kind of captain are you following? This is killing me. Karina is holding her head in a tangle. Chapter 263 The Bizarre Challenge. In addition to the domineering name of the island, there are also human beings with special skills such as Domineering Horse and Domineering Wings. So many people flock to learn this particular technique of using domineering. However, the so-called Domineering Horse and Domineering Wings are nothing more than a vain appearance, neither comparable to a real horse nor can it fly at all, and in the end, they can only be reduced to performances to attract tourists to sightseeing. Will was also very disappointed after seeing the special effects. But such a small, unremarkable island that has recently become the focus of worldwide attention. It's because Faceless Will, who dared to be the first to announce to the world that the seat for the fourth emperor will become his, was also on the island. That's why every day a large number of reporters and pirates rushed to the island, either hoping to interview the faceless pirate group, or wanting to join, or simply naming the challenge. Being in the center of this attention, Will's heart is very calm. Looking at fame, power, qualifications, and recognition, no one is qualified to compete with him for the position for the fourth emperors. In terms of strength, he not only beats Kaido, but also has the navy to endorse him, as long as there is a small number of people who believe it, is enough. The calm of the Bay Beast Pirates group is almost solidified, which is shocking. And in fact, the calmness of the 100 Beasts Pirates is even more shocking for almost sitting this out. The rest will depend on whether the next group of pirates who will challenge him will be enough to make an example for the world to witness. Look. It's Billy Pepper, with a $230 million bounty on his head, and he's here. By the way, this should be the pirate with the highest bounty that has come here in the past few days. I just don't know if Faceless will personally take action this time. I don't think so. That lord is a strong man who is rumored to have defeated that madman Kaido in one-on-one. How can he personally deal with a little guy who has a fraction of the bounty on his head? And I'm sure that lord won't break the rules he's made just because of this guy. That's right, and these days the pirates who come to challenge can't even beat that pink-haired brat, so I don't know if they're here to make a show. I have a feeling that no one can stop that lord from becoming the new fourth emperor. While the onlookers were whispering, Billy Pepper, who was confidently going to challenge Faceless Will, was smashed into the open ground outside the square with a bang and passed out with a bloody face. He was very miserable. I'm very sorry, I was not paying attention and my shot was a bit heavy next. Kabi, who defeated another pirate, looked more confident, but his polite side didn't disappear even with the side effects of the mammoth fruit, so he became this humble and polite with a violent face. Captain. The members of the Pepper Pirates immediately panicked and picked up their captain and ran. This place was just too scary for them to play around with. And then the onlookers all sighed in unison, another one who can't even get past the first hurdle. Haha. He defeated him in 3 minutes or less. I won. Pay up, pay up. The Faceless Pirate group is actually so strong. I always thought there was only their captain Faceless Will. You're an idiot. Don't forget, there's the Golden Emperor Tesoro, and that's not someone to be underestimated either. From what you guys are saying, why do I feel like the Faceless Pirates don't seem much weaker than the original Whitebeard Pirates? The Whitebeard Pirates? Oh, since the death of Whitebeard, it's basically decayed. There's nothing comparable. It's not just a matter of time, it's also a matter of time before we get to the point where we can't see any hope of winning. The Navy doesn't know that, right? Why isn't anything happening? They must be afraid. I don't think so. The Navy would even dare to mess with Whitebeard. Would they be afraid of the former 7 warlords of the sea? I don't know, maybe there's something we don't know happening inside. Look, there's someone else coming. This time I hope he will hold on a little longer. The bets are placed, and the reporters are busy writing and transmitting images back to their head office. Almost the whole world is watching to see if Faceless Will can hold on to his position as the fourth emperor or not, or he is just bragging about himself. Where are the people from the Faceless Pirates? With a fiery red head and an untamed face, Eustace Kid, the new supernova, asks arrogantly. Because Kaido planned to commit suicide by jumping from the Sky Island didn't happen, this guy original miserable predicament also didn't happen, so without experiencing the strength of an emperor level, he is still quite arrogant. At this time, he saw the news about Faceless Will and came to challenge him with disdain, because compared to the other 3-4 emperors, it was still apparently better to bully Faceless Will, who self-appointed himself on the throne. And how could he allow anyone to be more arrogant than he is? However, are you here to challenge him? Kid's eyes glazed over. I know you, Trafalgar Law. I didn't expect that even you would fall under someone else's command, but for the sake of the fact that you and I are both rising stars, I can give you a chance to join forces with me. The part-time registrar's Law easily raised his eyelids to have a look at him, then skirted the corner of his mouth and asked again, are you here to challenge him? How idiotic. Only someone who has never actually faced the 4 emperors could say such an idiotic thing. The only thing that can defeat a monster is a stronger monster. He had already realized this when Will and Kaido fought a battle in which neither side was at full strength. Aren't you just asking for your death by fighting him? Kid was angry when he saw that Law was unwilling to pay attention to him, but the goal of his trip was not Law, so he reluctantly endured it and nodded. Do you have the bounty on you? If you don't have one, fill out your own form and pay the registration fee. Kid, huh? Law was too lazy to explain it to him, so he pointed directly to the notice board next to Kid to see it for himself. Kid looked in the direction where his finger was pointing, and suddenly his whole face turned black. Because what was written on the notice board was Registration Challenge Requirements 1. You should have the bounty of 100 million belly or above, if not, die. Note, if you want to die, there's nothing I can do about it, and I'll spend your bounty money well. 2. For those who have a bounty of 100 million to 500 million belly needs to pay a registration fee of 10 million, and you will be qualified for the challenge if you pass the 3 levels. Note, you can leave your head behind to cover your debts if you don't pay. 3. And those who have the bounty of 500 million or above are already automatically qualified to challenge the captain after paying the fee, and the fight will be broadcasted for the world to see. Chapter 264 Usta's Kid vs. Kobe. Will made these rules and regulations naturally to weed out those who fish in troubled waters, and if any stinky fish or shrimp could challenge him, then he would be exhausted. So creating those rules really wasn't about earning an entry fee, it really wasn't. And in fact, he has considered raising this threshold to the level of a billion bounty, because only this level of guys are barely worth his shot. But even if he thinks with his feet, he knows that pirates of this level are not easy to meet, and there are also a number of very strong but not as high bounty pirates of the power faction. There has to be a thought for these people. For example, the Monkrage, who had a bounty of only 180 million belly, defeated Charlotte Snack, one of the original Sweet Commander of the Big Mom Pirates, who had a bounty of 600 million bellies. Thus, the first preliminary round of the 4 Emperors Challenge Cup started so happily. The veins in Kid's face were popping out as if they were about to burst with a thud the next second. These bastards, are you kidding me? A somewhat out-of-control Kid swished the nearby iron products all over his hand, forming a huge arm made of broken steel. Wow! That man is Eustace Kid with a bounty of 315 million bellies. This is going to be fun. The crowd has become extremely nervous after these days of baptism, and one by one, they are screaming and waiting to see what happens. Kobe. Come, we have a guest, the kind without insurance, worth over 300 million plus, but it can be recycled many times. Can you do it? Although Law treats the job very perfunctorily, but after many days of baptism, he already got used to it. Hearing Law, Kobe's eyes were filled with a wariness that he did not have in the past, as he was growing up these days. No problem. Leave it to me. Kobe immediately moved his body. The previous battles could just be seen as a warm-up. As for the secret language mentioned by Law, it was all learned from Will, and it was not necessary to understand the meaning of the language itself, as long as one knew what it referred to. The guest naturally refers to the challenger, and the insurance is the registration fee. If they pay, he could leave them half dead, but if they didn't pay, it means death. That's why the term insurance is used. The angry Kid waved his steel arm and slapped Law's position. However, Law had already prepared the room, directly with the tables and chairs, and the notice boards were all moved away. If you run into the kind of guy who gets angry and is ready to kill the audience, the divine punishment falling from the sky will tell all challengers one thing: if you want to live, behave yourself. Law's escape angered Kid even more. Kobe, who had never officially fought anyone with a bounty of over 300 million belly, immediately got a little excited and shouted, "Hey, that magnet guy over there, your opponent is me." Kobe's change was truly remarkable, and Kid was instantly pulled, taunted, and physically rushed towards him. Ancient species mammoth fruit human animal form. Kobe's body raised several times and transformed into a big, muscular brother, provided he didn't look at the tufts of pink hair on his head and chest. Boom. With exuberant rage, Kid swung his steel fist at the tall Kobe, but more than strength, how could Kid be a match for the mammoth? Kobe took the powerful blow from Kid with just one hand. Is that the only extent of your strength? I can't figure out how Law's bounty is lower than a guy like you. After using the devil fruit ability, Kobe's taunting skill was clearly on a higher level. Kid turns red with anger and suddenly aims the crushed scrap metal in his hand at Kobe's face. The lump of iron that was almost crashed into a solid mass was shot out like a cannonball. Boom, right on target. But the iron lump fell to the ground. Kobe's body entwined with the dark armament hockey, and he also subconsciously used the tech eye. Kobe just slightly tilted his head as if nothing happened and looked at Kid strangely again, as if to say, "That's it?" All joking aside, the increased defense and strength from the mammoth fruit combined with the armament hockey and the practice of the 6 styles is simply not something that Kid can break with this level of attack. And the use of this magnetic fruit in Kid's hands was so crude that it was simply a joke. In contrast, the nimble, brainy Law is better suited to deal with Kobe, because, with the surgical fruits, he can ignore the enemy's defenses to a certain extent. That's why Kobe is rooting for Law, who he sparred with, and in his opinion, Kid doesn't deserve a bounty of over 300 million belly. Kid felt himself about to explode as he was again taunted by Kobe's eyes, yet his only means of attack was to pick up scraps to converge into bigger scraps to hit someone, or simply to throw his hard-earned scraps out. The whole battle scene was sobering. Kobe also went from initial excitement to gradual puzzlement and finally boredom and disappointment. After spending time with the monsters on the ship, Kobe finally learned his true strength for the first time. 300 million bounties. And that's it. Instant transmission. Finger guns, mammoth fangs. Bigger and taller, but without losing his agility, Kobe disappeared before the eyes of Kid, who was throwing rags and hitting people. Kid, whose alarm bell was ringing in his heart, only had time to absorb all kinds of iron fragments in front of him for defense, and he immediately felt a sharp pain, and then was hit by this force heavily as if he was hit by a mountain. And the loss of magnetic attraction of the junk made it scattered all over the ground. Chapter 265 Consequences of Not Buying Insurance. That's a win. 2 years ago, he was a cowardly handyman on a pirate ship, and 2 years later he was. Well, still seems to be a handyman. Well, it seems like I'm still a handyman. But that's not important. Now that I've been able to defeat a pirate who has a bounty of 300 million bolas, it seems not as hard as I thought it would be. What an improvement. Room. As a doctor, Law moved the unconscious Kid directly into the clearing, then took out the Mushi. Captain, Kobe just defeated Eustace Kid, do you want to bring someone over? Who? The rising pirate with a 300+ million bounty on his head? Did Kirby win? Will, who was undulating and doing strenuous exercise, wiped his sweat while asking astonishingly about the quality triplets. Is that guy Kobe actually that strong? I don't feel anything. Maybe that Kid guy is too weak to defeat one of my ship's handymen, and he wasted that devil fruit. Completely unaware that Will was thinking this way, Law simply recounted the entire process, letting Will listen to it and marvel at it. Did you say that he didn't have insurance? Yeah, after he read the bulletin board, he just got angry and didn't pay a penny. That's fine, you can send someone to send him here, just let Kobe watch over there. With a strange laugh, Will hung up the Mushi. So many challenges, but they couldn't even beat an ordinary handyman on his ship. This is definitely big news. Later let Tesoro send someone to reveal some information to that group of reporters. Shall we continue? The red-faced Violet covered her face and nodded shyly. Will saw this and directly leaned down and began to undulate up and down wildly. 23,333. 0.23334. 0.23335. Don't get the wrong idea, it was just an ordinary weighted push-up training because Will was doing it faster, that's why he asked Violet to use her ability to help him count. Of course, it is unclear whether Violet, who has such a ruddy face, has quietly used her X-ray ability. Ugh, he also got defeated quickly. He is called a supernova, but that's it? I heard that this pink-headed brat is nothing more than a handyman on the faceless pirate's ship, and I don't know if the people who challenge him later will be able to afford to lose this person. Seriously? A handyman is strong? No wonder so many people want to join the faceless pirate group to get to the top, but none of them succeeded. It is because they are just not worth it. It's not that bad. Even those who defeated Kid can only work as handyman, so what can those weaker than Kid do even if they get in? Acting as a handyman's deputy? Ha ha ha. Man, you are so talented, it's my first time knowing that there was a second in command for the handyman. Just then, a voice on the field suddenly rang out. Where are you taking Captain Kid? The speaker is the second in command of the Kid Pirates, a fellow rising star killer, the murder machine, with a bounty of 162 million belly. He didn't expect Kid to be so easily defeated by the pink-headed Kid in a one-on-one situation, simply because it had happened so suddenly. But after he saw Trafalgar Law preparing to take their Captain Kid away, it was too late for him to make a sound. You want the challenge too? Law carried Kid on his shoulders as if he were doing business. Killer was a bit dumbfounded. If he was sure he would win, would he stand here and reason with them instead? Good thing he had a mask on his face, so others couldn't see his depressed look. Is the faceless pirate group planning to kill all challengers? Law wanted to roll his eyes, but put up with it for the sake of his image. There's a notice board over there, and if the mask on your head is covering your eyes too, I suggest you take it off and read again properly. Killer was a little anxious. How could he not see the rules? But he couldn't just watch his captain go to his death. Wait a minute. 10 million bolas for the registration fee, right? We'll pay for it now. Law is speechless this time. It's too late. Even if you bring 10 million now, I can only consider it as your registration fee. Don't worry, as long as you pay the money, your life is still guaranteed. Killer said quietly, so it's non-negotiable? I'm in a hurry to make a delivery now, so if you have any complaints, you can talk to that pink-headed brat. Room. Law directly disappeared with Kid, leaving only a stone in place. Killer and his men were in a dilemma. Fighting that pink-head Kid was definitely no longer possible. How can they when even their Captain Kid was so badly abused? Would they do nothing? It doesn't seem to be a very good idea either. What to do? Vice Captain Killer. Let's go. Go? Are we not going to save Captain Kidd anymore? Save? How can you save him? Should we save him using our head? Killer had no choice. Let's get out of here first. We don't stand a chance in a fight. Killer wisely led his crew to leave, leaving countless crowds waiting to see what was going on, and the scene was recorded by countless reporters with video den mushy all over the world. Such a flamboyant approach has not only attracted more pirates who have confidence in their own strength to come and challenge the faceless pirates to have overnight fame, but it is also pushing Will's reputation to a higher level. This is the style of the Fourth Emperor, who defeated all the incoming enemies without having to do it himself. In the crowd, Cavendish, who was dressed up with a funny mask, sighed and said to the people behind him, "Let's go. Didn't the captain come to get revenge on that guy? How?" Cavendish stopped on his tracks for a moment, then said bitterly, "Revenge? So much time has passed, although my strength has improved, but compared to that guy, we are worlds apart." After watching the battle between Kidd and Kobe, he understood that Will had left him far behind. Perhaps he never entered Will's eye from the beginning, not to mention Will, even facing that pink-hair kid, he did not dare to say that he could win against him. So is there still a need to challenge? And there's one thing he didn't say, and that's that he doesn't even have the confidence to take a blow from Will's serious state. Even if you call that guy out, the result is probably no better. His men looked at the lonely back of their captain and then followed in silence. No matter how strong faceless Will was, they only recognized this one captain. Cavendish is lucky to have such a loyal crew, at least he's not a failure as a captain. Chapter 266 The Touchstone. Here it comes. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Kaido is nowhere to be seen. The 100 Beasts pirate group is unusually low-key, and even Big Mom, who got the news, can only gloomily continue to prepare for the tea party and her daughter's wedding, only to have another bout of food cravings, and having the death of several of her children again, while also implicating some innocent people. It is under such circumstances that every day there are still a lot of pirates who don't know their limit who come to the vaulted island looking for beating. For these kinds of guys who are extremely iron-headed, Will welcomes them. Not only did they earn 700 to 800 million bullets with ease, but they also graciously accepted 3 devil fruits and countless heads that could be exchanged for bounties. After all, there are still a few smart pirates who are willing to pay the registration fee, and most of the guys who are reluctant or simply can't afford it like to play some rough games. It just so happens that Will, who is not bad with money at all, also likes this kind of one-shot deal, or else, he can't get those few devil fruits that were on his hands. But over time, the inaction of the other 4 emperors, as well as the navy, are all pretty much tacitly acknowledging to the world that faceless Will is the new 4th emperor. The challenge match, which lasted for more than a month, is gradually becoming a decoration. After all, even the most powerful pirates will not squander their savings or simply leave their heads for this kind of thing, or simply leave their heads behind to be exchanged for bounties. As a result, more and more people were watching the event. Almost the entire vaulted island was surrounded by a blockade, and every day the traffic problem alone was a headache. In desperation, the former princess, Violet, made some comments. After Will listened to it, he simply patted her knee and asked her to take someone to deal with it. Violet gave him a grumpy look before she left. It's almost time. Will, who had lived a very leisurely and full life, looked out of the window and got up and said, "Let the word out, in 3 days we'll leave here." As the 4th Emperor of the Sea, Robin elegantly took off her glasses and closed her book, saying, "It's almost time, but are you not going to wait for that touchstone?" These days she went back to her old job of making a cameo appearance as Will's secretary, and her intellectual beauty is simply bursting at the seams. Will curled his lips disdainfully. "No need, time will tell." The Blackbeard pirates just took an escape from the 6th level of the Impel Down, and then showed his face in the War of the Best, and then he showed off the fruit of the earthquake that he stole from Whitebeard and went straight to become the 4th Emperor. In view of this, Will felt that his operation was quite fine this time, but it was a little less domineering than Blackbeard, which made him feel that there was something strange. "What about those who wish to join us? I don't have the food to feed a bunch of losers, and if they want to join, they shouldn't be any weaker than our handyman." Will chuckled. He has been in the pirate world for such a long time and found out that only the strong decide the outcome, so no need to carry cannon fodder. Let's just talk about the 100,000 elite soldiers in the war. Without the protection from those higher echelons like Sengoku and Garp, Will feels that he would have been basically able to wipe out those soldiers with a single 10,000 Thunderbolt, and the pension alone would have bankrupted the Navy. Although the more people there are, the more impressive it looks, but other than that, Will really didn't feel that there is any benefit. Besides, the group of Tesoro, the group of Law, and the group of in the Sabeti Islands, there is still a group of minion legions responsible for shouting and cheering. Shouldn't they already enough? Not even one? No. Will's attitude is firm. If those new stars came to vote for him, he can still think about it. However, during this period of time, there is no second big fool other than the tattered dust-ass kid who sent his devil fruit to his door. Robin nodded that she understood, and then just as she was about to go out and convey this, she suddenly hesitated and asked, the revolutionary side. How to reply? Will frowned. A few days ago, the revolutionary soldiers lurking on the island came and identified themselves, and also claimed that someone from their headquarters had been sent over and would arrive in a few days. He has an idea about the revolutionary army, but to be honest, he hasn't fully thought about how to cooperate with them. So he just casually knocked out the revolutionary soldiers and was going to wait for their cadres to come and talk about the situation. He is not sure who they will send to talk to him this time. But his best guess is Sabo, the chief of staff, to come over. If so, would he do a favor to help them out? By the way, Luffy and his two brothers are also quite miserable, as they were separated when they were still children and never got together again. If you don't hear from them within 3 days, it proves that it's not a good time to get in touch with the revolutionary army, Will said indifferently. Robin smiled, and when she was just about to take her long legs and leave, she suddenly exclaimed, "Why is it dark?" Will, who was about to say whether it was cloudy or not, looked up at the window and immediately narrowed his eyes. Such a big dark cloud is coming over? Will narrowed his eyes and shook his head. This is the touchstone that came over by itself. The touchstone? There is an old man who knows that we have shallow roots and is afraid that someone will chew on his back in the future, so he sent us a welcome greeting on purpose. Robin gave him a clouded glance but didn't bother to ask any more questions, as if she was used to his occasional diverting remarks. Tell the people watching outside that we won't be responsible for their lives next, and that the people on the island should be evacuated as soon as possible so that Law can help. She didn't know who the visitor was, but it was unlikely to be an ordinary person who could make this little jerk, who was often so verbose and unprincipled, so cautious. Yet in the next second, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Right, hurry up and inform those reporters to arrange a live broadcast. Be sure to shoot me in my hand, suppose, because after today, the position for the 4th Emperor will become mine and the world wouldn't doubt it anymore.